watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, so hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast, and I am your host, Rebecca Benningfield. It's great to see you all. I'm happy you all are here. I see a big group of people here already, and that is wonderful to see. And I'm ready to talk to Sam, actually. So let's go ahead and get Samuel Hofman on here, the one and only. So, hi Sam, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am okay. I'm doing okay. Thank you.
I like the startup music. It was nice, and added to the heartbeat, and I'm already pre-show nervous, and it was like, oh, okay, I feel my chest pounding. Yeehaw!
Yeah, I found a new website that it's just for non-copyrighted music, but it's thousands of songs. I don't have to really try to find music now. I just you pay a small fee, but my goodness, what it's worth a lot. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Keep the volume up so I can hear it.
All right, sweet.
Excellent to be here. Been a busy week.
Yes. Right. I know. I didn't even hear you pop in earlier. I didn't get a chance to visit with you before the show. Well, not right before the show, but you know what I mean.
Oh, you guys were busy talking, and you were paying attention to what Christoper was going on about, and the James Webb Telescope, and
you can hear us. That's funny. Yeah.
I'm getting ripped away to cut pizza already, so go ahead, bring everybody in.
Okay, Sam, you go ahead. Let's go ahead. And speaking of Christoper, let's go get our friend in here from Las Vegas. Hi, Chris. Again,
hi,
how
everybody.
are you?
Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm doing well. So you said it was hot in Las Vegas.
It's so hot already.
Yeah. Oh boy, already.
Yeah, I was telling
Rebecca, it's only 90s. I mean, 90s is not too hot, but it's hotter than it usually.
I'm already burned,
so.
Yeah, I don't tan, I burn. So
yeah,
when the blisters start coming out, that's when it's not fun.
Oh my! I hope that doesn't happen.
No.
Well, wear a hat. I don't know what to say. Yeah,
I know,
I'm sure you know. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get Jesus in here too, because I know it's probably hot where he is too. Let's find out. Mr. Jesus Marquez from Nevada. So how are you?
Salt Lake City.
It
used to be. It was Nevada. No way. It used to be Nevada.
Oh my God, you move around too much. It was New Mexico.
It's a different one. It was New Mexico.
Utah. That's right.
Then Vegas.
Yeah.
Now back to Salt Lake. I don't expect any changes.
Okay. Well, I hope I can keep up with it.
And it is definitely hot here. Not quite as hot as Christoper, out there lobster season in Vegas, but it is about 80 degrees today.
Nice.
Yeah. It's like 2 weeks ago we had snow, and today it's 80 degrees and it's summer. So it's nice though. It's been nice.
Right.
Don't complain. It's been nice.
It's 77 now, and there was not a cloud in the sky today. It was one of the days but the sun was extra white and extra hot.
There was a lot passing in front of the sun today.
Yeah.
A lot of chunks, a lot of things happening right now as I was coming upstairs.
Well,
and I'm back. All right, it was early pizza time.
Oh boy!
Yeah, I know you grabbed yourself a piece of pizza, Sam.
No, this time I'm not eating. I'm sipping on a cup of coffee, and I feel like I ate dinner already. It's weird.
Mm.
One of those.
I just had a breakfast burrito on my way up here. So
okay.
I was going to say, speaking of appetite, the other day, Saturday, that was like the second day where I noticed I hadn't had any appetite. Like it was like 5:00 in the evening, and I was like thinking I hadn't eaten all day. Well, it's been that way pretty much ever since. I don't know I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, it's since the auroras started. I feel okay, but I forget that the whole day's gone by and I haven't eaten something.
It's magic.
It's not like me.
Everybody's saying how these auroras are making everybody feel low and feel kind of bad, but actually, I felt energetic these last few days. I can't even tell. I feel like a rabbit just hopping around. I feel great.
Right.
I feel great.
I've been doing more since too. I was cleaning the stove this morning and all of that crazy stuff.
Yeah. I've been working,
and I'm caught up on my laundry.
The extra vitamin D helps. It just feels like something else. It just feels like something else. It's just kind of uplifted me, you know.
I was mowing my yard all last couple of days too, and getting all that done.
How's your weather, Sam?
Right now, currently, it's cloudy and slightly rainy in the upper 70s. The weather, the forecasters or the weather people said it was 80, and I went, no way. And we were darker and cooler. So we've had water. There's been a lot of really that low pressure that went through here reformed, and I mean it snowed in Colorado big time this weekend. And they, on the passes, I don't know about the lower areas, but I know it was pretty much from like Colorado Springs through Denver in that area. They suffered a great deal of snow, so we're cooler. More stuff's coming in as usual, but
we're warming up. So
yeah, we had a high pressure come in, and we got warm for about 2 days, and now it's getting cloudy again.
Yeah, I did see also where, speaking of temperature, real quick, Florida, like it was 100 or something in Florida already.
Yeah. They've had some extreme storms these last couple of days too, with side force winds in the 80s along Louisiana all the way through Tallahassee and Florida. And there's 43 different fires in Canada right now, from the west coast of Canada going all the way in the middle of Saskatchewan, and they fired up early this year. So, and they're major fires. As a matter of fact, the smoke from that is coming down, and if you can look this up on YouTube, just type in fire smoke, Canadian fire smoke in Minneapolis, and you'll find videos on it. I should have actually got a copy of that, but hadn't thought about that. Yeah, it's catastrophic up there and very, very smoky already, which is, I knew we were going to have forest fires, but I didn't expect it now.
Right.
Could you imagine 100 degrees in that kind of humidity?
No.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No.
I got a really nice dehumidifier. Don't have much use for it up here in Montana, but
Right.
I had a little basement area where I was keeping stored stuff, and I bought a very nice dehumidifier, and now I don't have a basement, so I couldn't. I mean, it's like $300 item, and you can't just get rid of it, and it works really good, and it's like brand new, even though it's 30 years old.
Well, maybe put it on Facebook Market or something. Somebody,
like you wouldn't believe what the postage. I mean, that thing weighs so much you wouldn't believe what the postage.
Oh, they got to come to your house and get it. Yeah.
Yeah, they got it. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Right.
I love the new logo, by the way. I love it. It's awesome.
Right. Speaking of new logo, let's take a peek at it real quick. Here we go. It actually, you know what? Someone mentioned a photo generator. It's an AI photo generator, and I just typed in alien wearing a white lab coat. And
is that the guy that did my psych profile back in 1980?
I know. I think it is.
Yeah, that's what reminds me.
I know.
I have this image of Sam arguing with this guy. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Well, when it comes to grays, there is no arguing with you because, well, you can argue, but your lips don't move. They think to you, and you think back to them. Your conversation is in your mind.
Right. So Sam, explain to those who don't understand, what this significance of this is then, because you actually met a gray alien and he was wearing, or she, I don't know, but wearing a white lab coat.
Yeah, that was where I was sent to have my psych eval done during my visitation to a very deep spot underground on the east coast of the United States in the 80s, and the U.S. government gave me a unwanted vacation, and I was sent there to get my psych eval. Walked in, had no idea who they were talking about sending me to, and I go into this room, and there stands this 4'3", 4'5", 5 foot tall gray alien in a lab coat. And anyway, They read you like a bumper
Surprise.
sticker. They know exactly what goes on inside of you, so they're the best person to do a psych eval because there's no hiding it. And so
that's why then. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
And there are rogue factions of Greys that do work for the U.S. government, which hopefully is not classified.
Can you imagine how far they can read into your psyche? These guys with those eyes.
Yeah, they're it's like a bumper sticker. There's no hiding anything. Well, I imagine you can hide some things from them, but no, that's how they communicate. And of course, I have no clue as to how long each of that race live. But anyway, they're a subservient subclass race that they work for the higher races as well as apparently for the U.S. government. But anyway,
I was just going to also mention. I thought it was pretty cool how this is one of the ones that came back with a microphone, like he's doing a podcast even. So
yeah,
I was this had to be the one.
So what do you do? I've heard about those. So it's like an AI.
Okay, it's called Bing. You know the website Bing, but it's Bing Photo Generator, and you just type in what you want it to do. You just type in a scenario of what you want it, and it starts spitting out 4 at a time at you.
And everybody's using it.
Interesting.
It's pretty fun. I was caught up with it. I made my brother a birthday card today with it,
that's cool.
But the only problem is it doesn't spell the words right. Even if you put the words in there. I mean, so I was able to go in and white out the words that were there and put our name, the logo. And anyway.
Yeah.
So it was fun.
Wow.
So I'm just getting started on that. I'm having a good time. But let's go ahead and check and see who all is here real quick. And I haven't had a chance to even take a peek hardly all day. But, oh boy. Okay. So it's T. Racy. T. Racy is first in the queue this evening. Yay, T. Racy. That doesn't surprise me. I don't know about you all. And then I didn't even have to look. I already knew it was experimental and next. I tell you, are you all roommates? What's going on? I know they're both in the UK. I'm pretty sure, right? So maybe they're neighbors. They can plan it out. But good to see you guys, girls, ladies. And, good. Here is our good friend, CarolAnne.
Hey, CarolAnne.
Good to see you, CarolAnne. Yes, it is the greatest show on earth. I agree.
It is.
I mean, we're just getting started, too. Show 61. I mean, we're like in our infancy still. Just wait till we're on show 1000. We'll have some balloons or something. I know it, but
we like 60 shows, and we already leaving a mark. But I guess we'll get into that later.
I know it's going to get bigger and bigger. It already is. Just wait, y'all. Wait till you see. Wait till y'all see. I got more to show you. But hi, CarolAnne, and she's going to be joining us a little later in the show. So stick around. So we'll have CarolAnne
on.
Cool.
Right. And here is Mr. Marcus. Good evening in the Netherlands. I know it's middle of the night for you, so thank you, Marcus, for being here. Appreciate you all when y'all just, stay up late for us. So that's awesome. And here is Esther. Hi, Esther. Good to see you. Always pleasant to see you there. Oh, good.
You could always catch the rerun if you don't, for anybody who, doesn't have the time. So, well.
Yes, right. Totally. And Michelle is here. Good evening, Michelle. Good to see you, Michelle in Indiana.
Welcome, Nibiru family. I love that. Hello.
Okay, I know. Yeah. Right. Okay. Mr. Russell is here. Hi, Mr. Russell. Hope you're feeling better. He is going to be a guest on the show soon, so we're getting that lined out. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So good to have you, Russell. And I'm anxious to meet him. I mean, we've communicated off and on over the years, in our groups. And he's really talented, and his collection of pictures and videos like triples mine. I'm not kidding you. This guy has a big collection, big. So I'm anxious to see what he wants to show. So let's get it planned, Russell. Okay. And Holly Grace is here.
Holly.
Hello, Holly. Good to see you.
Hello, Holly.
Perfect. And okay, I see Gillian in the comments. Good to see you. And she's actually going to be hopping on here shortly. So you're going to see Gillian here soon.
Hi, Gillian.
Hi, Gillian. And Good to see you, Karen. Hi, Karen. Always is wonderful to see you, really. She's super consistent and devoted and good to donate, just all of the above. So we couldn't ask for more. So thank you, Karen. Good to see you.
Thank you, Karen.
And T. Racy is here. So I feel like T. Racy, did we not? Yeah, we did. I was going to say, I know I've seen her before, but she's still here. So hi, T. Racy.
Oh,
there's Brendan. Brendan is here in Ireland, of all places. Isn't that awesome? I just love how we're all together. Like right now, we're all around the world. Literally, we are. And here we are just sitting here talking. So that's pretty cool. Good to see you, Brendan. And then Miss Audrey is here in South Africa.
Audrey,
what time is it, Audrey? Is it 2 a.m.?
I love Audrey. I love your recaps.
Yeah.
Post that you post after the show.
Yes.
I love that, so much appreciated.
And that was all her idea.
Yeah,
it really was. So I support it completely. But what Audrey is doing is she takes screenshots all throughout the show, like maybe 30, and just a recap of what we talked about. And then she shares them on different groups on Facebook. So somebody can just flip through and be like, oh, well, that's cool. They talked about this. And really it helps people see like, oh, maybe I want to, watch the show live and stuff. So
that's very nice. Cool. Very nice.
Yeah. So it's called Audrey's Picture Show, I believe we called it. So good idea, Audrey.
Yep.
Yeah.
And let's see. And here is Katie Joe. Good
Katie
evening,
Joe.
Katie. And she's
going to be on later.
She's going to be on here shortly.
I thought so.
Yep. Right after Gillian. So I think so. Yes. Right after Gillian. So cool. We got a whole big show lined up for everybody tonight. So good to see you, Katie. And we'll see you more literally here soon. And then here is Aaliyah. Hi, Aaliyah. Nice to see you tonight. Hi, and oh, good. I was hoping I'd see Egg. I knew it. I was like, she's got to be here. Here she is. Hi, Egg. In New York.
She's annoying her husband.
She's annoying. Oh no.
She's saying her name like, as long as you're here, we're as long as you're here, good for you. So
yeah, that's funny.
And be sure to check with the spatula and make sure you're not burning dinner.
Usually it's the other way around. I'm just saying. But anyway, okay, it happens. But
yeah, you don't want me cooking anything.
No. And there's Audrey. She's saying hi to everybody else. Audrey. And okay, here's Nancy. Hi, Nancy. It's 90 degrees in Fresno today. And she's had more energy with these solar flares, but dragging a little today. I've been feeling a little better. I've had a little bit more pain when I first wake up, pains that I've never had before. Like I'm limping for like the first hour. I don't know why. I can't help it. I wake up and I can't walk right, but it does get better the more I move around. So yeah, it's like, ooh. Anyway.
Not fun.
I get to go rake leaves and grass here tomorrow, except it rained today and I wanted to get that up today, but it was wet. It was like, no, now I got to leave it, sun dry some more.
Yeah, right. Let's see here. Oh, here's Maria. Hi, Maria in Alaska.
Hello, Maria.
Good to see you. I got my beautiful earrings on tonight.
I heard you had a long night.
Love them.
Hopefully you'll get some rest later, but
yeah.
Good to be here.
Yeah.
So some problem. You had a long night and you're still here. Thank you.
Right.
That's quite the commitment. So.
Right. That's what we have here. I mean, our people really are. I was telling someone about it last night. I was explaining, our show and what we have going on and stuff. And I don't think he could really comprehend or wrap his head around just. I said, these people, they're there from start to finish. A lot of them for like the 8 and 9 hour shows, they don't budge. And I'm impressed. I
honestly, knowing how long we go sometimes and the fact that they stick around during the whole show, that's awesome. I can't put it into words how appreciative that is of you guys.
Yep.
Thank you guys. That's awesome.
Right.
Right.
And
I also know how addictive this material can be once you kind of see it and you start. We were talking about it yesterday on one of my posts, Chris. And we're talking about how we're also going to see something like this.
Right.
So we appreciate it, but we do get it. It becomes an addiction. Once you get the hang of this, it becomes addictive. So yeah, beware. Just a disclaimer for all you new guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than just a show. I mean, it's like a reunion and stuff. That's what I was explaining. I was like, we really like just to talk to each other because not very many people want to talk about clouds, but we're obsessed.
Well,
so
mainstream is actually catching up. I was watching random YouTube today, and I ran across the video, and I've seen this before. And it goes, well, we know aliens are real and they're here now, so now we have to deal with this. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Finally, acceptance. Because an example of that is I'm almost choking on my cough drop here. That shot of the object that was flying in front of the sun during the eclipse is going around viral, and other people have picked it up and have included it in their videos as well. UFO videos and everything. And the blow up that they put on the last one that I saw was excruciatingly much bigger, and it was undeniable that yes, we all saw it, even the day of the eclipse and the next day, etc. Thank you, Karen Porter. And so other people are getting on board with this topic, and it has even stepped across to the point, rather than them saying, are there aliens, but, oh, the aliens are here. So let's just hope that, like the rest of our information, this all starts to go forward factually, because we have documented so much information over the last decade that I think a lot of people take into as theory or conspiracy, like what's coming up in the show here, conspiracy theory. Let's remember that, put a pin in that word or that title. Yeah, there you go. If you're ready to go off with that, but
absolutely. Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Go ahead and describe what you received.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I'm in the process of making a new website. Okay, so I'm making a new website, and it's having me set up, what is it going to say when somebody Googles, for us. Okay, so anyway, I Googled us just to see what was coming up, and I started finding, these are recent articles from April 29th. It was released April 29th, and there is multiple different stories, but they are mentioning the name of Nibiru Followers Anonymous in these mainstream publications. Like this one you see has 331,000 followers, and that's the smaller one. But they're all talking. Here's another one, Bro Bible. It's a Christian website, but mainstream media. And same thing. They're talking about how we are talking about there being two suns, and they're coming up and refuting that. And that we're just a bunch of conspiracy theorists. But regardless,
if there was nothing there, they wouldn't bother. Okay, so if you ask me, this is you try to discredit somebody before it takes hold, but it's going to take hold regardless of anybody. People are going to put things together. People are putting things together. So,
Right. They're all, but here's the biggest one that I came across so far: 22 million followers for this, science site.
So the one before this was 1 million too, just to put, so it's 300,000, 1 million, and then 22 million, guys.
2 million. And they're all talking about Nibiru Followers Anonymous and how we're talking about there being two suns.
23.3 million people are talking about this topic, guys.
Incredible.
There is something there to at least question, to
I have a prime example of how you can prove it to yourself. It's so easy. Just go back to the reality, and Maria and I were talking about it today. I briefly spoke with her on the phone about how we're literally in the summer sun solstice pattern already, and it's not even summer solstice yet, because I saw the sun rising in the northeast sky again this week. And, I get up before sunrise, and it's rising in the northeast. And all you have to do is remember that the larger star came in from underneath us, and then it started rising when it came up to the northern hemisphere. We saw it larger in the northeast sky, and ever since then, our entire arc of our sun pattern from morning till night sunset, and where in the western sky the sun is setting, is completely different than it's ever been, and it's absolutely not normal. And we have to take into account that our star Sol is smaller than the larger star, and so it is currently, and we've had evidence of it from in equatorial captures and southern hemisphere captures from around the world. Our friends are sending us these pictures, and we are getting evidence that the two stars are separating. So we know that. We've got captures. We got proving it again. So remember, our star is considerably smaller than this standard red, which has a great deal to do with the size of the flaring and the cutoff flaring and everything else. Go ahead, Christoper.
I'm just waving hi to the comments.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sneeze, cough, sneeze. Woo!
Yeah. Anyway, I was just kind of blown away by that. I was just, my jaw was just kind of like dropping down because I've checked before, but not since April 29th, when these came out. I'm pretty excited. I mean, I know they're maybe not saying the nicest things, but there's a certain percentage they're going to have to be like, what are they talking about? Two stars.
It's funny because we've come so far to the point where it doesn't really affect us as much as it used to.
No,
we just want this information out there, regardless of it, of how and what context, just to get people curious enough to start looking at it for yourself. Because, as I've said it before, anybody who actually puts the time in to learn this material will see this.
Yeah.
I dare anybody to take the time to learn this material, and you will see it for yourself. You don't have to take our word for it. Just
turn up the music, please.
Sure. I definitely think they're bothered. I think they're bothered, because like I said, they wouldn't bother talking about it, or me, or this channel.
Well, the one thing we have to bring out is we're not guessing. We've been doing this for 14 years. We watched all this crap. We've got members around the world. We put in place citizen scientists around the world on Facebook to compare pictures, and all of our summations, all of our facts come from repetitive sightings from around the world for 14 years. We're not guessing. None of this material is made up. None of this is dragged off the internet that Bill Johnson said in that movie, or Tony Lamas said that in his video, or whatever. All of this is repetitive sightings. And you guys know how strict Montana Skywatcher used to be and still is about where we go with information and what we talk about for topic. In the public setting of Skywatcher 1, Skywatcher 2, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and all of our other sister sites. We've been very, very strict about how we share the information, the terms we use, what we allow people to not go off into the nemesis or the red planet or flat earth or my favorite one, celestial bodies and all of that crazy stuff. So we've been very, very strict about the gathering of this source of information, which is why we're at where we're at, which is why we're here sharing this information with you here today.
It's unfortunate, though, how many people are not willing to set aside their differences, like, the conspiracy theories. We're not goofballs. We're not just average Joe Facebook people or YouTubers that go, well, okay, I'm going to sit down in front of a mic here and I'm going to become famous. That's not what we're doing. We are doing science. And all of us, every one of us that's on these shows, it's 61. What, 61? Are we at 61? That's right. Yes.
Okay. My brain did remember it correctly. 61 shows later here, 87 shows on Radio Wasteland, numerous countless shows on the private shows and my Understanding the Sky series. We've been doing this for 14 years. We are not guessing, you guys. This is crap that's time proven. Oh, guess what? Tomorrow is Sight Drawing Day.
Right.
Looking forward to that.
Can't wait.
And above view orbit model.
I was going to say, I hope that includes 2 drawings.
Yeah. Above view orbit model. Yes. I'm going to put it out. I will not do anything else until I do that tomorrow morning at dawn.
Awesome.
which is when I always do it. It's sort of weird. I've been doing this for so long. It's sort of like you sit up in bed going, drawing day. Oh shit, coffee. And off I go, and then I got to search around the house for the right sized soup can and the spice jar and then the plate and then the bowl so I can draw these circles, because I don't do good freehand circles anymore, especially with a very large, permanent marker. You got to be careful with that permanent marker and the tabletop. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
I'd be touching up with whiteout all the time.
Yeah, I do.
I
haven't had to do. Oh, hey, that stuff shows up. In your overall shot.
It has to be perfect then.
Once in a while I'll end up, crunching it up a second time or, one time go, that's not right. It doesn't look right to me. So I'll throw it away, start over again. But I've never gone past 3. The 3, as a matter of fact, that was only recently that I've had to draw 3 in a row until I was comfortable with it. But there's been some huge transitions. Oh, and by the way, Jesus, I loved your video that you posted yesterday. Oh my God.
Crazy or what?
Oh, you can see the damn craters. Yeah. You can see the freaking craters on a Saturn's yellow moon. And believe it or not, it exactly matches my drawing again.
Did you see the still shot? I took a still shot of it.
Yeah.
I hope Rebecca has it here for these guys to see.
I was going to say, no, I don't.
Line as it's cutting into the sun.
Sorry.
And currently, a Saturn's yellow moon is so big that I think that's why we're all achy and kind of your joints hurt a little bit. And I've seen some sky patterns on that side of the sun that we, of course, we're at a stage we've never seen it this close before. We have never seen a Saturn's yellow moon do a close pass before. And it's just amazing. Oh my God.
It was so big for a moment. I had to remind myself that it wasn't a Saturn, that it was.
Right.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Yeah, exactly. I was going to mention that. I watched it out my north window, and I was looking in the northwest last night. I watched it go all the way by me last night. Just huge as all hell. I'm going, oh my God. And of course, then immediately the next thing I turn the computer on in the morning, and that's the first thing I see is your stuff. And it's like, yeah.
Okay, I'll have it up here in about a couple of minutes. But
appreciate the lamb's tail.
And I want to say hi to Third Eye and thank you for the belated birthday. And I hope Third Eye will join us one day. Let's
and I'll tell, while you're busy doing that, I'll tell everybody the fearless tale of my horseback riding this weekend with yard work and me driving my riding lawnmower for 45 minutes. And then, this is the saddle tale. I'm driving there's a riding lawnmower. I get off the damn mower and then I go, oh my God, my butt feels weird. And it was really, really achy. And then the next day I got up and my left butt cheek was like I had done push-ups, on a marathon, just in my butt cheek. And it was hilarious. And every time I took a step, it was like, ow, ow. I laughed. I've been laughing at myself for 2 days since I drove my riding lawnmower, and it gave me a butt ache. What's
you have no more shocks on that thing? I think you're just a rough ride.
I think I lost all the shock absorber in the butt cheek. I used to have a gluteus maximus, and when you get older, that muscle mass starts to go away, and I don't think I got the padding I used to have. But no, it was like literally, if you were to skin logs, then the next day your arms would hurt, or if you're cranking with a screwdriver for a couple hours, and your wrist will hurt the next day. What was weird was that why my left butt cheek. So anyway, that was the humorous.
Clearly, that's the one that's like your right hand. That's the one that you shift all your pressure to.
Yeah, going around those trees and bushes and on that hill. Yeah,
that's your dominant. That's your dominant cheek.
There you go.
Hey,
thank you, man. Thank you very much.
I got a bad case of dominant cheek syndrome.
Yeah.
I see Gillian is here, guys. Let's go ahead and get her added with us real quick, okay?
Okay.
Here we go.
Hey,
hey, our good friend Gillian in Scotland. Hey, girl, how are you?
Hail of Sam's butt cheek.
Yeah.
I didn't get back to you already.
Yeah, I was giggling. I was thinking, gee, I wonder why.
I couldn't believe how bad it hurt in that one spot. It's like, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah. I understand though. Like I was telling you earlier, you got these muscles and you don't use it. You kind of
I'm walking across the house. The right leg takes a step, no problem. Left leg takes a step, and then you get halfway through the step, and then your butt cheek goes, ow.
Hey,
Why?
awesome. We got a donation.
Thank you, Lord. May I have another? You know, it was just weird. Why does my one butt cheek hurt from
Is that
riding?
because of yellow moon?
Well, no, it's the riding lawnmower, but
Yeah, well,
yeah, I'm going to blame the yellow moon. You're right, Gillian. You are right. It's the fault of the yellow moon.
It's a good scapegoat.
all the yellow moon's fault. It needs a name. It should
Well,
have a
that's
name.
why I think we are getting achy from it, joint wise. I even watched the cat walk across the house, and she was kind of limping like she was stiff too. So it was like, okay, I could believe it. Well, who knows? Because lunar effect affects tides. I mean, Hawaii had this big, huge wave last week, and all sorts of weird stuff is going on, and the weather's all freaky, and I mean that straight through storm from Texas all the way to Tallahassee yesterday, 80-mile-an-hour winds day before as well, and we've been run on for 2 weeks with that freaky weather in the middle of the country, which I absolutely believe is close past related.
And sunrise, the sun's ain't just all wrong.
Oh, we got a whole bunch of nighttime photos again as well of a purple nighttime that was not aurora. It was post-aurora.
I don't know.
And everybody went, "Oh, look at the aurora," and yet no, there's Attu and Attu's moon.
That's right.
And it's just
Exactly at night. It's been at night. I thought I'd seen it, and Lindsay as well said to me today as well. She had seen it during the aurora.
Right, you want to pause it right there? Look at that.
Look at that.
Sure, I'll try. Hang on, I'll go back.
But I want to make a disclaimer. Let me make a disclaimer real quick, guys. This is footage from my friend Rachel's uncle. I don't want to.
Yeah, keep it right there.
Our opinions do not reflect his opinions of what this is. She just he watches stuff, and she's been sending me stuff like this because she knows that I do this.
I can tell exactly what that is.
I asked her, "Do you think it'd be okay if I shared it?" She said it should be all right, but I do want to make sure and say that our opinion does not reflect the opinion of the person that took this footage. So we're just putting that out there, guys.
And we thank you for the use.
This was the day of those auroras, but it was previous. It was just before the nighttime, and then later on.
Remember this shot too.
Later on that he took. This is up around 6,500 feet, guys.
Okay, because we have a copy of this in a different view that I sent to Rebecca as well for the show tonight.
I believe so. I believe this
matches
matches
you
one
see
of the
in the dead center of the picture, there's a small dot that's darker than the rest of it, dead center.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's little sister.
Wow.
Behind is a very large red asteroid. Behind it is the bottom of Attu's moon.
Okay.
And behind that, to the lower left, and you see a little green swib in there, that's where Nepesity is. Behind, doing the dance. In this shot is behind, and then, of course, the orange area in between on the right-hand side is the light shine, even though it's past sunset.
Right.
The light illumination between the planets. And if you looked over to the right, you'd see a Saturn's yellow moon. But now look at this nib that's sticking down in the clouds below everything else, because we have another video that matches this exactly, but it has completely different lighting pattern, and I can't wait to see it.
Okay, let me make sure I got it. It was the one you sent.
It was the one that the lady sent in, how she was pointing out how the skies were really, really weird.
I had a backlog happening on my.
Well, I can. It's on the PM.
Yeah.
On Facebook.
I had to transfer it from my phone to the computer, and it got stalled. Right. But it shows us here. So let me. Oh, here it is. I got it. We're set. I would not have guessed that this is the same thing. So that's or similar. Well, it's so weird looking and different. Okay, here it comes. I'll quit talking about it and play it.
No worries.
All right.
You're doing fine.
I want to say hi to Pinman? Pinman, thank you for the donation. Very nice of you and welcome. Happy you're here.
That's a new name on our list, I believe.
Yeah,
it is. To have you. Thank you for listening.
Hi there.
Yeah, look at this. Everything above is planet. Planet, and look at that right there.
Check this.
Wow. Oh, look, there in the middle.
If that's the red asteroid and the little sister, and above to the right is the side of the base of Attu's moon, all bubbly.
Rotating asteroid. Hear this guy that he's seen it rotate. Guys. I was watching this footage a while ago.
Oh boy!
Wow, look at that. Is that sort of flickering lightning?
Well, it's illuminate. Yeah, there's lightning discharging between the planets all the time, and
Right.
it just depends on,
Can y'all see that rotating? Can y'all see that?
Yep.
I don't know if you can see that. Maybe I have to speed this up some. I don't know.
Oh, you can see it moving.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
That is
Check
wicked.
that out. Wow.
Wow.
That is part of the snail foot
Wicked.
that reaches up to Attu and Attu's moon.
Sorry, Sam. I thought this was the one that the lady was talking in.
No, well, that's literally the same. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is the same. Now that you point that out, I was thinking of her talking, but yes.
No,
I think
when it
it's the same.
first starts out, the area to the right is probably Nepenthe, right next to and in front of Attu, and that's in the out view. And I still don't understand to this day how these planets could be this damn close to each other. Does not make sense. And then, but we can't judge size because it's proximity that is making
Do y'all
bigger
see that
or
rotating?
smaller, not actual
Y'all see that?
size.
I don't know if you can see that. Maybe I have to speed this up.
Yeah, that's
some.
the red asteroid with a little sister in front.
That is.
We call
wicked.
little sister because it's a little sister asteroid that's always in front. And there's actually a few other ones in that group, and there's like 3 in the front, 1 in front of little sister that's smaller, and then there's like 4 or 5 directly behind the red asteroid, and then there's a whole patch other ones behind it, and that we call the salamander asteroid group and the tan asteroid. And then now they're getting bigger, and we're seeing a lot more of them that we've never seen before to actually, document, and we're going to be doing that over the next month. And I will try to include some of them in the drawing. And of course, we're going to let remote viewing do the talking, and we'll see what we come up with tomorrow. And
Sam,
it's not like go ahead.
That rainbow.
Yeah, that rainbow. Wow.
It looked like the edge of a planet more than it did a rainbow.
I didn't happen to see it, so if she wants to go back
Yes.
and point it out to me.
Yeah, if you go back a bit more, look at that. It's
Okay,
like
yeah,
a
that
whole
could
shape.
be a side edge, or it could be just an illumination shaft between a light pinch.
Because it's an upward face. It's an
That could be a
upward-
planetary edge quite easily.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay,
I
where
see
is it,
dark
though?
to the
Where
left of
does
it,
it
and then
set?
just it looks like backlit focal in there. That's
Well,
kind
that could be the side of Saturn. Saturn is really huge right now, covering up the left-hand side view of Nibiru, and we'll be more likely to see Nibiru farther to the right, or depending on the time of day, farther to the right, and then at sunset it'll be literally in the north sky.
great footage. This guy, my friend has been sending me. She sent me some of the eclipse shots that he took while he was down in Mexico. And then she's been sending me some stuff. I've been reluctant to share it because I don't want to, but I did see some of his footage make the news. The local news.
Equator shots are always the best.
So,
They really
I
are.
was like, I don't think he'll mind. I mean, he's not going to go off of the news. So
Well,
again, we are using
Give
this.
their name, at least their
Not
first
using
name, and they get permission.
Yeah, and we're just fair use. We're not claiming property.
Thank you very much
or
for the use of
any that.
your video.
You know, and if you are watching this, whoever took the footage, you are welcome to come on and give your own thoughts about it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
anyways, he clearly
contact
sees something because he took some really cool footage.
Well, I'm very excited for the transition of Nibiru Followers Anonymous getting an amount of recognition, and that's why Rebecca and I have joined up to do these videos, and then all of our experts here have all gathered to put their 2 cents, pardon the expression, 2 cents in this, because all of these guys have been around long enough and years long enough, and they see the planets just like we do. And the point with this is this is really happening, you guys. This is really occurring, and for 14 years now, And Rebecca and I were talking on the phone earlier today, and I've been watching all kinds of stuff on YouTube, and I'm literally getting to the point going, oh my God, are you guys blind or what? And I do apologize, but my patience level hops up and down sometimes, and it gets a little waned. It's like, I cannot believe that people don't know about this on planet Earth. Now, that's, a very thick point of view, but wow. I don't even know where to go with this at times.
Yeah. I have my days too, Sam, where I'm like driving and I see something. I literally have road rage, looking at everybody just on their own little world. Like, is anybody else seeing this? Like, I know we're all driving, but I mean, it's right in your peripheral vision. It's not like you can miss it. It's like,
how can
right
you miss that big sky-filling freaking planet standing right there? And God, what's wrong with the light? You can look at the size of the cutoff flare and the rainbowing and the asteroid. I saw a post somewhere on Facebook today where this guy was looking at somebody else's material that they had sent in either to Montana Skywatcher 1, 2, or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, or I could even have been on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. But the guy's going, wow, I see a whole bunch of spheres in there. All you got is a bunch of spherical objects. What's that about? Okay, great. Go ahead, Jesus. Talk about your video. I love this today.
Let's be frank here, guys. You've seen night and day here in what you're seeing. You're seeing the shadow side and the illumination side. You're literally seeing the Terminator line of his Saturn's yellow moon. How freaking awesome is that? Like, you can literally see the cutting off the sun, which is exactly Sam's drawing over and over again. And you can see you can see the
craters.
You can see craters. You can see so much in this.
You can see the side of it. Look there. You can see the whole thing.
Look at how it's cutting off, and then you see half of it in day in light, and then the other half where the sun can't reach. You see the difference between day and night, guys.
The long box suit is there also.
A lot more prevalent now. Saturn's yellow moon is so huge that it's affecting our mood. And its Saturn's yellow moon has never been that close to actually. Has not been that close. Not as close as Atu's moon. We've never seen it this close. But I wonder
what it's going to do this summer. If we, remember back when Atu's moon was directly overhead, 2019, 2020. Exactly. I wonder if we're going to stare up at some point in time, and all we see is the Saturn's yellow moon, and craters above us. And we should check the sky cams, the ones that are looking straight up. Although I don't recommend you gathering a portion of your material from sky cams, but checking them is important. And remember, sometimes there's birds on them, sometimes there's spiders, sometimes there's dirt. I absolutely, because of where they are in Alaska, I absolutely recommend that you completely avoid Alaska sky cams, because they have the highest level of lens flares, and people are capturing those. And anything you capture that's the size of a circle, if it's a grapefruit, or the size of a small orange or a lime or a lemon, it's a lens flare, because the planets are way, way, way bigger. And people have bombarded us with Alaska sky cam pictures for years, and we keep having to say, I'm sorry, but it's a lens flare. It's a lens flare. It's a lens flare. And you can tell by surface view. You can tell by color. You can tell by shadowing, like Jesus was just talking about, how the dark side of that thing was so right next to the sun, 2 inches away, and it's completely black on the other side. You tell me how else is there. That can't be unless there's an object right there.
That shadow line is perfectly right down the middle. Just perfect.
Yeah, and then that big flaring circle.
Where you would expect a circle to be illuminated from behind. You'll see half of it in light, and as it goes further, it's going to get darker, because the light can only reach so far. Hence something circular. In nature, something round is there, because if it was flat, if it was nothing, if it was just clouds, it wouldn't have that effect, guys. It wouldn't have daylight on one side and night on the other, exactly the way you would expect it to be. You should. Okay, no. Just gonna say.
Yeah, you're very excited about that one, aren't you?
I get excited. Awesome. Every time I get a shot like that, I get excited. But I want to show that the still shot, because sometimes the still shot's a little easier to work on and kind of bring that stuff out. You know, I want
to. I use more still shots than I do live.
Yeah. I love videos, but I always, every time I do a video, I'll go back and then I'll take some still shots, and then I'll pick the one that I like the most, and then I'll kind of edit it just perfectly to where it comes out to where people can see what I'm seeing. You know,
Right.
That's my main focus, is to make it easier for people to see what I'm seeing. You know, what we are seeing. You know. But
Yeah, and I've been drawing the return of Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon for 5 years now. And I was so excited just to realize that it was coming back. And then we started seeing Nibiru again, because Nibiru was here, and then it sort of hung around for a couple of years and then sort of sank off into the distance and in the darkness. And then, a lot of it had to do with Outview and Yuri being in the way, and Sarah was there briefly when Nibiru wasn't, and then all that changed. And then we watched tiny, small red Isatum's yellow moon go from the left-hand side and then out away, and then right next to the left-hand side of the sun, and then it went over the top of the sun and did all those really cool cloud things for about 3 cycles of the transition. And then it went off away to the right-hand side of the sun, and then we knew it was over there, and then it matched all of the crop circle orbit models and everything, and I was just like, oh my God. And then we started seeing it, and that's where we refer to in the past shows, we talk about the Dr. Phil era. And Dr. Phil was a guy, not the guy from TV, but he was a Facebook guy, a Skywatcher, and he got a whole bunch of captures. Go ahead.
I hate that he's gone. I hate that he.
No, I wish he was around. I'd like to talk to him. If you're out there and you want to come on the show, identify yourself, and we'll keep your secret if you want us to, or whatever. Anyway, he captured a bunch of stuff, and then off we went back and we started drawing, and then Rebecca got on board with it, and she was excited to see the return of Nibiru and the return of Isatum's yellow moon, and it's just been glorious, unbelievable, nonstop, really cool crap ever since, in less than the last 5 years. So, I could be excited to the ceiling 5 times over to try and share all of this information with everybody out there. And the only way we can do it is, one show at a time, and just try to keep talking to everybody and go, this is real. It is really happening. It is real. It is really happening. Come on, guys. You got to you got to go out there and see this for yourself. You got to learn. You got to learn the background. You got to go, do the Radio Wasteland shows, go through Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube channel, subscribe, you got to watch all this material. Go back. We've been dumping volumes of information on everyone for years. We are not guessing.
And these are more shots of that same day, guys. I believe that is the Aurora.
That's right. These are from you. Okay.
I believe these are the Aurora. This is the same person that took that video. I'm imagining, from what I understand, it was that same day, just later on, different location. I'm guessing this is more of a night shot. Because I think you see stars. I don't know exactly the details on this, but I do.
There was a question about the Aurora and the white dot.
It was all in the same burst of photos that she sent me.
No, back in the comments section, I believe
about
Esther
the little white dots inside all the colors. Remember we talked about this.
We talked about this, and I believe it was Esther that had asked. And I'm trying to scroll back here and find it way back there. Anyway, bear with me. We know that there is a lot of debris in the area between Attu and Yuri. So a very large portion of what we could be seeing is actually debris, not stars. So do not ever assume if they're white dots that they're stars. They could be debris, white asteroids. Now, I do look for constellations, and I have not found any that I knew in a lot of the shots of the auroras where people were asking me that direct question. Well, are these stars or what? And I was looking for constellations and not finding them. So, and I've studied constellations, a lot of them, and I know, Andromeda and Pleiades and Orion and
the dippers are something that I always noticed when I went outside, and the last, I don't know how many years, it's like I go out and I rarely see it. I don't know if it's in the wrong place. It's not in the same.
There's a bunch of junk we're seeing, and I think the planets are in the way for the rest of the area.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this even some of what Gillian captured a couple months back, we weren't looking at asteroids, we were looking at star destroyers. And we don't call those lightly either. Those are only because we've been watching them for so long and for so many years. Now, this one, if you look at this picture on the right-hand side that we're looking at, kind of looks like an angel standing there, doesn't it? There's a little pareidolia for you.
I was going to say that this is one of those pictures that really gets people going.
Do you know what this is?
I'm guessing it's an asteroid.
Well, that very large body where the head and the chest and the stomach of the, now this is where the angels come from too. This is the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri. Do you see the dark, big, huge, dark area in the left-hand corner from the alien graphic down to the tree is the side of Uri. And you're looking at the Tan asteroid bringing back the winged dragon again.
Wow.
Okay, I totally would have missed that, Sam, if you hadn't brought it up. I didn't. Well, no, I did not. I totally missed
dark areas first.
Right.
This thing that's like the top of the wing. You know, like it's got 1, 2, 3 there.
It looks like an angel standing there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a thing that's been flying around. I've seen it in someone else's picture as well. It looks like this shape, and it rainbows. It rainbows. So it's actually debris of some sort. Because
the debris, like the light in space, hits the debris and the dust, and it refracts like a prism, and that's why it puts off the rainbow, self-illuminating. Because remember, we talked about this in the monthly site drawings. I've got it drawn in where the Tan asteroid is going to be self-illuminating. Oh, by the way, Rebecca, we do need to put up the monthly site drawing at the beginning of the show, for people in the
so they can
learning
see.
process, and we need to leave it up for long enough that we can talk about it and study it as well, I think. But if you wanted to pump that up right now, and then we can point out that what this illumination is on the monthly site drawing.
Okay, sorry.
All right, no hurries.
Usually I have it up and ready. Yeah.
Yeah, really, this is one of the closest one I've ever seen that looks like an actual angel. And
yeah, it's exquisite. It's lovely.
Now you know where this is the same group that looks like the dragon. It's the winged side of that illuminated cluster that I talked about in the last couple of shows that we would be seeing illuminate in the sky. And here it is doing it.
There it is.
All right.
Hey guys, there's a back and forth going on in the comments. I just wanna make things clear because this is pretty common to me. Yeah. It happens to me a lot. So Mikey, they're not saying Jesus, they're saying Jesus. All right. It's spelled the same way. My name is Jesus. It's a very common name in Mexican culture. It's a biblical name, of course. But it's not inferring God or Jesus or any of that. It's just you're confusing things. We don't really do the religious thing here, just putting that out there. My name is Jesus, and I am very much real. I am, but we don't do religion here. Although we do respect everybody's beliefs when it comes to that, but we don't really do.
And we are also very studied in religion.
But I saw Carol that you guys tried to explain that to him. But I think you're just confused. My name is Jesus, spelled like Jesus. It has nothing to do with that. It's two different topics. So
and experimental is even going, hey, Zeus, as in Zeus.
Yeah, experimental always
teasing you.
Always says hi like that. I hope that helps. For some people, I have a lot of people who spell it with an H. I have a lot of people who, it's a constant thing with me at work, especially being in Mormon country here. I get the joke all the time.
Oh, Mikey, I could tell you stories.
Yeah.
I could tell you stories that make you a believer overnight.
Well, I'm the only one that has a name that isn't a Bible name, so
Remember, I've met higher race.
I'm a firm believer of something bigger than us.
Hey, there's more than the races.
God and Jesus to me, just no, thank you. I don't like it.
Hey, if you want to have the shit scared out of you, look into Egyptian magic. Holy cow, that stuff is spooky. You know, when they talk about Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and all of that, there's a lot to that, guys. And so, Mikey, I wouldn't say I'm not a believer. I would just say, hey, I'm a skeptic, and hope to God you do not have the answers that you don't believe in. Because I can't recommend a trip to Disneyland in the Department of Meeting Extraterrestrials and even higher races above them. Because I've done that, and
that's
it's
my
not
version
some
of
vacation,
God.
I promise you.
I think God is just somebody out there that's wiser and is past all the petty bullshit that us humans are still struggling with. Somebody who's wiser, who has gone past all the nonsense, who is just, more, better behaved than us humans. Let's put it that way.
Can you imagine living for 10 billion years?
Exactly. That's what I mean. We're babies, very short-lived babies. So
it can be very violent as well.
we will not reach that kind of enlightenment in the 80, 100 years that we live. So.
Well, I was planning on sticking around as long as possible, so we'll see what happens.
Maybe
Be interesting what happens.
We might get a significant upgrade, where we might, be around a little bit, a little extra. I'm not.
As long as I'm, a cripple laying in a chair someplace, going, I hurt too bad, I don't want to live anymore. That kind of thing. I'm only kidding, but I apologize. Hello, solar activity. Yeah, we're seeing some. Look at that.
Is the sun going to turn upside down or something? Because it talks about that. Somebody asked me that today.
That's more internet people not knowing what's really going on, and so they're trying to make sense out of the stuff that they're seeing, but it's disconnected because nobody ever takes into account that there's two stars, other planets, our planets, and they have polarity things, and I don't think they're going to plan on trading anytime soon. Did you ever find what Christoper was sending you? That guy was talking. Rebecca.
What's that?
Christoper went out early, remember, and he tried to find that video for you was it about this guy that was discussing?
Yeah.
I don't have it yet. Have you found it?
Yeah, I found it. Do you want me to send it to you again, or?
Did you send it to me again
I think
already?
I did.
Oh, okay. Let me look and see.
I know you were busy ahead of the show there, Rebecca. You may have, not noticed that he sent it to you.
Oh, I got it now. Thank you.
You were very busy. Very busy.
Yeah, he did several videos on the binary stars.
I've seen it as well. The black guy has done a really cool video.
I have a funny feeling that he's basing that off of my information, because the way you described it pre-show. See, I was actually in the back room listening to you guys talk about it before Rebecca brought me out.
Just like all of your information.
Yeah, I think he may have my information from the sound of it.
Mm-hmm. It sounded like our information exactly.
It's our information, but I mean, it is my, pardon the expression, theory, because this is no longer a theory. This is fact, and we're even looking into the doctorate scenario. So.
I'm familiar with who this is now that I see his name, Nick Thomas. Nick Thomas.
Oh, I think we've seen some of his work before.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Nick, for your opinion. If you're furthering I hope it's accurate. I'd love to hear it. I too am learning.
I guess
every damn day. I tell you, I see so much of everybody's going, well, what's this? Well, look what we noticed. And it's stuff we've been talking about for, 5, 6, 7 years. And I just wish this information would, jump out and reach these people. And the only way that we can do that is by talking about it publicly, and then hoping everybody who is here tonight on our show or listening to us a month from now or 6 years from now will link all of this together. And
this one, Rebecca.
I got it. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm uploading it now.
Yeah, I really like that. It was so cool and very to the point, because I have somebody who contacted me and asked me if she could come and talk to me about the stuff that I was posting.
Cool. Yeah, none of these auroras are normal, by the way, people.
No.
There used to be this is kind of normal. This, what we're looking at, this green flickering is normal. And you can see it running in tendrils and sheets. But all this purple and the reds and the other colors are not normal. And I think a great deal of why they were even announcing it as heavily is they were talking about the sunspot that went off and let off, an X-class flare, and there was a G5, storm effect, etc. I think it had a lot to do with the fact that the planets were passing and they were creating these red rounded, see that purple and all that? Those are planets, guys. That red is coming off of Saturn, and the purple's coming off of Atu.
Yeah, the red was in the south, and the green and the purple were right opposite, literally.
We've never seen Aurora Borealis in these colors in my entire lifetime. And that's because there's planets up there. And they also have poles, and their poles are also putting off the Aurora Borealis on the southern pole and the northern pole of those planets. That's why we're seeing it so brilliantly and vividly. So they're giving us the information, but then they're not. Look at that. I mean, you can see the rounding right there in front of you. That is Atu and Atu moon.
Look at that.
That is right there is Saturn's yellow moon and the ion trail.
Look at that. It's incredible.
And it's dealing with the stellar material that's being ejected out of the sun, and it's going around these planets as well. And that's why we're seeing the unbelievable. Look at that. That's, asteroids or the bottom of Dipesity right there.
It's literally so gorgeous that it makes you really emotional and you want to share it even more. I mean, look at that going around the purple shade.
Yeah, right. Round the side of the planet. That's the bottom of Uri. We've never seen, ever in my entire lifetime, have we seen an Aurora Borealis like this. Ever. And I'm up here in Montana and you see a lot of them.
Days, and then they have to find an excuse to tell you it's been like that for 2 or 3 or 4 days.
But I've never heard of them being visible in Texas and Florida.
Yeah, all the people that are screaming about it, like, wow, look at this. Oh, wow.
They're not
supposed and all it's due to the fact that we're all on the internet now. This is the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon right there.
Look at it. Wow.
This is that
the
close.
colors are just different. They're so different.
A little bubbly as well. Well, the flame
flame-like bubbly clouds with the flat line and the shield, and the shield looks sort of like a small crab shell or 3 straight lines.
I mean, some of the lights.
No idea
there was a red light in the south here after everything had gone down.
Asteroid illuminating. That is the tan asteroid right there.
Look at it.
There's an object in front of it that's not illuminating.
Is that why it's black there?
Yeah, that's why it's casting that shadow, because there's an object right next to it that's not illuminating.
All right. I wondered how it did
never
that.
did bring up that the monthly site drawing.
I did.
Did you?
Okay.
Okay, look over just to the side of lead object, LO. And, that's where the red asteroid is, Lorraine, Big Sister, the tan asteroid, all that yellow drawn in there. I should have done it in orange, as well as yellow, but I will include that in this month's drawing tomorrow. And that area is illuminating again, and we knew it would, and because it's surrounding, and the change, the transference of the angle of the out view that we're at, where Earth has moved to, and I will also do that other drawing as well to show that. And because those objects, the red asteroid, the tan asteroid, Big Sister, lead object, and all of those are rounding out of the dark area from the back of Uri and from the back in between Atu. Now that Atu's up higher, we're getting more illumination on that. And they also sometimes self-illuminate as well, which we saw in the angel picture. Now, the angel is literally, if you go on this drawing, it's the tan asteroid reaching up into the side of Uri. Now, it's in the middle and all drawn in with Big Sister, etc. Big Sister, Lorraine, tan asteroid, and Poppy are all part of that angel structure or dragon structure or wormwood structure or salamander asteroid group, as we refer to it. And the reason we call it that because it looks like a salamander holding on to the side of planet Uri, and that's where it got its name. Oh God, going back all the way like to 2016. So, and earlier today, I had somebody down there. I think it was on my personal page. You were asking about the Texas Cube. Well, why do we call it the Texas Cube? Well, a lot of these things have picked up names because of where they happened. The cube, the main single cube, came in through a wormhole over the top of Texas, and that's why it's called the Texas Cube. The long box cube is, of course, called because it's a double stuck together, two cubes that creates a long box cube. And we have watched it for quite many years, all the way back from 2015, 2017 for both of them. And we've had thousands and thousands of sightings over the years, including the starships offloading with sight by eye sightings by myself and many other people. And many years of doing it, and they are also quite real and quite here. And I'm amazed that you guys don't see them. And Christoper sees them all the time. Where did we lose him to? And Gillian has seen them by eye, and I've seen them by eye.
Right.
So check the back room, see if he came back.
Oh, good idea. Yeah, I'm not getting the beep like I usually. Hi, Chris. Sorry.
No,
yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I'll keep an eye out for people now.
Yeah, and remember, if you're seeing a little tiny triangle and it's very white light at sunset in the sky, in the northwest sky, or in the southwest sky, you're probably seeing star destroyers parked near the cube. Remember, the Texas Cube is on the left of the sun. The long box cube is on the right-hand side, right in front of Saturn's yellow moon. And by the way, the long box cube was in your sighting, Jesus. It was in 3 little lines.
I'm sorry, I was sending a text. I didn't.
We've been sort of caught up by something on this feed tonight. The live chat's a bit active.
It's all fixed, under control now. Yeah.
So and we've seen, we believe these are hundreds and hundreds of star destroyers.
Jeez.
And I watched them offload. And remember, these things are 5 football plus fields long. These are just like in the movie Star Wars.
That's crazy.
And,
that whole cluster of them, just look at the things.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah,
like
them
that.
things.
I bet it is something like that in real life.
Now,
Yeah.
we've not seen one of these. We've not seen a docking station for star destroyers, but we have seen a fighter craft docking station. We've got close-ups of that going back quite a few years, and we've got numerous sightings of that. And then the space tube and all, the smaller craft that are too small to really identify. So we don't even deal with the smaller stuff. We just call it those support craft. And we know they're there. We've got hundreds and hundreds of sightings of them. And yeah, you can look, the Star Destroyer, there might be 2 or 3 of them here. But dead center, yeah, that one.
Wow.
I always look for the conning tower. If the conning tower and the craft are there, and there's usually a cold, cloudy bottom to them because they come out of cold space. And then when they come in our atmosphere, they're putting off that cold gases just like dry ice.
Wow.
So we see them all the time. So do keep your eyes out for them. And your jaw will drop to your lap, I promise you, when you see these things, especially if you see them up close without clouds. And I've seen them in many different forms. Wrapped in clouds, not wrapped in clouds, and then that conning tower pops out of the clouds, and you go, "Oh my God, they're real!" And I remind myself of it constantly. Oh my God, this is real. Oh my God, this is really happening. Oh my God, I've been trying to tell people for 14 years. I mean, and I apologize for my silliness today, but God, guys, come on. I mean, am I the only one? No, I'm not the only one. But I mean, yoo-hoo, hello, Sam to Earth. Come in, Earth. I know you're out there, And I had a day like that. I was literally annoyed. I was. I got off of the Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube site, and I was like, yeah, God, guys, come on. We've been telling you this for over a decade. Catch on. Wake up, Alice. Wake up.
Thank you, CarolAnne, for pointing that out. And
I'm going to go get a Coke. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, Sam. When you get back, Marcus has a question about the names of the planets and what they may mean. I know that they come from, they come from the Pleiadian that Sam had interactions with. And then they were confirmed, believe it or not, by just some random video that Sam found one day on YouTube. And it said the message was from a Pleiadian. That was the name of this, YouTube video. It was a message from the Pleiadians. And they were giving out the same names that Sam had been given by this Pleiadian that he had an interaction with. So was the Pleiadian writing or making a YouTube video? Maybe. I don't know. But what are the odds?
I've weighed that. I'm back. I've weighed that. We found some Pleiadian messages. And I've often sat there and thought, well, did the actual Pleiadians create this message and slap it on YouTube? I don't know. But there has been a couple of them, not all of them. There have been a couple of them that were so critically close to the version of word for word what I got from an actual off-world source that I have come to use them as, I'm not going to say gospel, but I'm going to say as pretty damn important. And those we have shared. We have a copy of that on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. It's called the Pleiadian Message. It's not exact, and it is a little bit factional and a little bit prejudiced, but it is highly accurate up to a point. So you have to go watch that. And we've gotten over 1,000 views on that here recently, and I wish that everyone would go there and at least watch it twice. And I do say twice because I've watched it all the time because I still learn from it, and it's matching all the information that goes back many, many decades for me. And that's the same thing with the names of the planets. I was told them years and years ago back in the 80s. And then in roughly 2008 was when I first found that one video. And then it was on YouTube, and I can't even remember the original name because right now, currently, I have my copies in German. And then the United States banned it. About 2014, 15-ish, it was banned, and I couldn't get it on local U.S. YouTube. And then I had a friend in Germany mail me a copy of their version of it in German, and that's the one I've been using ever since. Now, later on, the American version did come back, but I never ended up using it because I've always kept the same link. And so that's where that information comes from. And we didn't go by the names for many years until literally 2014 and 15, even though I'd had it, all the way from 2008. And then in 10 and 11, we were debating it. And then when Atu came in and the purple planet matched all the names and everything, and I was like, okay, this all fits. And that's when we grabbed the names and we stopped. Before we were saying the striped planet or the light blue-green planet or the dark deep blue planet or the red one or the green one or the light blue Matim. We don't talk about Matim often enough.
Well, it's very helpful. And there's one of the comments in the NK saying it doesn't matter. And I hear that a lot. And I get where that comes from. It doesn't make them not real just because I have a name. But it is easier to put a face to them and to add to the learning when you put a name to it. It just becomes a little simpler, a little bit more less complicated, and a lot easier to add to the base cloud knowledge and their effects on Earth of each one individually. So it is very helpful. Plus, you gotta admit the names are very cool. I mean, Atu and Yuri. I think the names are awesome. I love them.
Yeah, we could play around with them. Remember, Matthew, I would play around with them and put them all together and stuff.
Yeah. Munatu. It was Munatu. So that's kind of that's really helpful, and the backstory to the names is another very cool story. So yep. Sorry,
I have that video ready for the one from Nick Thomas. So let's go ahead and get that.
Let's hear it. I'd love to hear his opinion.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mentioned something here because I mentioned something and a lot of people have
Sorry.
this completely out of context.
Do you want me to try to make it louder? It might take me a minute.
Just a hair.
I mean, I'd have to re-upload it and try to get it louder.
Okay. Well, I can go ahead. Let's hear
what
it.
Okay?
I can turn it. I have a volume knob.
Yeah, might do that. Turn your volume up. But okay, let me turn the music down too. Okay.
I didn't even hear the music.
I mentioned the two suns, and people are talking about China launches this sun simulation maybe a year and a half ago, And people think I'm talking about that, whatever China is doing, putting up in the sky. No, folks. Our second sun is a binary sun. It is way bigger than the sun that we're used to seeing in the sky.
Good for you.
There
Good
is
for you.
no such thing as a single sun solar system. Let me repeat. There is no such thing as a single sun solar system. All right? Now, with this binary sun, a planet from that solar system will enter our solar system. What this does, folks, humanity can only go so far. We're going to reach to a point when we have to start all over again. All right? If you guys do your research, you'll see what I'm saying is true. All of this is in Sumerian text. All right?
Correct.
On this planet that come in our solar system, we have hybrid giants. Humanoid like us. They're the one that created us.
And they live on Nibiru and Saru.
I don't care how you want to take this. I'm telling you guys facts. If you do your research, you see that what I'm saying is true. All right. So with this binary sun I'm talking about, it will bring a planet into our solar system that will start a rebirth of our solar system. Everything that's going on Earth right now, folks, is because of that binary sun with those 7 planets and 4 moons. Everything. From, I don't want to say too much on this video because I don't want to flag it. You talk about war, famine, you name it, all Rona. I don't want to say that too much on this video either. Everything is geared towards that. They don't want you guys to look up. If you guys start looking up, you see that what's in the sky. It's kind of crazy. I am just planting seeds, folks. However you want to take it. But people that are talking about that fake simulation sun, if you think that's what I'm talking about, it's not. All right? I'm not talking nothing about that. All right, guys? And anyone who talk about that, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Don't
Bingo.
listen to them. Not asking you to listen to me either. I'm just want to plant seed, let you do your research. Go into Sumerian history. One of the best book to read, the Colburn Bible. Go read that Bible. It was written by ancient Egyptians. They were actually Sumerians. So get into it and you see for yourself. Thank you guys so much for your time.
And the 4 moons he talks about are Atu's moon, Isatum's yellow moon, Amel-Saru, and Nana.
That is 4.
He's been in the groups before. This information, he had to have listened to his information at one point or another.
Yeah, and he's accurate. So he's apparently very, very well versed, or has side information that is correlating with ours.
I think this information has got to him one way or another, whether it's by a third party or directly. But he's definitely been around.
He's accurate.
To hear it, for sure.
He's accurate from a point of view. He's absolutely accurate. There was not very much I could correct in what he said. And this is just corroborating our information, and you can see the knowledge in him and his assurity and his confidence. And this is me moving my hands the same way he's doing to me, trying to tell you guys over and over again that this is the case. And we've been watching it for all these years. We've watched it come up from underneath Earth off the South Pole, which is why they set up SETI Alpha Group in Australia. Blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. I could go on and on for hours. So, hey, look, the blue asteroid over the top of the sun.
These are some of my pictures from the last. Oh, well, that's not it. That's not the one I want to show you guys. But
that's right. We talked about that before. We thought
still working on that one.
It still looks like the blue asteroid to me.
Wait. You won't believe it. but I know. I can put it out there. But here are some other ones of mine. Yes. But what is that? Is that the tan asteroid top left?
No. Well, it could be. I mean, it's size-wise, it's big enough. But, actually, size-wise, it's big enough to be lead asteroid. But its lead asteroid isn't there on the 1st of May. Let's see. Today's the 14th. So it's entirely possible that it's the red asteroid or the tan asteroid. And that would be Pepe in the front if it was the tan asteroid. If that is the red asteroid, then it would be little sister in the front. So it's a hard call. I would have had to act. Now, where is this? You took it from Tulsa.
It's mine.
I'm gonna say. God, Tan asteroid. It's off. It's gonna be big. It's getting bigger.
Wow.
Dang.
I'm thinking that the halo is being caused by the atmosphere of the side of Uri.
Wow.
Okay. Cool.
Which would make it the Tan asteroid. Had that halo not been there, I would have called it the red asteroid.
There was asteroids today. I sent you a video if you have time. I know you got a bunch of stuff, Rebecca, but
That's
later
okay.
on, it's right below. One of them's right below, and another one's a little more of a. Could be a star destroyer. I don't know, maybe, but it did have that shape that will be crossing the sun today. And the sun is just completely distorted. So there's a lot happening crossing the sun today. So just
perfect. Yeah, I'm loading it right now, so it's on its way.
There's two of them. Either one will work. Either one. Will work.
Okay. I got them both. So yeah, this is
the old Walmart 360.
You know it.
Yep.
You know it.
Yep, that's my place too. Okay, where is the sun? All right.
The sun is about across from me, like almost the other direction.
Behind you. Okay.
Yes.
So that would mean that this is probably the red asteroid and Attu-Natu's moon, because they are beyond Earth, and if the light is behind you, you're seeing the bottom of Attu-Natu's moon.
That sounds about right. Yep.
And asteroids underneath.
Yep, underneath her.
That was it on those. Okay, let's get. Also, I wanted to. Here's a few from Irene in Florida. Just some I had.
See, that's
that looked like the angel as well. Look.
It looks like what the sun looks like for me today. Just really, just off, completely off. Something's blocked.
Yeah, that's the side of it. That's the side of Uri cutting in. You're seeing the atmosphere, the sun shining through the outer atmosphere of Uri, and that's why it's this fringed in. Because the sun will shine through the gas side of Uri in certain ring areas, and other areas is blocked.
To me, it looks like Uri and then Nibiru on the other side. Like they're just coming in on both sides.
No, you know how Uri has the bumpy rings. I think you're looking at the bumpy rings here, and you're looking at it, the sun shining through one of those thinner rings.
Okay, then what's on the right? The right side.
The rings that extend beyond the side edge of Uri. Because remember, if you go back to that 2013 shot, it has these several side areas on the right-hand side that are misshapen ring edges, and some of them are thinner and thicker. And some you can actually see the sun through, and others will actually block the sun.
Wow.
But I think that's Uri cut in right there, just like your previous pictures were, where the Tan asteroid is farther over to the left here, and you're seeing the side edge of Uri as it's cutting into the light, which is also what Jesus' stuff showed as well, with rainbowing and all of that. Like that example as well.
Yeah. I thought that was a cool one. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
But what caught my attention, go ahead, Sam.
This is the Texas cube is in the background. That's that big square.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The object in the front, just above the middle of the house in the red flower, the king crimson bush, is the spiral asteroid, and the smaller spiral is also illuminated. The secondary asteroid, along with the spiral, because that's why it spirals, is there's actually two of them, one small one, one big one.
Both of them.
And then you've got red asteroid is dead center middle in front of the Texas cube.
Wow.
Okay.
That big side edge there is the Texas cube. That's square on the right-hand side, that big square face.
Right. Well, now Irene and I both, she was confused on it as well.
Wow.
She thought it was the spiral,
Really cool.
but
The spiral's on the bottom.
Irene.
That's that white
was
sort of
sure.
almost looks like a surfer with a cape or very long hair or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
That's where the spiral would be, low off the horizon, underneath Attu's moon. But this is the Texas cube, so we know that Attu and Attu's moon are the dark brownish bluish area in the background compared to the horizontal light blue normal sky.
Okay. And
Yeah,
here's what really got my attention the other day. It was these next few pictures. I was like, oh my gosh, look at that.
That's Nepacity base cloud. So Nepacity is right above that.
Yeah.
Up higher is Nepacity, and that's the weird little, spider webby base cloud that it makes with the fingers and all the stuff. But you're seeing it up close.
It looks like somebody like that. It looks like
it's more like a hand just right over the
planet. Like that.
Like seeing.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
And I think that has to do with the fact that the Nepacity is so small, and so it does this really weird cloud effect compared to Earth or whatever.
Great stuff.
I know.
Okay, the flare illumination, I believe, is showing the blue asteroid. You see that blue flare?
Okay.
There's, and I believe the blue asteroid is below the sun.
Hey, gray guy.
The black dot in the middle, and so it's creating that. It's an opposite lens flare, but you've got something cutting in from the right-hand side as well. And I would say that would be probably the side of Isatum, the planet, which is why it's turning red and orange. And then Isatum's yellow moon is the white area to the right. But the edge of Isatum is cutting into just at the right edge of the sun, which is why it's turning all orangey right there.
Wow.
Oh,
Isatum is very red.
Yeah.
NK just mentioned a while ago how he's never had to use sunglasses until the last 12 years, which 12 years.
Well, that second star is pretty damn bright.
That second star. But today what happened to me, and also I've never really worn sunglasses either. But I cannot go outside on a sunny day without wearing them. But while I was driving, I don't have tinted windows, which I've been trying to get them, but that's another story. But as I was driving, I had to put my hands on the bottom of the steering wheel because it was burning my hands so much that I got like a little red rash. I had to put them away from the sun because it was just burning.
I hate to be the harbinger of doom, but I do have a funny feeling that when the standard red star leaves, it might be sort of heading our direction a little bit, because if you take into account its path on arrival and you go a straight line away from it, oh my God. Question is, are we going to seriously, drastically? Now, this guy that was talking about the video, the gentleman that the last video you put up, what was his name?
Nick Thomas.
Nick Thomas. Okay, thank you, Nick Thomas. He was talking about the reset of Earth. And that would be a little red flag for me. And this is what I talk about when we talk about the rebooting of Earth to refresh the commodities for the next cycle. There's an eminent drastic change that occurs from the transference and the crossing of the passing planets every 3,654 to 4,000 years. And that too is in the Colburn Bible and in the tablets of Thoth and all of that in the Chinese texts. And it talks about these catastrophic periods. And it's entirely possible that we are going to fry from the exiting of the standard red star. And that's one of my fears, because we don't know where it's going. That's why we're watching it as heavily as we are. And this is why I also talk to people and I say, well, it's very possible that we're going to be very extremely hot this year, which is probably why your hands are burning on the steering wheel.
Yeah.
It's getting hotter and brighter.
Hey, Sam, let's take a second. And I see here we have Katie Jo, and she's here. So
let's go ahead. I'm first.
Okay, let's go ahead and add her. We haven't got to see her in a minute, so here we go. Hey, Katie Jo in New Jersey. How are you guys?
Good. How are you guys?
It's
Love
good
the
to
background.
Class tonight, boy. We really are all talky. But
Yeah.
I think that having all these CME blasts has really completely activated all of us. We're all like full. But today I felt a bit more of the like, wow, I've seen it and we've done it and now everybody else has seen it as well. So maybe now we're going to get a whole bunch of new candidates all going, what was that? What was that? What just happened? Hello, what's that?
Yes.
And suddenly everybody's getting somebody like that.
Sorry. Hey, did you get to see the aurora, Katie Jo?
I didn't. I did. I feel like I got a little bit of color in some nighttime shots last night. Trying to send to you beforehand, but I just never got to it. But I'll send them to you, and you can use them whenever.
That's fine.
I was wondering if you think it's not,
I saw a little bit of the red the second night because I had reported I was clouded in the first night. But the second night, I saw some red, or even over the top of Missoula lights, which was pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wish I saw the colors like some people did. But I was a little bit jealous.
Nina. Good night, Nina.
Oh, night, Nina. I didn't get to chat with her on the side there. I'll speak to you tomorrow, Nina, on WhatsApp.
Bye.
So NK is Nina. Okay, got it.
It is. It's Nina.
Nina.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to go pretty soon myself. I have to go and sleep and go to work. But I mean, I just wanted to say that I really loved the idea of the new Nibiru followers, and I went to go and have a look. And it actually excites me because it looks more concise, more like us. And then you said go and try Bing, and then I made up my unicorn Scott thing. It was really cool.
I know.
But we can all do things like that. It's so special, and thanks for sharing that.
I know. I mean, thanks to AI, we have a new logo basically for free. So I'm happy. Speaking of, I have a clip. Okay, so I'm working on the website, right? And so it's going to be. Let me go ahead and pull it up while I'm talking about it, and so you all can see. So I'm still kind of getting things figured out on how to do things, so this is what it looks like at the moment, but me, I'll probably change it a dozen times before we actually, reveal it. But here's an example, just so people can see kind of, this is what we have going on.
I love your spaceship. That's cool.
Yeah, it's going to have a video at the top. It'll be a video. But I'm just going to fill it up with all of our pictures, and videos. I'm going to have a place for Jesus's videos and Christopher's videos.
Way cool.
Yeah.
See, this is great. That little bit that you were starting to do, got you a little bit more comfortable to start doing this.
Yes.
So regardless of what happened, it was a learning thing. So it's awesome. So now you kind of more comfortable to do it yourself.
It's all in how we learn to turn the negative into the positive.
Yeah,
somehow learn.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And I got to drop down, and I'm going to have each planet, and I'm going to, break it down. Yeah. So this is as far as I've gotten so far.
Yeah, it's really important that the person, you come here and you're new, that you can just go straight and go, oh, look, wow, right there. Like a synopsis of what it's all about.
I would not have had these same ideas if it not had happened the way everything happened, So we're going to have this website. I'm still going to, it looks like I can definitely get our shows put onto Spotify. It looks pretty easy. So I'm going to, as soon as I get the website done, I'm going to start loading the videos to the Spotify, and we're going to point them to the website and then to the YouTube channel. And there's direct links. I mean, people can click at the bottom. You can see they can go directly from there to Facebook or to YouTube or TikTok, so
what's going to be the address? What's the address?
Oh, sorry. Let me pull it up. It's basically NibiruFollowersAnonymous.io. That's the domain, IO.
So we don't have to do HTTP, whatever.
No, just NibiruFollowersAnonymous.io. Which is pretty easy, I think. A lot of the YouTubers are using IO, I've noticed. So I thought we should do that too. Yeah.
Awesome.
So
great stuff.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, it looks great.
But okay.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Let's see. Hi,
CarolAnne.
I have that video, Jesus. Let me get that next for you.
I'm just saying.
How was your Mother's Day, Katie Jo?
Oh, it was good. My mom actually flew in for my graduation, so she was here with me.
Yeah, I was going to say congrats on that.
Oh,
Awesome.
congratulations
Well
also on
done.
graduation. Awesome. That's really nice.
Thank
Good for you.
you. On to more schooling. I don't know where
I
yet.
know.
You know.
So that
I can't wait.
That was
though.
your associates, right? Is that what
Yeah.
what it was? Okay, perfect.
Yep.
So halfway
Took me
through.
since 2005, but I
Well,
did it.
you're in your astrophysics class right now, so
Right?
Yes, look at that. Perfect.
Yeah, we don't realize we've all got almost doctorates here now, or thesis at least.
yeah. Well, I actually we all have a close friend who is looking that information up as we speak. I mentioned it earlier today on the phone to me, and so yeah, we're looking into the background, and we have literally now a doctorate is a 10-year period, and we have done our doctorate study 14 years now. So therefore, we're not something to discount. Everybody out there, we are the real McCoy. We are the real deal. We are the real Citizen Science Group, the real Nibiru Followers Anonymous. We are we're it, and we're number one. We have been number one for a very long time. I don't know anyone out there that knows more about this than we do. I'm not trying to go ahead.
Not even anybody who scratches the surface,
Right. I was just wanting to point out, CarolAnne, I mean, she commented about how great it is, and it is great, but I just wanted people to know that the reason we have that domain also is because of CarolAnne's help. I was telling her about my idea and I was like, I'm going to reserve it and we'll get it. And then within 5 minutes, she's like, how much is it? I'm going to send it to you. We're going to buy it, and I'm like, oh, wow, wonderful. Yeah. So we had it bought within 10 minutes. Yeah. So.
Yeah, and we couldn't do any of this without all of you people out there. And we need you guys out there to back us up. And Rebecca and I were talking about this prior to the show earlier this afternoon as well. And we're talking about the financial costs and the amount of time that we put in to do this. And I don't think, I don't know what people think. We spend a lot of time gathering all of this information and compiling it and doing a twice weekly show, and there's a lot of information that goes into it. And the Cash App is there, the Vimo, the PayPal, my personal PO box here in Lowell, Montana, PO Box 625. So send us a letter, send us some donations, cup of coffee, $2, $5, $10, $20, whatever you can spare. More if you've got it, if you really want to further the science. I have a new goal I'd like to see. I'm not going to mention it. I have mentioned it before, but I'm not going to, beg for it. But we do need donations to keep going and to move forward and increase our equipment. And I've got 15 computers in 14 years. And it's I spend $150 plus a month on this. So everybody realize that this does not come for free for us, but together everybody can make it work even better.
It's perfect. I mean, I know the way you worded that is perfect. I mean, because it is all of us that's making all this happen. So, but yeah, definitely all the costs are adding up as usual. I mean, I signed up for that.
There's people that spend $25 a month on video game feed for PlayStation.
Yeah.
And send us $5, send us $10. This is the biggest Nintendo game that ever was. Nintendo. Boy, dating myself.
Nintendo, we just think
my daughters keep going, Dad, it's not Nintendo, it's PlayStation. And I go, okay, sorry, but my brain says Nintendo.
I like
Nintendo is the best,
better.
though.
I could still go out and play Nintendo, and I do with my friends Rachel. My friend Rachel's, I go and I play Nintendo on what is it, the Wii or the U? I don't even know which one it is. The Wii U, I guess it's called. But it's 2D. I can do those games. I don't know about the other ones.
Yeah, I'm not as good as my daughters are.
It's just too complicated for me. It's like a whole storyline. I just want to play and jump and do whatever. And I can do that on Mario Brothers.
Yes, Mario Brothers.
My daughters were actually talking about dragging out the old PlayStation 64 and playing Mario Kart again and Legend of Zelda. because they were raised on the Legend of Zelda, and they're nostalgic about it now, and they thought, oh, we should get that hooked up again. It hasn't been hooked up in 10 years, but they actually love the Legend of Zelda very, very much. So now there is all of that anime karate stuff games. So
has anybody done Oculus?
I have not. I have not done that. I have not wanted to fall on the floor.
I haven't. Yeah, I didn't try it yet.
Yeah.
But my kids tried it at my sister's house, and they're obsessed with it. I was like, "Yep, we're not getting that."
Yeah, after seeing Three Body Problem, I'm glad I only had it on my head once.
They're like $500.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
The Apple ones
to
are
sit in reality when like go outside.
right.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, we've got the
cool
greatest
for a
game, the
bit of time,
interactive game above our heads. So
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
But,
And
like,
and it is really happening. It is. I mean, the
Yeah.
binary solar system is here. We knew all the way back in the 70s that they were coming, and they are here. And when I first in 2009 and 10 saw the planets were here, and I wrote this paper back in 1978 through 80, where they sequestered me not to be able to tell you people these things, and then they're all of a sudden here, and so we've had to had to say it 3 times, there's 4, had to come out and tell you guys this is really happening, and this is the coolest. And Zeus will jump on this skateboard any second. This is the greatest show that ever was. It really freaking is.
Absolutely.
oh, totally. That first day I seen an asteroid going, it felt like it came through the atmosphere, and you could see the mist and the craters, and you were like, OMG. I mean, I don't even say those lol things, but just thinking about it, I was blown away. First time I suddenly realized about ion drag-off and heat and hissing mists and space, and wow.
Tendril.
Tendrils. Yep, my tendrils.
That is the red asteroid in front of the sun with the spiral asteroid below it.
Okay, I was just gonna ask you. Could you explain? I was thinking asteroids, but I was just a little confused.
In this case, the spiral asteroid is headed almost towards you instead of cross horizon.
Right. So that's the one and the other. That's okay. That's the same thing, right? This was just like maybe 30 minutes prior. This one right here. And it was crossing like from the north to south. It was just crossing underneath.
And that has to do with Atu being directly overhead, and all the rules are changing. I mean, literally, by the time I get tomorrow's drawing done, a lot of things are going to be changing, and we're going to have a new heads up in the 3D brain department, trying to figure out how I draw all of that in to show that these actually the planets that are past us are going to drastically move. Go ahead.
Is there anything new that is unnamed, like making stuff?
Well, there's a whole bunch of smaller asteroids out of the behind the red asteroid. There's a whole bunch of smaller asteroids like Poppy and Lorraine and the Tan asteroid group that I'm going to be taking a lot more closer look at over the next month, because they are getting larger, and the more, and I will do it. I'll do an identification by keeping that in mind, and then reviewing 50, 60 pictures of the same area, and then see what matches over and over again, and then we'll have a better documentation of them. And as the summer goes by, I think we're going to get a lot closer view of everything again.
Yeah, because I seen a picture repeat, like I seen my own, and the shape just jumped out at me, and I thought, oh, that's a new one, but that's like repetitive. That's at least me and 2 other people that I got an edge of that thing, and it was rainbowing, and it was the same shape, only kind of from a different angle.
And I'll warn everybody ahead of time that we are going to be naming a few of these asteroids, and there's been quite a few older members that have been around a long time that have asked for the names, which they won't necessarily represent the way we've done things all along, but we can have a little fun. We have not seen Casper in a long time.
I have not.
Casper is an asteroid that is in front of the lead asteroid, but then being its proximity right in front of in the Saturn's yellow moon, because lead asteroid is just to the left of his Saturn's yellow moon currently. That Casper would be literally in the same facial area of that of the long box cube and the ion tail off of his Saturn's yellow moon. So it's probably masked in that mess, and we probably don't see it regularly. Yeah, see, this is an example of like the gas giant with the partially open striped areas.
Look at that. So that's Uri.
That's Uri again, and then if you look, that illuminated rainbowy at the bottom, just above the light pole.
That is what caught my attention first. I was like, that's got to be an asteroid there.
Yep, that is the Salamander asteroid group right there, and probably the dark blue dead center middle to the right is probably the dark face showing tan asteroid, very large, and the rest of that's reaching in to the middle and to the left is probably the rest of the Salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri.
I just can't absorb how big all this stuff is.
I feel like Yuri's like going over top. I feel
yeah,
like,
she's going over the top of us. It comes in, goes over us, and then goes to the north sky, and then back in a weird circle.
Yeah, because like I swear, I have.
It's a very short
you can
spiral
see it
circle.
Circle around. You know what I mean? Like it's like
it's not very distant. It doesn't go from one side to the other. It only does this minor arc.
Doing like a different curve as well.
In front of you and then goes away, and then by morning it's back there. But it's yet it's almost over the top of us. But it is in a notable rotation currently, where now remember Atu and Uri are always right next to each other. They're attached, and that's why Atu is over the top of us, whereas Uri comes in at us, partially over the top of us, and then wheels away to the north. In the early part of the day through the rest of the cycle. And then as the day progresses, Uri spins literally in front of us and then goes all the way to the southwest as the sun sets. And then she goes over the top of it. So it's a really confusing thing. But we've watched the cycle for so many years now, it literally talks to me 3D in my head.
Yeah.
I can see it though too. Like when I see it coming in, I'm like, all right, I gotta watch this, and I just see it go up and over and out, and I'm like, all right.
And that's the 180-day cycle with all the crap and the asteroids and the asteroid field and all of the stuff by the thousands that is going to be very, very close to us and cause the most catastrophes and the weather events. And I think that has a great deal to do with what's going on right after sunset in the south of the part of the United States, where all of a sudden the change in weather is brewing, and with the lightning storms, and the question is our atmosphere being drug up to that 58,000 feet where these supercells are going, which is twice normal elevation. And this is part of what I talk about, where the bodies or the asteroid close passes have got to be pulling the weather up higher, which is creating these large, grapefruit size hail, because it's being pulled so far up there that it has a chance to become softball or apple or grapefruit or small basketball, kids play ball.
So is Brazil flooding now? Did I see something?
Brazil was flooding. They had a huge storm in France again with more gorilla-sized hail. Now remember, that's going to be bad for the wine crop. And it is spring, and they'll be growing those.
Destroying all the young plants,
Yeah, and the buds and everything. And it's happening all over the world. And people need to go out there and look at that. That is the bottom of... Whoa. Okay, the lighting is coming from the upper left. Weird. I'm tempted to say nepacity, but that... Unfortunately, the thumbnail, the green in the corner is working with my eye and the thumbnail behind the picture. I should blow it up. Let me take that green away. I would say that's the bottom of nepacity illuminating, because it is a green rainbow.
Yeah, it's green.
And there's no such thing as a flat, straight line rainbow.
Wow.
That is nice. Nice one, Kitty Joe.
Yeah, bottom of nepacity. Weird that it's there.
Wow.
it could be the bottom of. I don't know. I had to get arguing with my eye. Because that should be there. It could be just asteroids. It could be that have actually gone to the right of the sun, which is also with Uri onset as well. Because there is a big, huge field of
that. Seems to have moved over.
Like, yeah, you're exactly right. It has sort of moved over the top of us, sort of from the left-hand side, and then it's sort of set Nibiru and its Saturn sort of back to the right a little bit oddly. And I'm going to have to incorporate that in the drawing as well tomorrow.
Because I was trying to explain that I'd seen red in the south, and it was in the south again now, just before I came on the show. I mean, how can it still be a red glow there? It was red.
Well, that would be, well, you know, remember that refraction colors. We can't always attribute what planet is by the color, because there is refraction colors. Now, this
the colors are doing my head in this time, because like so much is purple.
Took me years to get that through my head. I can't tell you that was the one that I just could not get through my head for the longest.
I'm going to tell you that this is the long box cube.
Oh yeah, look at that! It's dragging all the way down.
Hey guys,
I'm gonna
go take a lap around the block or something. I need to take a walk. I'm getting a little claustrophobic.
I'll have to say good night as well, so that'll put your down.
Oh, good night, Gillian.
Good night, Gillian.
Down for a second.
In a minute,
okay. I'll try and listen a wee bit, but I do need to go and sleep because I need to be big and strong to work.
That's right. Okay.
When you get outside, do Om chant. Your claustrophobia will go away.
I certainly will. I'm gonna go see. Let's see if there's nothing outside too as well. See if
maybe something's calling you, Jesus.
Maybe. Good night, Gillian. We'll see you later.
Good night, CarolAnne. Good night, guys.
Night.
Night.
Bye.
We'll see you guys
in Saturday.
Okay. Bye. 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 Okay. Got quiet, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I catch myself doing Om chant all the time, and my kids just look at me like, "Dad, are you okay?"
God.
Yeah, just fine, thank you. I'm all the better that I'm doing that. The Om chant really does work, especially if you're barefoot and going outside. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm gonna scream. That's the long box cube.
Wow.
And probably a couple of ships as well, because there's a lot of extra clouding going on here that doesn't account for shape.
Yeah.
And I do think that they are making an effort up there in the upper areas of lower atmosphere close to Earth to sort of hide these things, because we've seen what we call space chemies, and there's I can't attribute it to objects intentionally like natural objects, so that's why we're calling them chemies, because I imagine some of the other ships are leaving trails as well that are fogging up, or intentionally hiding the shape. So sometimes you gotta just stare at stuff for a while and it'll jump at you. I found a lot of things out of the corner of my eye. I'll be doing something else, and then I'll look up and I'll go, "Whoa, I didn't see that before," and it was there the whole time. Right. Like, look at this. We know that there's nothing on the right-hand side of all of the shots except for Saturn's yellow moon, which has the ion tail, which is what's in the background in the upper right corner. But this straight line coming in at that 45, or no, excuse me, it's not even a 45, but like 8-degree angle down.
That
has got to be literally the long box cube in some form, either in the smaller upper middle right or all the way to the middle. I can't even tell you what's causing that. There's nothing that we know of that is coming in from that angle doing that. So it has to be probably the long box cube and several star destroyers.
There's a lot of triangles in there.
It definitely.
Yeah, there is, and I can blow it up even more. And speaking of space chemies, it's like, they're having a drag strip run here. Because there's nothing that is coming in at that angle that we have on any regular basis.
Oh.
And and there's even another illumination rainbow at the bottom, just over in the middle, right between the two pine trees on the bottom right. there's a rainbow area there that which is literally what Katie Joe took a picture of that I was questioning where the hell, what the hell. That could actually be the bottom. Weird, yeah, that could be the bottom of the Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay, all right. Nice.
Excuse me, dry throat. Yeah, that could be the bottom of the Saturn. Other than that, there's nothing that's moving that direction. The only two things that we know are there are Saturn's yellow moon, mostly a Saturn's yellow moon because it's so big, and then the box cube. But there's a lot more here that's going on that we know. So this is like if you could go back to that blow up again.
Sorry.
It's stalling on me. Okay, no, that works. No.
Here's some clips.
I'm stalling.
Oh, are you? Okay.
I am a little
sorry.
bit. Not now, though. I'm good now.
Okay. I'm not on my end, but hey.
Oh, no.
This is not the video I meant to show.
Well, it's probably me. I'm getting.
I clicked the wrong button.
Because I was getting robot voice.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Still skipping a small slide. I think it's me that is my internet maybe.
Okay. Actually, I wanted to show you all what the sky looked for me yesterday. I have a little clip here of what I saw. See what you think, Sam. I love this color of blue, though. That deep blue.
Okay.
Oh, me too. I love it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I still don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it yet.
Well, darn.
Oh, that's easy. That's Tuesday moon.
Yes.
Wow.
All over the place. I thought Yuri might be around too.
Yeah, it's not moving for me. It's locking up.
Bummer.
Yeah, well, they don't want me talking, so they're going to shut me down.
Yeah. Wonder why.
Yeah, that's Tuesday moon and Atu.
Yeah. Right. It was all over the place in all directions. Yes.
I can do something. I can maybe increase my internet here. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Is it better yet?
Are you what?
Well, there's one hop there. I paused my OneDrive. Yeah, that's Atu's moon.
Wow.
Oh, wait a minute. No, that right there is the Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Atu's moon is, believe it or not, on the other side. Yeah, that's the Saturn's yellow moon. Big, huge. Look at the, micro flame-like cloud on the right-hand side of the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can tell a drastic difference in the blue, like dark blue and light.
That's got to be a Saturn or Atu's moon. I got, Okay, wait, next, we're just right of the sun, but that is beyond the sun, which is weird. Yeah, the placement has drastically changed again. But guys, I can absolutely tell you that those are planets. All those tiny clouds beyond the first level of clouds, there are more than one. There's several planets in this shot. And this is an excellent capture. Those are the atmospheres around the nearby close passing planets. See the normal sky at the horizon just above the building is light blue. See the dark blue directly above that? Those are planets.
Wow.
That's like, I like to get when I've been doing it recently, but like I make sure I get a little bit of the horizon in at least, but it's so big that I want to like go above it so I can look up, but like I want everybody to be able to see
and everything on the right, and then on the left, Atu and Atu's moon, or Yuri, and then Atu and Atu's moon is above us, really hard to call now that it's moving. But God, you know, that the secondary cloud scenario way up here in the right corner. Look at the tiny micro clouds up there. That is planet. Those are atmospheres around close passing planets. Because nothing goes above the cumulus nimbus clouds. And if you're seeing micro clouds above the cumulus nimbus clouds, they are not in Earth's atmosphere. And that would be, that dark area would be where the red asteroid would be, on that next to right below the sun, because we know that's where the red asteroid generically is. And then all that would be the side of Uri, etc. And then straight up would be, you see, there's the bottom of Uri, that dark little blue stuff just at the horizon above the house or the building. There's the bottom of Uri right there, that blue on the left. They're getting really photogenic right now because of the distance. They're starting to rise up higher above us, and it's all changing. We're getting such a cool show right now.
Yep.
And it's going to transcend where they're going to get smaller and smaller over time. And if you don't learn to see them, you may miss this. I can't see how anyone could possibly miss this, but there's a very large population of the planet that is not noticing these unbelievably large planets passing just over Earth every day. OMG, as Gillian says.
It's true. What do you think would happen if people found out? Like, you know, if just a bunch of, you know, a good amount of people.
I think we would see a plethora of different opinions. Some would believe it, some would go kooky, and some would never believe it. And there was segments in between the variations of psychological thought and behavior in between. Some people would be really happy about it. Some people would be really freaked out about it. And I think this is probably why the government's done what they've done. But it is the time, like the gentleman on the video that we were watching earlier, it is the time of change. And this change is now. We are going to reset. Earth is going to reset. We are going to have no choice. Everything from now on is changing. And you can either get on board with the real information, or you can buy what they're going to tell you on TikTok or Zulu or whoever or whatever, or Snapchat, or, you know, all of that. Or you can actually listen to the people that have spent 14 years watching it. Because our skies don't look like that in my lifetime.
Yeah, look at that blue color. It's like midnight blue.
Yeah.
Or,
my favorite crayon.
2:00 in the afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a planet on either side of the sun and everything. That's the bottom of Uri again. And Uri is getting smaller. Slowly but surely. Not by a lot, but visibly. She used to be below the horizon. And now that she's rising up, she's getting a little smaller with each passing month. And we'll, you know, keep drawing the monthly drawings for everybody out there and keep going with the science. And whether we get 500 views or 5 million is not up to me. It's up to everybody else out there. We are doing our best. Yeah, there's the blue asteroid is in the sun again. We know the blue asteroid has been crossing the sun for about, 3 weeks, Christoper?
Yeah.
Something like that. The microclouds in the background around the dark areas. Always look at the dark areas. Look at the horizon. Light, baby blue. Up above, passing planets. Dark, shadowy, passing planets. Oh, that sun's almost overhead. Which we haven't seen a high noon since 2011. And we talk about this all the time. The second star and all of this, the whole thing, everything that we know is normal is not normal now, and hasn't been for a decade. And I'm amazed that numerous scientists haven't even tried to start with that topic, like where the sun rises. We noted it in books, and I mean, I was checking the sunrise from 2010 on. And I'm an early riser, so I went out and watched it regularly. I was hoping for something, sighting because of the light angle changes and everything. And then we started noticing that it was coming up way, way to the northeast, and that has never happened in my entire lifetime. So, because I used to go play early morning golf and that, and we'd always know where the sunrise was coming up, and because that way you could get to your area where you wanted to go. And then you knew when the sun came over the mountain, because that's big up here in Montana. Because it's cold until that sun breaks over the mountain. And so over the years, you learn to know where the sun comes in. Kind of schedule your day. And I used to run the mountain, Mount Sentinel, the M as we call it. I'd be up there by 9:30 in the morning, because that's when the sun would break over the light at the top of the mountain. And that way I'd be warm enough to run up the side of the mountain.
Okay.
We learned about that, and it changed in 2011. And that alone should have people curious and realize that the second star is here, and it's way brighter. And people don't think back, 2011, there was a period of that spring through early summer where it was so bright outside, you could not even go out the front door without your eyes just watering. And then you look at your car window tinting, and you could see the circles inside the glass that we can't see now. And that was when the second star got here, and it came to the northern hemisphere. And it was so bright that you'd go outside and your eyes would just water. And that's why I always scream gray, black sunglasses. And speaking of which, I'm going to attempt to get mine back. I lost a pair down the pit, and I've got to find them because those were my favorites. Anyway, it's an old sidebar. Crazy. I'm doing catch-up work. It's yard work from last year, and last year I dropped my glasses down my water pit. Anyway, it's like 7 feet down.
It's strange. I don't know, is it strange or what? But I haven't worn sunglasses in years now.
Oh, I have to have them.
I know. I used to have a million pairs, even. But I listen to these people, and I don't know if this is true or not. But what they explained one time was that sunglasses could heighten your chances of skin cancer, because when your eyes see the sun, it releases a chemical that will, protect your skin from the sun. And when
the part you'd have to worry about is the actual glare on your cheeks just below your eyes, where the angle of light will shine and refract through. Because my father had skin cancer on his face from wearing glasses, and it was right there on that cheek area, just below the eyelid, that little fleshy part. And because of the refractive light that will go through the glass, then it's enhanced, sort of like the old kid with a magnifying glass on a bug, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So he ended up with a little touch of skin cancer on his left cheek from wearing glasses. So that other than that. If you put a little, I recommend, depending on if it's natural rather than metallic, sunscreen, or a hat. That's why I wear a hat. I don't go outside without a hat either, because I have a little bald patch on top. Male pattern baldness, etc. I've had it since the 30s. My little monkey butt or whatever, or my monk hat. I have one of those monk things, and it's not shaven. It's still got hair on it, but anyway. And if I go out there and do yard work for 20 minutes, that top area is on fire. So I always wear a hat.
Right.
And I would, frankly, with the second larger sun, I would wear a hat and long sleeves. I really would. I got tan the other day in 45 minutes.
I know I haven't worn sunscreen or worn sunglasses in years now, so
I don't do sunscreen.
Well, I think about being careful. We don't know what the ramifications of this extra lights. I mean, it's like 73% brighter, and we don't know what it's going to be like when the two stars are both shining on us. And I do believe that the larger star is actually outshining the smaller star, and it might be right visible, and we may not even be seeing it per se. And we've seen examples of it. We've seen 5 examples. So, from South Africa, from Australia. Where else did we get those other examples from? Do you remember, Rebecca? Chris?
For what?
I was just noticing
the two suns.
Katie, or
I believe they were in the southern hemisphere and the equator. Oh yeah, okay. One was Vietnam, one was South Africa, one was Australia, and then there's 2 more. We got 2 more other sightings where we believe we were looking at the actual 2 suns with the much smaller Sol next to the much larger standard red star. And it is falling into, the reason that we say there's sightings is because it is falling into the assumed pattern that it should be doing, and then it matched, and it was like, wow, we have to remember these, we have to document this. So we're about 5 sightings, but I want to keep going, for the next year to absolutely make sure we know what we're talking about. I mean, it's just bad enough saying we have 2 stars, but we have to keep documenting this. So, and I'm 150% sure we have 2 stars because that was what my paper in 1978 was written about, and they don't come slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement. We're talking about a binary solar system. They don't bother a 17-year-old kid in Montana for being wrong, and they only bothered me because I'm right. And so, gotta listen, guys.
I'm curious if that was the green asteroid, Sam. What do you think?
Wow, let me blow this up. It has similarities. Oh, boy. Yeah. Black dots and little white dots around it. Yeah, that would be the green asteroid.
Wow. Neat.
Yeah, and it's entirely, it's going to get bigger this summer, too, so we should see some really good close-up cameos of it here. Do save it. You can mark it as the green asteroid. Because look at the dots, and then there are white dots way around it as well, sort of like the skull and crossbones. You can look on, there's little, on the right-hand picture, there's like 4 poopies. And those could easily be those orbiting, and I'll say this for the 100th time. The green asteroid has these little white orbitoids that just blow my mind. We've got many close-ups over the years of it. Some closer passes, some more far away, some better cameras, some worse cameras. And it's always got these orbitoids that absolutely none of the other asteroids have anywhere close to. And they're these little illuminated and sometimes dark orbitoids. And it freaks me out, but I don't know what the hell it is.
Oh,
I think that's Andy. I think.
Would you take it away for two minutes, Katie, while I take a break real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Hello.
Be right back, guys.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, this is the lighting. The lighting is so weird, everybody. You gotta when it looks weird outside, it's weird because there's shit going on. And this is, of course, light that is shining in between the planets, which is why it looks dark on the left and light on the right. And these are the signs in the sky. And we've never seen normal light. This isn't normal.
Yeah. It's been crazy up there.
It's all right.
Oh, look at that.
That again is the bottom illumination of Nepacity. That's that rainbow base cloud illumination. And you can see it's starting to form the edges. Yeah. Now this, of course, is Attu in the red asteroid, or Attu's moon, excuse me. And the red asteroid is the white area on the left. And then we saw those pictures earlier, but this is another example of it at a slightly different angle, but yet the same cloud pattern. The drop down with the weird, funky butterscotch thing on the side. And this is, again, what we were talking about at the beginning of the program. And this is the snail foot forming. Now, if this picture was taken a little farther to the left, you would have seen far more of that. And the reach up from the red asteroid will actually reach up into Attu's moon. And behind the red asteroid is the Texas cube again. And you can see that just above the white blue cloud in the middle left, there's the little square sticking out from behind it. And that's where the Texas cube has been hiding. Underneath Attu's moon and Cameo. The reason I say Cameo is because that is what's dead center in front of us under the sun, generically in the drawing. For years prior to this, lead asteroid was Cameo dead center. Now that lead asteroid has moved to the right, the center leading asteroid in our out view is currently the red asteroid, which is shown in the monthly site drawings, followed with the spiral asteroid being slightly lower, closer to the horizon and at the left. So Cameo is the word that we use because it's doing its little dance on the stage dead center. That's where the term comes from.
I see. Okay.
And this is a tornado under a supercell, and that supercell very much looks like a close pass of Nepacity. However, I'd have to see the rest of it to call it. Or it could be just a normal supercell. This is a tornado.
Okay. Whoops. Green.
And notice green, open core of Nepacity, which leads me to believe that the close pass of Nepacity has been causing a very large proportion of these freak storms or close passing asteroids. Now, it would be more believable that close pass Nepacity is causing this upper rip into the 58,000 foot cloud level, because we have seen the snorkel effect from planet Nepacity, which is within the norm of the weather patterns that we have documented that it does, which would account for why those supercells are going that high, twice height of normal. So, and then when it pulls away, it rain bombs and it dumps all this rain. And if you take into account the United States, the open core would literally be from Canada to Mexico, and we've seen examples of that as well. So, I can't absolutely call it unless I'm standing there watching it with my very own eyes, but I believe that's what's going on. This is the discharge of the red asteroid to Attu's moon. The Texas cube is in the middle right, just above the tall building on the right-hand side. There's a square. And it is a discharge off of Little Sister and the red asteroid. Probably reaching up to the skull asteroid and waking it up so it can go ha 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 at us as it goes over top in the night, going, "I'm going to eat you soon." Isn't that horrible? Yeah.
No. Hope not.
Watch what happens around Halloween this year. I mean, God only knows. After what we've seen this, spring, with the Devil's Comet and the eclipse and the skull asteroid popping out now making a closer to center Cameo as well. And we saw the skull asteroid the last 3 days in site submissions from members, and so it's completely within the norm of what's going on. And people out there, if you are out looking for the asteroids and stuff, once you see the skull asteroid, oh my God, you'll never forget it as long as you live. Love the music. Turn it up.
All right. We can do that.
I'll talk even faster.
Oh boy.
I would say that this is probably the side of his satum and a feathering. It's a hard call on this one. That's that folding in the sky, right and left. It's folding in front of us. And what's in the upper middle, above the wires? What is that? Yeah. Is that the long box cube? Is that an asteroid? It could be lead asteroid, but it's too small.
It looks like lead asteroid to me, but I'm not sure.
But it's kind of small.
Yeah.
But it does look like lead asteroid.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know where this captures from. Oh, that's easy. That's the bottom of Nepacity for sure. Another close pass, you guys. And I think Nepacity is partially responsible for all this freak weather. And I mean, a hailstorm from hell in France all the way. And, oh God, look at that!
I had this going on yesterday.
Look how that flattens out.
Yeah.
What's going on? Like, you think it's Atu, maybe, or?
It could, because it is. The light is behind us. Yeah, this could be at the bottom of that too.
Anytime I see this, it seems to me like that something's incoming. Whether it's out of view, above, or behind, but something seems
right.
To
well,
be
look at the sky color, but you can't see because it's all storm laden. Yeah, I believe the upper area is Atu, and this is probably the base cloud of Atu. And in the middle of that core is probably the red asteroid, just above the light post. And the building of the snail foot, but the snail foot is at the horizon behind the tree.
Okay. Wow.
And this, of course,
Seems
is
like
Atu's moon.
I see mostly those big white.
This is Atu's moon, and of course the red asteroid again is in the middle left. Right there, middle left, that big circle. Middle left is red asteroid with bubbly, slightly illuminated white-bottomed Atu's moon, and you can see the craters in the upper right corner.
Kind of like that.
Those are really nice pictures. Whose are they? PLM.
Love the music.
We don't know.
I don't recall. Sorry. I don't know.
PLM. Thank you.
Right. It's like I think I know, but.
Great picks, just
right.
Whoever they are, PLM, great picks.
He's like a
yep, that white illuminated inside is Atu's moon, very, very big. And again, this is illuminated area inside is Atu's moon. Just at sundown, and that's why the illumination on the bottom left, the sun is setting in the west to our left, so we're looking north.
Oops.
You just got to learn to look at the dark areas, Pilgrim. I was just going to say that, and then I sort of went into a John Wayne joke, but anyway.
It's funny because yesterday I had the opportunity to meet one of our old members, Nancy Green there.
Yeah, I saw the pictures. Very nice.
Yeah, she drove by and stopped by on the way, so I had a chance to go talk to her, had dinner, and we were talking about it. But her brother was with her.
Oh, yeah.
And we were having a back and forth that she had just seen Atu's moon on the way to me, and she sent me those pictures while she was fueling up, and I was like, yeah, it's definitely Atu's moon.
This is Nepenthe core.
We started talking, definitely Nepenthe, but we were talking about, she was teaching him, the brother, how to look for the dark areas. He's like, I never thought of looking at the dark areas. I always go looking at the light. That's what everybody goes to. And right. We sat there talking about it. She said, if my sister hadn't told me earlier, I always focus on the light or any other thing, but you never look at the dark areas. And he says, and she was right. There's clearly a dark circle right in the middle. He said, it was interesting to see that, because once you get that notion of starting to look at the dark areas, you just kind of, the sun becomes like a secondary thing that you see or even don't see, once you start noticing the dark areas, because it's so easy.
This picture is a great example.
Yes, it's so easy to overlook. If you're looking at the sun, yes, and if you're looking at the sun, you will immediately
you're going to notice the wrong planet.
It's so easy to overlook this if you're looking at the light. So easy to overlook it. So train yourself, guys. Dark areas first. Forget about the sun. Forget about the sun. Just look at the dark areas. Yeah, I heard. I heard she was running in a hurry. Sorry, we talked for hours. I think we were at the Alexandria. I think we were at the restaurant talking for like 3 hours. So. Sorry.
Your fault.
Maybe next time, as I was telling your mom, Alexander, maybe next time we'll all get the chance to kind of meet up or something. So
So where does Nancy live again?
She lives in Idaho, but she's way up, which is a state right above me. But she lives on the way up in the northern side of it, so she's closer to the border of Canada, I guess, than she is to me. So it was a good 12-hour drive, but she was going to Arizona, so she stopped. And I've known her for the longest time. Her and Carol were one of the first peoples that I've met, and it's just really nice to have gotten to meet her personally.
Yes.
I was worried because you think. I was thinking, I hope that we connect the same way we connect online. I hope that personally it comes through the same way. And oh yeah, absolutely. We hugged it out, and then we talked, and as soon as we sat down, it's like that connection just kind of rolled over into more personal, and it was really nice. I loved it. I loved it. I hope we maybe in the future get to do like a meet and greet somewhere where we all kind of.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
I wish we weren't so spread out. Yeah, I wish.
But eventually, if things go well, we can maybe put aside, some kind of fund. That way, we can fund everybody's thing. I'm not talking near future. I'm talking about, if things kind of go well, we can put a little fun, because it is nice, if we all kind of meet each other, because we've known each other for so long. I've known Nancy and Carol, at least 6 years, and it's really nice to have had that personal time with somebody. It's one of the first times that I talked.
There are members that go back 10 and 12 and 14 years too.
Exactly. So it is nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks.
It was really nice. I enjoyed myself very much.
Well, that's why, at some point I would, my daughters are getting older and I wouldn't have to travel with them. I could actually leave for a weekend and they, wouldn't burn the house down or anything crazy like that. And set them up with enough beaches. I'm joking. And where we could all travel to someplace and have a comic. I mean, we do need to look into a Comic-Con, and that's only, of course, after we become affluent and well known enough that we can actually transport a decent computer system where we could put on an adequate display. And depending on we'd have to go and find out what materials available for us to use, what media that would be there at each show or whatever. But or we could even do it through discussion. But I'd like to have some form of way that we could display our collective works. Even if we just even show some of our older videos. Or do you have a short, by the way?
I do, actually.
That silent short that you put up. Because we do need to share your shorts, and people, we need to boost the Nibiru Followers Anonymous YouTube view count.
Yeah.
So I would ask each of you, if you're not watching your show and you're looking forward to hearing from us and you're waiting for our next show, go to the YouTube channel, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and watch some of the older material, because you learn every time. I still watch all this stuff over and over again.
I'll go ahead and show the one I had.
Or, go to Radio Wasteland on YouTube and look at my old videos, my old shows, because there's maybe something that you missed in one of the topics that, Chauncey would ask me.
I was fond of this one. I don't know. I picked out all the best little clips I could find, the weirdest ones I could find. Took me forever to find them all, but yeah. Wait, watch this. It's gonna blink. I didn't do that. It did that.
Yeah. It's so crazy when it happens, and it pulsates.
Yes. Yeah. Or watch this one. It's getting ready to move. It's gonna watch. Just watch. What's happening?
And now remember, the light is not that big. You're seeing a flaring because it's being cut off. There's a planet cutting into the sunlight to make it change that shape and keep belling out and hourglassing and turning into a lemon and getting square. I remember years ago people were talking, the sun is square. That's because there were so many things, and what the lead object was below it. And Yuri was presided on one side, and Nibiru was presided on the other side, and defensively was over the top. Yeah, I love this shot. And there was actually 4 objects around, and the sun was square. It's like, well, doesn't that tell you something? And nobody would comment on it.
just noticed Christoper is gone.
I think you got claustrophobic too.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh gosh.
Unfortunately, I don't get to. He's in live action. It's on me. I'm getting one little picture at a time here.
Oh no! Shoot.
Gravity would. No! Electric universe! And once you take that gravity out of your brain, you get answers. That's when the Saturn's yellow moon was over the top of the sun. That's where you see the winged planet. Because the sun is actually setting, and that illumination was the Saturn's yellow moon that you thought was the sun, what we were just looking at.
There he is. Welcome back, Chris. Always.
Illuminated asteroids.
You're on
We
mute,
can't
buddy.
hear you.
Yeah, you're on mute, Mike. Yeah, you're muted.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't let me
Christoper,
undo.
you are muted.
Yeah.
Oh, and then he went out. He said, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the Saturn's yellow moon over the top of the sun. That is the lead asteroid that's center crossing in front of the sun. And then lead asteroids on the right picture. The left picture on the top is the Saturn's yellow moon with the eye, or Saturn with the ion tail. Bottom left is the Saturn's yellow moon, and the bottom right is its Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon in 2019. Big three lower left. See, we learned all of this. We watched it year after year after year. Onset Yuri, last thing I'm seeing because it's stalled again.
Life is all about love.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
already
on my
getting
red.
zonky.
On my red picture. It was Valentine's, I think last year, and I made a red video.
I like your holiday themes. Sometimes.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, sweet. Thanks.
That's a great one.
Yeah. I like all the ones, all the fads, that everybody's doing. What's it called? I forgot. Oh well.
I don't even know. I'm not even with it.
I know. It's like
with the times. I don't even know.
Yeah, there's certain ones that everybody's doing at that particular time. I gotta do it too.
Be prepared. I am stalling out again.
Uh-oh. Okay, Sam. Yeah, you would not think about. I know people are always asking, like, well, when you're in a plane, you can't see them, I'm like, oh, you're seeing them, you just don't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if once you realize that if you're above the clouds, like this plane is, you're above the normal clouds. So everything you're seeing above that is in space. And I go back to an old movie in the 80s where they're flying in a plane. Go back to the 90s in an old movie where they're flying in a plane and they look out the window with the camera. You'll see the clouds below you, but you'll see clear sky above. Not now, because each planet has its own distinctive base cloud and atmosphere around each of these planets. And a lot of the time, no matter where you look and when you walk out your front door, there is a planet around you now. And you can see at the horizon of this airplane shot at the yellow area, that is the normal sky. Everything above it is close passing planet.
Well, there's a level of disbelief.
You're always going to learn to look at the horizontal color.
There's a huge problem with disbelief, and I can totally get that. And I was having this conversation yesterday with Chris, is that once you get over that level of disbelief, because this shit's nuts. Let's just call it what it is. It's nuts. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Some of the shit I've seen, I'm like,
yes, it is.
Sometimes I go home after one of these days. I go home and I'm like, I'm just shaking my head. It's like for hours. I'm just sitting there like shaking my head, like, did I really just fucking see what I just? Excuse me. Did I really just?
You're looking at it right there.
But it's just a level of disbelief, and I think that's where people get stuck. This is impossible. Gravity would not allow this to happen.
Yeah.
We wouldn't survive this. So there's a huge level of disbelief, and I think that's that's a big problem that we need to. That we really need to get over. Like, it doesn't matter what they've told us. What are you seeing? What are your eyes seeing? Like, you have to, you can only go by what you're seeing and what you observe. Who cares what NASA, what they taught us? Who cares about that? What makes it any different if you're seeing it? If you see a duck walking like a duck, it's a freaking duck. Get past the disbelief, guys. Get past all that. This idea that nothing happens beyond our atmosphere is total bullshit. There's a lot that happens beyond our atmosphere.
And we've documented it for 14 years.
Yes, we have.
We'll say hi to David.
Hi, David.
Hi, David.
Hello, David.
Yeah, and you look back at our older material and you go, and we show it and we show it and we show it and we show it. And I still think this is a glass double and then some. That one is not. That's an object crossing in front of the sun. Why it looks like there's two suns.
Which one? I gotta get back to that one you're talking about. Oh, I guess I went back too far. I'm just curious which one you're talking about.
I guess, Carol, you did catch that?
That one?
This one?
No, not that one.
Yeah, that one.
No, not that one.
Oh.
One or two more. Okay, that's two planets. Yeah, that. Go back.
No, sorry.
Does it jump bigger than that?
Let's try it again. I think I know which one you're talking about. But it's the one I'm thinking of. I saw it on video. I have it on video. We'll see here in a second. Not this.
Not that one. No.
Not this. This.
Not that one. That one. Yeah. Now look at. Oh, you lost it. Look in the middle and look at the orange.
This one?
That is lead asteroid crossing in front of a much larger sun, which makes it look like two suns underneath the bottom of Nepesity.
Thank you,
There's
CarolAnne.
an orange round lead object dead center in the sun, and it's making that look like two suns. And I said, when the day guy, and then this picture is 2021, I think. And I remember the moment I saw it, because I saw on my large screen, I see the orange circle in between the two. Because I knew I knew that sun separation wasn't going on, and I knew that there was, because this is equal illumination, and if it was the lead asteroid on the left-hand side at that time, it wouldn't have been equally illuminated. So therefore, I did see the circular orange object in between the two suns, which tells me that it is the lead object in front of a much larger sun, and it makes it appear like two stars, but it's not.
So one is the lead object and one is our sun?
No, the dead center between the two is the lead object. That's the orange thing in the middle. And it is cutting off the light of the sun, so you see two, because it's dead center. And you can see it on, I got a large, 43-inch screen.
Right. No, I mean, but I have it on video. Like, I've seen this on video, and it showed one coming out before the other. Let me see
Yeah,
if
and
I
it
can
would.
find
It would, because it would be cutting in. The lead asteroid would be cutting in. You'd see one, and then the lead asteroid move in front, and then you see the second one. Once it got to the middle.
I'll see if I can find it. It's been a couple of years since I've had
Okay,
that.
well, no hurry, no worry.
But I'm just curious.
But I can see the orange object, circular orange object in between the two suns.
Yeah.
So I know what it is.
That
That's again a pinch. That's a pinch. That's a pinch. That's a red asteroid. That's the Empire orb.
Come check this.
And is that a Burger King t-shirt? Asteroids under Uri. The spiral asteroid is right out in the middle lower. That's the site of Uri also, and that rounded, that rainbow rounding is the tan asteroid on the side of the Salamander asteroid group. Attu's moon and Nepacity. And then notice the real sky. I was just gone there for a second, I think. My picture was blank and then came back. I just, you see it 14 years and it's real. Come on, guys, wake up. Everybody, come on, let's go.
Right. I'm ready. I'm wide awake.
Well, I looked up, everybody's looking down. It's like, come on.
This is that video. Here, that's that video. What do you think?
Yeah, there's an object in between.
Okay.
See it?
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I do, but is this the same then, or?
That's lead asteroid in front of the sun.
Wow. Okay.
Yep, that's lead asteroid. Yeah, it's the same thing. Lead asteroid crossing in front of the sun. That's a glass double.
Good.
The illumination matches and size matches. If it had a different illumination and a different size, then it wouldn't be a glass double. This is January 2023.
That's gonna be one of my own.
When we're in winter orbit. Yeah, I agree with that. That's
the Nibiru pictures just wow, absolutely just wow.
Yeah, that is literally that's in the top 10 for sure.
And
I love that. I use that picture all the
think
time.
about how big Saturn has gotten, and just to tell the moon is barely visible in that picture.
Yeah, and the biggest we've ever seen it. I'm in awe. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Even though part of me, goes, "Oh shit, we're in trouble." And it's dire, and it's there is that unknown fear factor, and which is part of the reason that we got to talk to people as much as we do, try and warn everybody that we are in for events that we have no understanding of yet. Look at the hailstorms, look at the flooding, look at the dire winds and African dust storms, and oh my God, and they're still revamping the hurricane season. Which, by the way, starts in, let me see, look at the calendar here. Oh, in about 20 days. So we're going to start seeing new, now there is a new development as well. There's an odd cooling that's going on in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of the eastern seaboard in the United States. And it's a little unusual. And I haven't studied into it enough to comprehend why it's occurring.
But wouldn't that be a good thing, Sam, or is that what
will happen when the rotational storms come off the coast of Africa and goes across the Atlantic Ocean, the average normal storms, depending, they search for warm area to travel, and if they run into a cold front, they're going to be steered straight across the equator rather than arc their way up into the Atlantic. where they would usually, that's what they call a fish storm. So we will have, because of that cold, we are going to have less fish storms and more direct storms that develop into the Caribbean. So you'll probably see a longer prolonged development of those circular rotational low pressure systems off the coast of Africa, and they might be elongated to a farther duration where they could build to a class 5, or maybe what they're talking about, a class 6, which is it doesn't exist, but they're about to talk about class 6 hurricanes. And we could see the formation either off the northern coast of South America, the Yucatan Peninsula over Cuba, or directly developing right into Florida because of that cold pressure system on the eastern South Carolina all the way up to New York State, etc. Cold area that might create a front for them not to dissipate into, but to directly challenge them straight across the latitudes.
Good night,
so we
Dave.
might see, we might even see, it might even be worse.
So, okay, so at this point, this wonky stuff, none of it could be good, or...
Well, we're moving from the El Nino to the La Nina, and that's the cooling off the western coast of South America, and therefore the troposphere area, and the weather that is continually jumping over the Rockies of the Mexican Peninsula that never used to dump into the Gulf of Mexico before, but is now doing, which is also adding to the storms that we're seeing from Texas all the way to Wisconsin and Minnesota. All of that may change, but we'll see. If that both of that continues, then we'll see a direct correlation between an incoming storm from the east and meeting that front of moisture from the west, which it could also super involve a hurricane into a much larger than normal scenario as well. Now, if that dissipates due to the transition between the El Nino at the equator at South American west coast, where that temperature cools down, therefore stops fueling that avenue eddy over the Mexican Rockies, and our jet stream mellows out from the west going over the U.S., that would help. But if we got all of these systems dumping everything into the center of the Gulf of Mexico, you'll see Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, Cuba storms from hell. So, it remains to be seen. Now, they're saying that the La Nina, the cooling period, because El Nino is heating up, La Nina is cooling, which is, they say it's going on in the Atlantic. Back to that again. Now, if that is quick and it onsets as they expected it to, then we've got an increased number of hurricanes, for one. But it just depends on pathway exchanges on it, and if they're doing it both at the same time, then we're going to probably see a real scenario that's just beyond anything we can even imagine. And like I said, possible category 6, massive. If it comes across the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Africa, dumps into the Caribbean or northern South America, and then rotates and stalls, because the left hand side and the right hand side and all of this weather is just shoving it in together. We don't know how fast that'll move, and a slow moving huge giant hurricane is way more destructive than a quick shearing hurricane that'll hit land and then break apart. But we have seen evidence of on-land hurricanes and continued low pressure system formations that used to break up but don't now, including the formation of northern hemisphere hurricanes that they're not calling hurricanes. Now, Europe is still naming those storms, but we stopped naming them because people started paying attention to them. And part of that's part of what we went through for the last 2 weeks, was low pressure systems causing supervortexual storms that they're not discussing.
Unbelievable.
Well, when you get a central core low of 950 millibars in the core of a low pressure system, you've got a rotational hurricane developing. And on land in the northern hemisphere, never, ever, ever used to exist. Not 950, 940 millibars. Now you go down to 950 10 or 20 or so. I'm not a major meteorologist, but I know my stuff. But when you go way lower millibars, and you're looking at a larger class of hurricane, and you get a vortexual rotational storm, and we've been seeing that. And there's 2 over the United States right now as we speak. One literally over Missouri right now, and one over Colorado. I did my homework.
One more question, and
one more thing: the computer models are not showing those low pressure system rotational vortexes. They're omitting them in the computer graphic models, and they shouldn't be.
Of course they are. Or they're, well, I mean, I know some of them could be
They're
glitches.
downplaying them.
That's when
they're downplaying them.
Yeah. I think the answer to this question is obvious, but I don't think that we've actually really said it directly. These latest CMEs, they're definitely related to the sun separation, right?
I would imagine. Yeah. Well, look at the burst, and it did burst to the right. Earth facing, and now we do believe that the larger second sun is exiting to the right and up towards Earth partially, but it's going to go over to our right because it came from our lower left, and we don't expect a direction change at any point. So during the multi 7, 8, 9 year process where we went past the halfway point, like 7 years in, and so I'm thinking another 7 years out. I no telling what if we're on year 1, 2, or 3 or where, but it's going to go away from us to the right. Or actually, the way I look at it is Earth and our solar system going through them, where we're actually traveling down and to the left. So that star and the planets and all of that are going to go up and to the right. And it's just point of view in the 3D process in your brain. And so we don't know how close it's going to come to Earth on exit. We don't know if there's going to be a thread electrical attachment and partial roll. We do know that once the second star leaves our solar system close proximity, that all the normal planets and Earth will tip back, maybe. We don't know. But we know that when the second larger star got here and became under Earth and everything, all the normal planets' axes tipped. Even NASA reported that. They did a quick thing on it. They talked about it. All the axes are now illuminating, do these weird things, blah, blah, blah. They take credit for the information, but they don't explain why. Because if they did, if you connected the dots, then you'd know there's a larger body that is creating this event. And this is also part of where we discussed climate change, and all the planets are heating up. I was watching this program.
And the unraveling of the lies would
right, and even Neptune. Neptune, it took 2 years after the second star got here, and you NASA boys who may be listening, this is the answer why it took 2 years for Neptune to warm up, because Neptune is quite a ways away from the second star, but actually Neptune has warmed up, but it was slower than the rest of the planets. And it did warm up and is warming up, and it's of course the methane gases and everything else.
That's right. I was reading an article about Neptune warming up. That's right.
Yep. All the planets are heating up.
I did not put that together. I mean, I know everything is warming up, but
how else can you explain that?
But Neptune being far from the sun, being one of the furthest one from the sun, explains why now.
Well, every 4,000 years we have climate change.
That's crazy. I didn't even think about that.
Mycenaeans.
It's probably been warming up for a long time, but it's only recently started to warm up.
Catastrophic change at 8,000 years, catastrophic change at 12,000 years, catastrophic change at 16,000 years ago, catastrophic change at 20,000 years ago, catastrophic change at 24,000 years ago, the ending of the Ice Age.
Hey, Rebecca, I don't know what you're going to show next, but if you get a chance, would you put that still shot of Saturn's yellow moon from that video?
It's so cool.
Because I want to discuss the
Sure.
I want to discuss the view of that picture because I think it'd be a good teaching.
Golf drop number 2.
I'm not totally sure, but I'll find it. I mean,
okay, so that video that I sent you with the also a picture. If you want, I could just send it to you again. I'll just send it to you again.
Okay. Hello, Randall Stewart. How are you tonight?
Hi, Randy. Hi, Rockin' Randy. Good to see you.
Hey, it's Rockin' Randy.
It's
Welcome to
Rockin'
the
Randy.
program.
Yeah, good to see you, Randy. And that brings me to, we also have another guest that's here ready to join us.
Oh,
so
cool.
let's go ahead and bring her on. It's you all are familiar with Tara, I'm sure.
Oh, Tara.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get Tara in here.
Are we meeting Tara for the first time here?
Yeah, it's her first visit.
Yeah. I knew that before I asked, but I was,
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get her on here. So
very much welcome, please.
Hi, Tara. Wow.
Hi, Tara.
Here she is.
Hi.
Hi, Tara.
So you are real. You're not a bot then. Okay.
She's real.
I never thought that for a
tonight?
second. I'm just teasing.
Are you? You're in Texas, right?
I think she's on mute. She's on mute. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Tara. Yeah. It says you have to unmute yourself.
We still can't hear
There
you.
she is. Try it now.
No.
Nothing yet. You might have to leave and come back in. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it does happen on StreamYard.
Your first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a settings switch where you can adjust your microphone. You click on settings and then you go to audio.
She'll get it.
Yep. I have every faith in her technological skills.
Yes, I know it. Here, let's try it again.
And don't get nervous.
Not
it's
yet.
okay. We all go through it.
Yet. Huh. She'll figure it out. I know she will.
Okay.
It's first
Not
time.
yet. Sorry.
It's a bumpy road sometimes.
I had a problem my first time too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I did too.
know.
I had
A
to
lot
go
of
in like
people
3
did,
times.
actually. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Audrey. My video is fabulous. Well, thank you. Thank you. That's like one of the things I really enjoy the most. Like of all the projects I have, it's the videos. I love it.
Oh, you're amazing.
Go to the settings at the bottom of the page, that little cog, click on the settings, and then you may have to adjust your audio manually. There'll be settings, and there'll be a selection on audio. Click on the audio once you're in the page, and then it'll ask some part of it will say automatic or manual, and you want to click on manual and then adjust your volume dial. I had to do that. We went a month or so without me doing that, and I had terrible mic.
Okay.
If you're on a computer, raise 1 finger. If you're on a laptop, raise 2. If you're on your phone, raise 3.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? That's a good way, Chris. Can you? I think she can.
You got a shadow there, Christopher.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or something. Let me see.
We've got techno Gregorian chant in the background. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Love it. I wish I could hear it better. I think I heard you.
I think I heard you.
I think I did too.
There you go.
Talk. Speak.
Say
something.
What?
Now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yay! Hi, Tara.
Hi, Tara.
She's here. Yeah.
Hello, Tara. Nice to meet you.
So, and
Nice
you're
to
in
meet
Texas,
y'all.
right? Aren't you on Texas?
Yes.
Have you on?
Okay.
I'm Texas, and I think we see a lot. Even though when I first started learning about this, I was like, man, we're down low. We're
Yes.
south.
Right.
But I can't imagine what you guys see, considering I've been seeing a lot lately. Today was boring. I had a clear sky. I was like, what?
Same here.
Yeah.
Same here. So
Yeah, sometimes you have to wait and then it happens.
Now. Thank y'all for having me.
I know. Tell me, okay, you've been, how did you find us? How did you find us?
I found one of your TikToks. You were promoting your 30 days live. So it's been about 2.5 months or so.
Great.
And I don't know, just you did a quick synopsis and I've been hooked ever since. Like it just sunk in. I started watching the sky immediately within the first, I watched your first couple of podcasts. What? And it took a week or two to really sink in. And then I started seeing it and I was like, oh my goodness. And, I still have some questions that I can't wrap my head around and don't know how it works. And I can't, Chris and Jesus have been great here lately, especially helping me try to see stuff. I'm like, when am I going to get to the point where I can look at these pictures and know what I'm looking at? I just know when I'm looking at not us. That I do know.
Right.
But it's just, it's inherent in me. Like I know this is not, I'm old enough to know this is not what the skies always look like.
That's good.
I'm noticing it when I see ads on TV and movies and pictures of the sky. Oh, there's my cat. Sorry.
Oh, planet just went by. It just went dark. I saw it. Oh. Planet cat. Planet cat.
I don't know about you guys, but I notice it on TV. Even I'm like, I see it.
Yeah, the Jolly Green Giant vegetable commercial, especially recently. The guy's going canned vegetables, and they're showing it, and right behind that cow sits, it's Satham's yellow moon on the skyline, and it's just like, how could you miss that? It's in TV, it's in movies for years now, and this is why we go back to some of these older movies, and I see the sky scene, and I go, I know when that was filmed,
I bet. Yeah.
You get to the patterns, and once the trick is, and I don't know how it is for you, if you can get a copy of the monthly site drawing and learn which planets are on which side of the sun, because that's always constant, even as the day changes. Each month, I draw a new drawing with the monthly changes, because there are some minor changes every month, and then once you understand. There you go. Thank you, Katie Jo. Go, put that a little closer. Once you understand what planet is generically on which side of the sun, you'll start to identify it, and you'll learn different shadowing techniques and learning about the light. How they're in between us and the sun generically, so we're seeing the dark sides of them. Which is why everything is so immensely dark. And that's why I always say, look for the dark areas first. And then figure out, okay, I know what's on the right-hand side of the sun should be a Saturn's yellow moon, especially currently. And then you see the ion trail going off across the sky, and you immediately go, oh my God. And then as Jesus's video showed from earlier part of the show, is Saturn's yellow moon is massive right now. And you'll see that illuminated side, and then you'll see the dark backside of it, which can't occur in normal empty sky nor normal clouds. And if you, Rebecca, if you could show that again, just so that she can see what I'm talking about, Jesus's video.
Which one?
The one that
Jesus,
one that we were just talking about, Rebecca.
Yeah. Let's see if this is the one that. Okay, let me go back and. Bear with me. Is it this one? I don't have them labeled exactly.
No, I'm due for another Coke.
Nope, it's not that
no,
one.
not that one.
No.
Yeah.
I sent you at the same time. I sent you this.
Yeah, it's okay. It's this one, I think. We'll see. Yes.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay.
Now the illumination is on the left. That's being lit up, but we're seeing the back side of it. So that whole gray, black, blue area is Saturn's yellow moon, and the dark blue area below it is a Saturn.
Okay.
Yeah, it's huge.
See how it's separated by.
I don't get anything that blatant here. I definitely get different colors of blue in the sky. I definitely get, especially up above, where I can see it clear as day. There's lines of demarcation. And
yeah, I was just gonna say that you could see right here the line, the terminator line from night and day.
Yeah.
You know, you can see what's in shadow and what's illuminated to that. You know, and take pictures and take video, because our eyes miss a lot, Tara. Like,
yeah, if you could show that short of a Saturn's moon and a Saturn that you just made like this week or so.
Yes. Oh, I think I know which one.
That's incredible.
The one with the older flame-like Saturn drawing, and then you did all of that. It had Nicole's video in it and all of that.
I got it. Okay.
And so this way Tara can learn what is Saturn's yellow moon looks like, and it is on the right-hand side of the sun. And once you learn which planet is on which side of the sun, and then once you start to pay attention to where the asteroids are, and then you'll learn the smaller crossing ones, and then before you know it, it'll pop into your brain and you'll see it automatically. It's a learning process.
Yes.
On the right-hand side of the sun.
Look at that. It is similar. So wouldn't you say like Jesus's capture is a little bit closer than this
right,
one?
It's way over the top of us now and big. And it did that within the last week.
Rebecca, I haven't had a chance to rewatch all of Saturday's show, and I missed a lot of it.
Sure.
Did you have a chance to show that picture where the sun looked like a hat, and you came back and you edited it for me, and you said it was, you told me what it was. I didn't know if that had anything to do with this or not. You know what I'm talking about? The one where the sun's almost set?
Kind of.
Now, Tara, do you see the light illumination on the left?
I do.
Okay, that's where the sun is, and so we know that this rotational, and it increases size over the day as well as the transition of where the sun moves from the eastern sky. Now, this is a vertical where you were seeing the effect that was a rare vertical, but this is more like what we see regularly.
So
now, that is
the
very
moon
close,
is mostly covered with those flame-like clouds.
And now remember, and they wrap around is Saturn on two sides, but currently we're only seeing a one-sided effect in our out view. And that's why Saturn is the winged planet. And we got pictures going back many years where you could see the two tails coming off of Saturn's yellow moon and wrapping fully around on both sides of Saturn, way back when it was a lot smaller. Now it's so big, we only see one side of the ion tail wrapping Saturn. And that's because Saturn's yellow moon is very facially close to the planet per se, where most moons are farther away. Saturn's yellow moon is very facially close, and it puts off that wraparound winged ion. We don't even know why it does what it does, but it does it. And we watched it when it came in, God, all the way back to 2015 and 16. Was when we first started seeing the wraparound winged planet. And we knew that Nibiru was giant and huge and everything else because of off-world information as well. And then we knew that Nibiru was not the red winged planet like misnomer internet information tells everyone. And we spent years trying to debunk that so people could actually listen. And then we have pictures of Nibiru land masses and all kinds of stuff going back many, many years. We have so much information, there's no way for us to adequately share it all. It's kind of a pity.
Where do you start?
I still want to see, I don't know if y'all ever have posted any in any of your groups, but I know, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be like a broken record.
Oh, no worries.
I don't understand how, like, even amateur people that have their own observatories and stuff didn't see them coming in, like when they were looking through telescopes and stuff.
Because your standard effect is people expect to see what's in Hollywood. You expect to see
just a round planet that you
big
you can
round
make
planet
out,
with whatever
like
color and land masses. And that's not all of these planets have their own atmospheres, and they're all uniquely individual. Now, when they were smaller, way out in space, 2011, 12, 13, 14, we did see them like that. And we have many pictures going back when they're way, way smaller, where they were not necessarily wrapped in clouds or atmospheres. And then we've got many pictures where they were as well. And there was some wiggling, even in a full-on broad, very nice close-up of Nibiru. And I stared at the picture for probably 3 to 5 years before that I saw cloud-encased Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon right next to it, right in front of it. And I didn't see it for 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then one day I'm just sort of like, looking down, and I look up and I look down, and I'm writing something on the notepad, and then I look up and it's like, that's Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon right there. And I've stared at it for years and I didn't even see it. And so there's stuff I still miss.
Because they blend in.
Yeah, and not only that, the eye, if you don't understand it, your eye doesn't see it. You don't rationalize what you're looking at.
But
somebody had a good
Sam. What's his name? Your old partner, and I know
James.
His theory was, and I kind of see some valid point to this theory. The sea trails. There was a time where the sea trailing was way heavier, and I was a little bit hit earlier on with all this stuff. He said those were the days of the heavier sea trailing, because we don't see now as much as we used to.
Where the particulate in the air is so thick, it's harder to see out of, and that's why it is harder for folks at sea level or in Texas to see the planets, because you're looking through more crud in the air way higher up. And that's why Jesus and myself, he's even higher up than I am, he gets better views than I do. And the higher up you are, the easier they become to see. And that's why the trick, you always have to start looking at the dark, and don't sunblind yourself, otherwise you won't see anything. But look at the dark areas, and usually, and don't forget to look straight up, because most people, they look out, not up. And we're not taught to do that because it's uncomfortable. Now, here's an example. This is a nighttime version.
I've been taking nighttime photos.
Night. Oh yeah.
I've been seeing this all lit up. I took a couple pictures just last few nights ago. The sky is like lit up at night.
Yeah, and that is because your Earth is on the dark area. We've turned away from the sun. We're on the dark side. And yet these planets are above us, and the bottom of them is still being illuminated.
They're still reflecting.
Right, and we see that illumination, which is why the birds are singing at 3 o'clock in the morning.
They think it's almost sunrise. Yeah.
They see the light that we don't see. Our eyes, human eyes, are limited compared to birds.
It's crazy.
We see a tiny part of the spectrum.
And we have so much evidence of this going back for so many years where all of this ties in. And otherwise, we are at fact. We have 14 years. We have doing this every day for 14 years, and our culmination of experts here. And believe me, we've proven it. And here it is, another example. You're seeing the bottom of a planet. And yes, they are that darn close.
There's a very clear line underneath that too. There's a under at the very bottom.
Yeah, you can see the rounded edge of these huge, immense sky-filling passing planets.
And you can see the colors there too.
Oh yeah.
Like even at night.
In 2018,
their individual atmospheres over and over.
2018, I saw Attu's moon so close that it came above me, and it's really, that year was especially very close.
Yeah, I remember that. It's like you could tie a string on it and pull it down.
Right around sunrise, it dropped the temperatures so much that I had to go inside. I couldn't hold my camera anymore because my fingers were just frozen almost. But I could literally see the craters of Attu's moon above me. Like I could see it with my naked eye. I couldn't.
I missed that time.
Camera, because it was still, the lighting was still kind of dark. My camera wasn't that great at the time. It didn't pick it up that well. Although I do have video of it somewhere.
It's like sitting under the Goodyear blimp, and you could just reach up. I
literally see the craters with my naked eye. It was the craziest thing. It was the craziest.
And we'll see that this year with this Isatum's yellow moon. It is within the next month or 2 or 3. We're going to see very close passes of Isatum's yellow moon, and God only knows what it's going to do. We don't have any knowledge of the base cloud of a close pass. We have, we've got an idea. I got some pictures today of the bubbling that is going on, and I'm going to have to put a collection of those together because I only got 2 or 3 today. But it's woohoo! Here it comes.
I don't want to imagine, Sam.
Me neither.
What it's going to be like to have basically a third moon in close proximity to us. It's going to mess with our mood. So be prepared, guys. As the Saturn's moon will come closer and closer.
Yeah, tidal.
Those mood swings, those feelings of hopelessness, all those feelings that we have.
Body aches, nausea, seasickness, ears ringing,
be prepared
headaches.
for that. And remember that it's external.
Sinus pressure.
Try to.
So today I couldn't breathe through my nose. I was like, "What's going on?"
Yeah, you will deal with it. If you're sensitive enough to be here and know that something is happening, you are gonna feel the effects of it very much so.
And if you are suffering a point of melancholy or extreme hopelessness, where you're just going, "What the hell is wrong?" Talk to somebody. Go outside. Put your bare feet on the ground, even off your front porch or steps or whatever. Just bare feet on the ground, and then go out and breathe, and realize that it's not you; it's outside affecting you. Because we've the CMEs, even Gillian's been going on about it, and she's rightly so and happily so. There's a change and a transition in the electricity and I was talking today about the Schumann resonance and everything in Maria in Alaska, and the Schumann resonance went whoppers again today. So remember, electrical events are occurring. This is partially what's going on. I mean, look at that damn storm that went through all of our Midwest all for the last 2 weeks. Highly, massively electrical, flashing, unbelievably powerful storm.
There's flooding going on here in parts of Texas a whole lot.
Yeah,
in Houston, in East Texas, it's nuts.
Yeah, in DFW, Dallas Fort Worth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been watching all. I got about 50 hours of watching all of that information and going on. I was watching over Rebecca's house while she was sleeping and stuff. I'd give her a phone call if she was in trouble. But she's living in Tulsa there, and it seems to go around her area because they do have some mountains. Fortunately,
she's my neighbor to the north. I just drove through there about 6 months ago. If I'd known you then, I could have come say hi.
So where are you in Texas? What generic area?
I'm in Fort Worth. I'm in Fort Worth.
Oh, okay.
So
well, have you got a carport where you can park your car under?
No, unfortunately.
Do you have a couple of grandma's quilts? Okay, go get yourself.
Or, egg carton is good too. Like
I'm talking protecting your front and your back windshield on your car. You got to tie them on, otherwise they'll blow off in the wind. But you put a quilt or a camping pad or 2 camping pads if you can afford them. They are on sale at Walmart right now, camping pads. And they're long enough, and if you put 2 camping pads on the front window and 2 camping pads on the back window and tie them down under the car and over the car with rope, you can protect your windshield from being broken out.
Yeah.
Or 2 of grandma's quilts and tie them with rope, otherwise they'll blow away. And that way you can save yourself about $1,000.
Right.
And, if you get hood dents, that's one thing, but if you got a broken windshield, that's another.
Oh, yeah.
And, God, we're going to see so many used cars come on the market with many, many, many dents in it. God, did anybody remember the ones in China last week? We showed on the show, Rebecca, and it's happening again. They had gorilla size hail in France, and of course, it's going to happen in that same equatorial region. And they had the huge storms literally over eastern Texas all the way to Tallahassee, Florida. And that's doing it again tonight, I think, as we speak. I haven't looked it up tonight, and I stopped looking at it early this morning. But and then we'll have a slight reprieve. But then on Wednesday, which of course is tomorrow, there is going to be some more tornado in Missouri Central area, and there's high wind warnings for Texas and for Iowa, I believe, and eastward. And also reaching all the way to South Carolina. So if you're in those areas, Be prepared for more really freaky storms coming, and I don't know what's happening after Thursday, and I need to look into that. So, doing my homework
all the time, every day.
Well, yeah, I'm obsessed. I can't not do it. I have to know what's going on. I have to know. And I'm driven by it. Welcome to my obsession.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, baseball size.
Well, when you're hearing scientific things like, the normal weather height of the top of cumulus nimbus is 35,000 feet for a supercell. And then you're hearing, and they're doing reports that these supercells are going, even the smaller ones are going up to 58,000 feet, which is damn near a mile, which is absolutely unheard of and completely beyond the rule book. You got to ask why. And I don't hear any meteorologists asking why. They go, oh, it's going way up there. The same thing happened to Joplin, Missouri, and they never found half of those people. And you have to ask, where did they go?
Yeah.
And this is one of these close pass event storms, and we are in the middle of the 180-day cycle. And look what just happened to the last 2 weeks to the middle of the country. We've had unprecedented storms they have never, ever seen the like of, including storms in Wisconsin and Michigan. And they haven't had any ever reported tornado event in Michigan before in history.
Wow.
Now, Wisconsin, yes. Minnesota, yes. Iowa, Illinois, Chicago, Pennsylvania. And they're way up in Pennsylvania this week as well. And it's not being mixed reported. You only hear individual little kind of minor reports, and they don't put the whole ballgame together. And I don't know why. I think it's local affiliates and they don't have time, but they are sworn. Government meteorologist is government licensed, and so they may be under some sort of a gag order not to talk about this, and this. So, and they may not know why, but then, maybe they're limited to their meteorology up to a point in their local area. I don't know. I don't know what the parameter is. Anyway, go ahead. I'm going to have a drink of pop.
Yeah. Hi, Shelly, and thank you, Stardust. Stardust is Shelly, same person, but thank you, Shelly. We appreciate it.
So how are we doing? Would you please rate us and spend a couple of minutes talking?
Perfect, Chris.
No, right?
Yeah.
Dude, you need a big marker. Get a black.
I know. I can't find one. I'd love
Right.
Hey, go to the dollar store and buy a permanent El Marco.
House. I just don't have any of them right now.
Oh my.
Hey, I always stole red crayons from my daughters, so
Oh, I know. We
Crayons.
love those crayons.
I'm officially obsessed. I mean,
That's awesome.
It's official.
I can't go anywhere
You can get
without.
enough.
Oh, I need to pull over and take a picture. I have to pull over. Yeah.
Yeah.
because I look out the window and I get lost and I go, no, back to driving,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too. And then I just remind myself, sometimes I'm, capturing, but I'm not looking at what I'm capturing. I just get it, I hope for the best, but it's hard to not
I get it.
look when you're driving, not look at the camera, just look at the sky, but yeah. But,
I get some of my best views from Walmart, and then when I'm heading away from Walmart back to Lolo,
right.
I'm driving south and I get a different view, and it's just like, oh my God, there it is again, I mean, this is, it's absolutely insane. This is the coolest freaking thing that ever was. And I have been watching it since, I started watching some of these events in 2009, like the early arrival of the Texas Cube, which nobody even believed was real in 2009 when I got space captures off of Google Space, and I was talking about it then. And then we're going, oh, it's the Borg. Anyway. And then arrival in 2015, and that's when it became publicly known that it came out of a wormhole over Texas. That's why it's called the Texas Cube, because where it arrived. And the Norway spiral orb has evolved into the Empire orb because it literally looks like the Death Star in Star Wars, and I have seen it by eye. It's on the startup of our video when it says alien craft. That is the Empire orb, and it's massive. It's literally moon-sized.
That one.
I watched that thing drop out of the sky by eye, and which is part of why we, have this topic, is because all of this information has been documented from around the world for 14 years, and nobody else out there is doing this.
Hey, Sam, I'm going to take a second, and CarolAnne is here with us, okay?
Cool.
So she's going to hop in,
and she can wake us up.
I know, she usually does. She has
I have
that
a
way,
question. After you get her on and situated, I have a question for Sam from, one of my best friends who's like crazy. I'm like, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know it.
Well, I think
not you're crazy. Not you're crazy. I'm crazy.
No, I think I'm uniquely qualified to answer that. I am crazy. I mean, knowing this shit for 45 years.
Oh, I don't even know how you got through 30 years with your mouth shut. I would have probably been shot.
Well,
I would have been imprisoned. I would have been shot.
Okay, the plan with that is, if you're abducted by the government and they drop you down into a deep underground military base, oops, did I just say that publicly? And you meet a guy that looks like our logo, and that's just, I'm giving you little slices of the cheese. And then they bring you back to Montana in handcuffs, and they threaten to deport you and your entire family if you say word one. Back to Holland, because I'm Dutch. I'm a dual citizen Dutch.
So American. You get the poo scared out of you. You
get the poo scared out of you, and you don't say jack shit.
Yeah,
because I know what the men in black are like. I've met them.
Right.
They pick me up at the bus station. They take me here. They take me there. I know those guys. And so, and I refused them when I was 17, and then the moment I turned 18, they came and got me.
Anyway,
I am going to the little science room while you greet.
Okay, Sam.
Guests,
all
and
right.
I'll be right back.
Let's go ahead and get our good friend CarolAnne here. Come on. Here we go. Hey, there she is, CarolAnne.
Hi, everybody.
Great to see you.
How's everybody doing?
I'm good. How are you tonight? How are you?
I'm great.
How are the kitty cats? The kitty cats.
Both sleeping. The two that I'm babysitting, while somebody else is on vacation, they're both sleeping. Yeah. Mine are all great. They just do their thing. I have to wait till Sam comes back because I have to share.
Oh,
I don't want to wait until he comes back.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. Well, I forgot to ask you if you got to see the auroras where you live. Did you?
I went out the first night. They were pale pink. And I would have seen about this much over the mountain, so I didn't even bother. Alexandria couldn't see it from over her place either. So no, but I was enjoying everybody else's.
Oh, I loved everybody.
Yeah,
me too.
The pictures.
Yeah,
amazing,
gorgeous. Hi, Katie Jo.
Hi.
And hello, Tara.
Hi. I stayed up all night long until sunrise, and then I didn't go to sleep until like 8 or 9 o'clock the next morning because I was like, man.
Look at that.
I was trying to, and then it was like,
CarolAnne, I apologize if I'm wrong, but you're in Minnesota, right?
No, I'm in Pennsylvania, honey.
Pennsylvania. Okay, I knew you were up there and over there, but mixed it up. So, are you guys getting any of the Canadian smoke?
Not at this time. I'm in a valley between two mountains, so.
Oh well, no. This is so big, and I suggest everybody out there, people listening tonight, do go, and it's not making the news, but do go look up the forest fires in Canada. There are already 43 fires, major fires.
Oh.
Over 5 million acres burned already.
Okay, yes. Wait.
Can't see it.
I can't.
What is that?
Closer.
Oh, yeah.
Closer?
I kind of see it. It's
There's
very
a glare.
little.
That's kind of hard with the glare above me. But
they did a respiration alert in. See, I watch those national emergency weather channels.
Yeah, we have an air quality index warning right now.
It was really bad. I mean, they said if you go out for an hour, it's like smoking 5 cigarettes.
Oh, great! People
and it's bad. And they were recommending M95 masks because of particulate. So we can still use those things, and anywhere. I mean, we're going to see that. We're going to see fires in Colorado. We're going to see fires in Washington State, Oregon, Northern California. We're going to see forest fires again this year. Remember, I had a fire go right past my house last summer, and we were fortunate that that the Forest Service decided to use my front yard and immediately right next to my house is the parking lot. So they weren't going to let that area burn, and I had 12 Forest Service trucks parked in my yard, and the dents in the grass are still there. But I don't mind. I'm not complaining, and they could have given me a little more free hand. Go ahead.
When I was out with Nancy, that's the reason we didn't come over to see you that day, because the smoke was really bad. I see below. My bestie out in California, Brenda Pierce, is there. I said she would pop in tonight, so I'm saying.
Hi, Brenda.
Okay. Yeah.
Glad you're here.
Saying hi to her here too. Hi, Brenda. Good to see you.
Alexandria is actually on watching too now. So.
Okay. Let's see. Where was it? So, Randy has a question, Sam, about the Earth being flat versus round. What are your?
Oh boy. God, no. Randall, come on now. Come on, okay. I have 2 words for you. Let me pre-qualify those 2 words.
We'll work on that.
We have a star that puts off stellar coronal mass ejections, stellar material, radioactive, all sorts of waves, electricity, etc., from particulate to radioactive, and the entire spectrum of pH value of the electrical universe. My 2 words are stellar rounding. If you have an electric positively charged proton planet, the reason that our planets rotate is because of that stellar material ejected from the sun that passes by us in the solar winds. Therefore, any positively charged electrical north-south pole electrical proton planet rotates on an axis and becomes round. It's that simple. If it was flat Earth, we'd be dead, because we'd be negative and we wouldn't have any life. And not only that, we are not in some sort of on a chessboard in front of ET looking at us in a fishbowl. Don't even go there. If you do that, if you go there, you're shutting your mind down to the vastness of an unbelievable distance of our multiple billions of galaxies. I'm not talking our galaxy. I'm talking about billions of galaxies, which has each galaxy has millions and millions of solar systems in each galaxy. So don't think that we're on some flat something stuck in between, which they also call what's that word? I always have trouble remembering that damn word. The firmament, which sort of says like we're a bunch of ants in an ant farm. And the moment you're going there, you're going into this very small-minded, non-scientific, non sequitur, as an old Star Trek quote would be. You're limiting your science in so many ways. And I feel sorry for you if you even remotely believe in flat. It's not 1444. Flat Earth was disproved a long time ago. Anyway, and I don't mean to be crude or rude in any way. I'm giving you the facts. Stellar rounding.
I know. I mean, because I've looked into it years ago. I know Taylor's been up and down it. Alan, we all have. We've all had our turn.
Yeah, and we can work with that.
Know that the evidence that they show is.
We just had a Go-Head cameo there.
Right.
Yeah, I have mine. Mine used to be that size. Now they're bigger.
I just wanted to. She wanted to pop in and say hi.
I've been
teaching her this as I learn it.
Bring her back and let her say hi. Actually, officially.
Yeah.
Come here. Come say hi.
My name is.
Well,
Hi, how are you? Or just
it
wave.
dawned on me she's young enough that if I teach her about this now, she won't be so indoctrinated. But they can see you. Say hi.
Wave.
Hi.
What's her name? Tell us her name.
Eliana.
Eliana. Aloha from tropical Montana.
Hi, Eliana.
I can't hear you guys because I have an earpiece in. That's why I was trying to put it in her ear.
Well, tell her aloha from Montana.
We're waving.
So,
I love her.
teach her about this now. If she doesn't learn about this now, she won't have the opportunity to maybe see them as they go away.
Okay, well, 83% of all solar systems, 83% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars. 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars. These, yay, big heart. And each of these stars have groups of planets, and ours is a balanced system. We are the smaller solar system of a larger secondary solar system. And so those other planets is where the Anunnaki, the tales of the Sumerians, the gods come from. The early rulers of Egypt, all of the earlier dynasties of man that we can't explain, and all the early technologies that we can't explain that exist all over the planet. And every 3,654 to 4,000 years, they pass and we cross past each other. And we rotate around another larger object that holds the 2 stars, but that's another tale for another day. So knowing that the binary system is and always will be, we are non-paradoxal. The Nibiru doesn't crash into Earth like they're trying to tell people on YouTube and misinformation. It's not a winged planet. It's a stable group of planets, and there are people that live on them, and they live on very large water-type planets. Saru is a water-type planet, a little bit smaller than Nibiru. Nibiru is a massive water-type planet with land masses and oceans, and that's why it is believed that the Anunnaki are giants because they live on a much larger water-type planet, and we are a direct reflection of their genetic value, but manipulated to serve and create commodities for that system. In a nutshell.
Like energy slaves? That's what I
well, sort of. What we are is, okay, if you had a high level of tech, you'd create robots to mine your stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But then you'd have to create robots that could build their own robots, right? But we are biological programmed robots, and we self-replicate. And they gave us the food, they gave us wheat, they gave us fruits and vegetables on this planet from the gods, which were engineered on the other system. And we are created, and we are not the first version. There have been many, many versions of us. And it goes back thousands and thousands of years, dozens and dozens of cycles beyond our even wildest recorded history. The Earth was not completely covered in ice during the Ice Age. The central equator, there was civilizations that lived on from prior ages. And there were prior ages before that, and prior ages before that, and different versions of man. And Neanderthal man was not a knuckle-dragging, club-thumping caveman. He was a much larger, very intelligent craftsman, and they did mining, which is exactly what we do as well. In the transition of our temperate region, our climatology of the day, our version was needed rather than the much larger, earlier creatures. Not only that, the giants before them got in trouble because they got greedy. And that's also in the book of Enki and Elil, and you can do your homework on that. You'll figure that out why. And we mine commodities that we provide to the passing planets every 3,654 years, and we go through this cycle after cycle after cycle.
Do you think some are worse or more catastrophic than others? The cycle?
We discuss that regularly. We have seen the Great Flood, the Noah's Flood. There was the end of the Ice Age, which was 25,000 years ago. Yeah, there was a big transition 8,000 years ago, which is the influx of Doggerland and the rising of the oceans, and so there's been. I think it's a series cycle of changes. I think it goes through multiple. Look at it more like the rosation flower on a spirograph. The old game spirograph when you draw these really cool Fibonacci/rosation. One of the biggest science in the world where people try to figure out that big rosation pattern that keeps showing up throughout history. I think that's actually the orbitation of the entire cycle of the binary system.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam, I'm going to...
Yeah.
Katie Jo is going to exit. I just wanted to tell her bye and thank you for being here.
Good night, Katie
Yes,
Jo.
Katie
Nice
Jo.
Always happy to see you,
I'll be
Katie Jo.
listening.
So,
I was going to say real quick, I think she came on a couple months before me. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I was just curious. I think.
When did you start, Katie Jo? How long ago?
A couple months ago. It was like, I think right before Chris came on, maybe.
Okay, he was in October, I remember. So,
Yeah,
okay.
I think it was somewhere right around then.
Was it like that for you?
Find that out,
You just immediately felt synchronicity with it?
I did. Well, I found it along my journey. So like, it just like one thing led to another thing over the course of like 2 to 3 years, I guess. And then like I saw Rebecca's video, and stuff just aligned up, and I just
You joined
it
group.
made sense to me. So
You joined the group and we grabbed you up.
yes.
Well, we also needed an East Coast reporter, and she's perfect
That's
for
right.
it. So.
Yep.
She's our East Coast correspondent.
Oh, I didn't know. Where are you? Where are you on the East Coast?
In New Jersey?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right across from Philly, right by the bridge.
You didn't go to the Trump rally, I take it?
I did not.
I was kidding. So you don't need to go any further than that.
Good. I mean, Wildwood's 2 hours away anyway, so who's traveling?
Yeah, you don't want to tell me anyway. No, anyway.
Katie Jo
is
right underneath me.
Again.
Yes, CarolAnne.
Yeah,
I'm
so
happy you're
Katie
over
Jo
here.
and I trade pictures because what she sees, I see up here. Most of the time we match.
That's right. We do that a lot where, here in Montana, we ask people in North Dakota, what do you see? And I've asked people in Minnesota, and then we talked to people in Chicago, and then we saw people in Pennsylvania. And that's where we saw one of the first close asteroid passes in, I think, 2018, where we actually went down and documented, which was, because we didn't really think they passed that damn close. And then, if you remember back in 2018, how huge lead asteroid was, and it was just unbelievable that it wasn't smashing us, and yet there it went by again, and there, you can see it going through the sky, and oh my God, there it is, and how come nobody else sees that damn thing? I mean, it's big, it's huge, it's circular, and it's going across the sky. How do you miss that?
You actually can.
Anyway, we documented that phenomenon, and ever since then, we've watched, the superstorms from the 180-day cycle, and it happens over and over again. And I'm amazed that it hasn't gotten out yet. And there are so many people out there, and so few see this. You're kidding me. Including the current close passes of the spiral asteroid. Amazing people aren't getting it.
Here's her Katie Jo's group on Facebook. East Coast looking up and out.
I didn't know you had a group. I'm gonna have to find you.
Yeah,
and now that
I gotta
I'm out
find
of
you.
school, I'm gonna work harder on it. So I have time now, a little bit of time.
I didn't want to keep you. I just wanted to ask you that couple things.
Yeah, absolutely. Hit me up and
Yeah.
we'll chat as well on Facebook or whatnot.
Okay, I will.
Alrighty.
Perfect.
All right. Have a good night.
All right.
Have a good night,
Thank
Katie
you,
Jo.
Jo. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Yeah. In case you all didn't know, that's Katie Jo's group. I didn't know if I clarified, but be sure and join her Facebook group.
Yep.
So, yep.
I sent some of my well-known friends over there. So I was telling her a couple of weeks ago to
Awesome.
go ahead and add them because they are trustworthy, and they go back a while. So
right.
Can I take a second here?
Of course.
Please do.
Speaking of groups, okay, I'm starting this. Who is Sam Hofman? Every week, as I'm going through the membership things.
Yes. Okay.
This week's winner goes. Well, we do this, Tara. We usually have questions that you have to answer before you get into a group, and we check out your content and things like that.
Yeah, who is that guy?
That's one of the questions we have. Who is
one in Rebecca's group is who is Samuel Hofman? And I laugh hysterically at a lot of the answers. Like some will just say, I don't know, but I want to learn. That's fine. He's overseer of rocket propulsion, things like that. But this week's winner.
Oh no.
Drum roll is who is Samuel Hofman? He is the guy who wrote the music for the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Wow. I love it. Yay.
I just thought that was
wow. That has to be the best. That has to be the best internet gossip I've ever heard.
We're going to go with that. We're going to go with that on one of the videos. You have to put that music on one of the videos, Christoper.
Okay. Well, yeah, the Radio Wasteland used excerpts from the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still many times in many of our shows, and I was tickled pink when he did that, because I was suggesting to him to watch the movie when we talked about it. I think I mentioned it on a show, and then one of his production team went cuckoo on it, and I love that they did, because I'm sort of like that scientist guy in that movie, in the 1950s version, not the modern version. I'm kind of like that scientist who did the equation that was on his chalkboard, and then Klaatu came in and he tried to talk to world leaders, and they didn't want to do that the way he wanted them to, so he avoided them in the military and all that and went to one of the smartest minds on the planet. Now, I'm not trying to brag, but I'm trying to tell you this background story. So I'm kind of like that scientist, because I did equations, and I finished equations on the chalkboard in front of my teacher and my classmates and an adjoining professor. And he freaked out that I could complete this equation. And to me, it was so simple. It was unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And to me, it just fit, because it fit. And it was just scratch, and I was being accused of cheating. And I said, well, give me an equation. Then, of course, I got silly and braggadocious and bravado and silly Sam. And I said, well, give me an Einstein equation. So my teacher went next door, got the adjoining professor. They opened up a book, pulled out one of Einstein's equations, stuck it on the chalkboard, and I finished it in about 2.5, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And this professor is standing there with a clipboard and a pencil, and you can hear that pencil squeak across the room. And you can see the bending and the cracking of that pencil, and the sweat pouring off his head as he feverishly attempts to copy the equation. And it never dawned on me for years why this man was sweating in a cold basement classroom in a 1880s building, with the old Catholic school bad heating issues, and this man is sweating. So, I'm kind of a guy that could do interesting stuff. And this is part of, I wrote my paper and all of that. And so he sent it in to try to get accreditation for the school, or asked someone if this was correct or accurate. I don't know where he went with it or what happened, but literally within 3 months of that event, the NSA and the FBI were having coffee with my parents in my living room when I came home from school. And that's where I got met by a job offer the next day, etc. So long story short, I'm kind of like that guy that did an equation. I mean, to me today, I don't even think I could do it today, because it's been 40 years since I did any of that chemistry shit. And I was actually forbidden to even own a copy of the periodic chart in my home for that same 30-year period of time. And they said they would literally deport me if I owned a copy of the periodic chart. Now, they have changed the periodic chart from back in my time. They used to give shell structure equations at the base of every chemical, and they don't do that now. And that's the simplistic answer of what every chemistry equation is. If you have a compound, it lays out the atomic structure, the shell structure of where the protons, neutrons, and electrons go in every ring around every atom. So you can look at that, and you can look at that iron over here and this over here, and you can, if you can do basic math and realize that anytime you go beyond the first ring, it's because this first ring can only hold 2 protons or 2 neutrons, or a proton and a neutron. Anytime you go past 2 in the additive equation, if the first ring on the other one has 2, then you would go to 4. So therefore, it would be like the Chinese abacus. You would bump over 2 of the protons or neutrons to the second ring, which would add to the basic equation. And as basic math, you just have to sit and add the compound together and move the protons and neutrons accordingly through shell structure to it creating a compound, which is automatic, and AI could instantly recognize it and do it for you in a microsecond. The same equation that works in the table works in space. And that's the thing that Einstein did not understand. He was trying to attribute gravitational effect of willy-nilly astrophysics and orbit rotation and volume and mass and all of this, and completely discount the electrical connection and placement of all of these the objects in space, including the asteroids, including the positively charged planets, including the comets and the protons and the star and the atom and all of that. And that's what we are. There is no separation between electric and chemistry. And
that is the one thing that really resonated with me, Sam, that when I heard you say that, how most scientists try to separate Earth from everything else, and we're all one. And that just, to me, that just makes instantly, when I heard you say that, I was like,
we have an atmosphere around us.
It makes way more sense than separating
because we have an electrical magnetosphere around us. We hold our atmosphere, our air, our oxygen, our distillate from all that around us, gravity, where that came from, ground, water, rotting this, methane, ozone layer changing, all of that, the goods and the bads, the oxygen 7, oxygen 11 in the upper atmosphere, etc. All of that is chemistry equations of what we are, and that's all held in by our electrical magnetosphere. It's an electric ring around us. There are strong waves on the north and the south pole, and there's weak waves in the middle, and yet that whole thing goes around us, and it holds all of our atmosphere in. That's why Mars does not have a huge atmosphere, because Mars's core has slowed down. So the value in the orbitation and the rotation and the electricity inside the planet is less. So therefore, it retains less of its own atmosphere. It still has one, but it retains it less easily. If you change the magnetic properties inside the core of Mars, or you sped up the rotation of Mars, and you could do that with a sling orbiting body, I think, it would rotate faster, and therefore it would generate more of an electrical dynamo, electrical sphere, and then you could actually terraform Mars again.
Okay, but repeat it again, Sam. You could do that with what?
If you add a weighted body at the end of a rotation, you create a centrifuge, a sort of a centrifugal.
So you mean like a moon? Like.
Well, even you could even, I don't know if you had some sort of a generator that would reach far enough out, like a rocket attached to the side, you could spin the planet faster. Or you could even, if you could bring like, say for instance, you brought up a huge glacier up to Mars and put it there. That oxygen increase alone could maybe change the rotation. We don't know. There's property.
Really?
Well, you don't want to mess with how things work either. So
Well, yeah, but and I'm just kind of letting my mind go wild here. But
yeah, Mars is
we have all
entirely.
this here. Okay, so we
They
have
have some really cool photos lately of more statues on Mars of showing Egyptian origin.
There must have been some life there at one point. There must have been.
Now, in the book of Enki and Elil,
I'd imagine before its atmosphere went to crap.
In the book of Enki and Elil, there was one of the upper gods, and I'm not sure of the names and all that. That's why I'm not quoting it. There was one of the demigods was banished, and I believe he was banished to Mars. And then he lived and existed there with a small entourage at some period in time. Now, we know that the top half atmosphere of Mars was burned off. There was a cataclysm. There's been wars. There have been atomic nuclear reactions on Earth prior to 15,000 years ago. I believe at that time that was the default of the Nephilim and the giants, because the giants were greedy. I'm not sure of the
There's
dates.
a crater in off the I don't know where, some island, but the radiation reading in those areas are off the chart. Like
You're probably talking about the actual nuclear tests that we American and other countries did, and France did in the islands. But no, we're talking. We're talking over Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah were supposedly blown by nukes. And there's also one in the histories of the Americas where it was detonated above ground. They're in recorded history of animal die-off. At somewhere around 15,000 years ago, there was an explosion over North America. It did not hit. It blew up above North America. And it wiped out every bug, every animal, every deer, every frog, every snake, from Canada to Mexico, including the people that were already living there. Gone.
I think it's important that we remember and we understand that we're not the first civilizations to make it this far. We have started over many times, guys, and I think history shows that in our ancient ruins, ancient petroglyphs. I mean, the information is there, and they've tried it. The ancients have tried to tell us, but during the years, during the generations, I think this information has been watered down.
All the carved petroglyphs. Now, there has been a huge shamanic populace around the planet of wise men and shamans, and periodically, Western civilization has attempted to wipe them out.
Well, somebody must have that information still, Sam. As I was saying,
it's all over. It's carved in rocks and stones all over the planet, and we brought that information together here as well. We have many petroglyphs, we have many crop circles, we have many texts and volumes of information that we've all gone through here on Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers over the years, and we do read crop. I read crop circles pretty well. I've learned. I read hieroglyphs. I read all kind. I even learned a little bit of Inca and Aztec, and it started making sense to me. There is a history with knots in Inca. They have a written language in tying knots, and it compares next to each other, which is an alphabet which spells out words. But you have to understand South American dialects, and so therefore it's a little more difficult for me to actually sit and do it. But I've seen, and I did study that they are discovering that there is a knot Inca and Mayan language that was laid out in belts to each other in public in a written cloth in front of them, and that was their tablet. Was the cloth and the strings they held on their clothes to barter and write things down. And anyway, it's unique because that entire culture, they lived off of the pictograph of the Baktum symbols and all of that from the Incan and the Mayan. Anyway, I completely went off left field on that. But there's information on
our history shows that everything once you take it to the binary solar system, everything kind of fits and everything kind of answers. All our questions are answered once you put that
including
together.
the two suns and Egyptian suns and Egyptian hieroglyphs where they're showing. I mean, let's go to the ending of the Star Wars, and I'm going to bring that up until the day I die. I watched it again recently, and here at the end of Rise of Skywalker, they literally show you the standard red star and the small dwarf yellow at the end of the movie in Star Wars as Rey goes back to the Skywalker Ranch, and it's like it's right there, guys. They're telling you, and if this is our life. Our life is Star Wars. We are, but we're living on a base where the Federation only comes once in a while, and this is what we're living. There's so much more going on. There's other races. There's big wars going on way out there. We're just serving the larger other system. And it's time we all wake up and move forward into the Galactic Federation and live longer and genome and evolve in our strand. I hope you're hearing me. Am I patching out because you guys are glitching?
You're glitching. I didn't know if it was just me.
It's
a little.
You're kind of doing the robot.
Yeah, thing. I'm telling secrets again, aren't I?
Yeah.
Sam, do you foresee a time that we integrate with other?
Well, that's what the whole plan is.
Yeah.
That's a long plan. It's been going on for many thousand years, and most of you guys know about it, but you haven't figured it out yet. And I'm not going to be the one to lay it on the table, so that I don't get more rotten salad thrown at me on my soapbox. There's a long laid out plan and an evolutionary process that has been embedded for missions to us, and only a short time to them that we are going to. Some of us, not all of us, are going to evolve up and out. And I don't know the timeline on that. I was told it will happen, but it could be my children, it could be my life, it could be my children or my grandchildren. So I don't know when, but I know it is real because I completely enjoy a huge portion of these benefits. I see things and I know things that I shouldn't know. I know, and I mean, I can read people, and I have things happening that shouldn't be and couldn't be happening, and yet they are. And Jesus has seen that I can do things ahead of time, and I read that I know stuff is coming. I pre-see things. I precog. I can read people. Like I touch you, and I know you. I can affect people around me. I can affect machinery around me. Including probably what's going on. Sometimes if I say too much, maybe it's me that is actually zapping out the machine. I don't know. I have trouble with electronics. I can't wear metal. I walk into stores and the computers go down. I walk under street lights, they turn off.
I joked in the comments the other day when you were talking about, blowing up devices and stuff. I said, I'm going to call you Firestarter. Remember the movie?
I love that movie. That was a great movie. Funny you should mention that. I'm at one of my Buddha test teachings where I have to somehow meet with fire. And funny that you would mention that because it's the one I fear the most. And I have not been able to produce a flame in the palm of my hand yet. It's on my list of things to do. Because I've created water, I've created fire, and I have dealt and met with an earth element.
Yeah.
So, and then there are 2 left.
Those sensations
fire
were there
and ethereal.
I've been waiting for Rebecca to come back. But I was just going to ask my question real quick because I don't know that I'll stay on as long as I'm welcome, but I don't know if she wanted to keep us all on for the whole show or not. But
maybe she's. You might be having to deal with Alan right now, and so if she's gone, that's great. We can't do these shows. Okay, I just looked at the clock for only the second time. We can't do these shows always perfect, but I'm hoping that all of us endear ourselves to our viewers, and you are welcome to stay. I want to hear more about your point of view because you're new at this, and I've been talking about this straight for 14 years, and so I have covered this topic so many times. Anyway, even Rebecca and I, we discussed this where we go, God, we are so conditioned, including Jesus is partially that way as well. We're so conditioned to what we know that we have a tendency to overlook some of the things that we should be talking about.
So my question
and I'm glad that you came on.
I hope.
I've been seeing you pop in and out and kind of get involved. And personally, we appreciate that. That's what gets my interest. Like, I love talking about this stuff, but I'm wary of who, because a lot of people kind of use it more as more of a ridicule thing. But every so often you come across somebody who really wants to learn, and I like that. It's really nice that you actually came forward and actually are here. So it's good.
No, I'm totally invested.
Rebecca's back.
I'm completely and totally invested. And Rebecca's back.
I'm back.
Here's the question. It took me a while to wrap my mind around how things aren't blocking the sun daily. And in my mind, it's because the sun or suns are so far away, right? That the planets don't ever, line up. I mean, if you think about a lunar eclipse, it's once ever so however many years that the moon has to line up just perfectly to completely block the sun. So I finally got my mind around that. But a friend of mine who's like, not seeing it, was like, okay, if there's another sun or another star, the other star behind our sun, how is it that as we're moving through our seasons, as we're going around the sun, within a few months, we can't see the separation of the two? So I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, how that might work. And I know you're not sure.
It's been way more.
Yeah, it's a Sam question for sure.
It's been way more than. It's been way more than a few months. We've been watching the change transition for well over.
Well, but it sounds like you're thinking dinner plate.
Pin it down, and we
are. It
are.
sounds like you're thinking dinner plate, though.
I'm just talking about. Okay, so you're saying it's just.
I don't believe.
Okay, sorry, Sam.
I do not believe that the second star is currently behind our star anymore. I think that the second star has moved in front of our star to the right, or if not above our second star. It should be falling behind the smaller star. Should be falling behind to the left. The larger second star is shifting up to the right, and I think. And we've seen some examples of that from South Africa, from Australia, and a couple other places at the equator, that we believe that they are separating, but the larger secondary standard red star is outshining our smaller dwarf yellow star in their current proximity. When they separate farther apart, we should see the second sun appear somewhere either above or below, depending on where you're located on the planet. We should see it somewhere on the left-hand side or underneath it soon, or above it soon. Not on the right-hand side. It should be going to the left. So with any variant of that we should
the
see
sun we
that.
see now, then, is it not ours?
Correct.
Am I
It's
misunderstanding?
bigger.
Okay. Right. And that's
why it's going to
posted
get
a
hotter.
picture.
That's why.
There was a ton of halos. Like, I don't know if that has anything to do with it or not, but I caught like 3 halos yesterday.
Yeah. When you're seeing, there's a larger. We have 73% more UV light listed than ever before, and yet they don't connect the dots and tell everybody. It's way. How do you acquire 73% more UV light? You don't. The only way that can happen is an added body that puts off way more light. And they completely went by that in 2012. So we
see
know
these
that
solar
the sun
storms.
is rising. Here's an example. We know that the sun is rising in the northeast sky currently. Now that is
Setting
not
different, too.
supposed to occur in summer. It should be due east year round, but it's not. Okay, that's the way it used to be. And prior to 2011, always due east. Currently, sun is rising in the northeast sky, and it is also a month ahead of summer solstice. So that solstice is even wrong. So it's happening now. So that shows you that there's a larger body that has us tipped. The Earth is tipped, and our out view and the celestial orbit and the view or the out view of our crossing of the sun in front of us that used to go over the top of us from east to west, from morning till evening. And at high noon, it used to be above us in the summer, which is normal summer solstice. The term high noon has not happened since 2011. So it is rising from the northeast sky, going to the eastern sky, going to the southern sky, going to the southwest sky, and setting in the west. The axis of our
it looks like it's
outview
heading northwest
has
here
changed.
today. It's definitely
Yes,
off.
it's way ahead, way ahead of summer solstice. We're in May. We're not in June. And it already happened. The whole cycle is off. It's all wrong because we have a second larger star. Our orbit is wrong. Our axis is wrong. Our summer orbit is wrong. All of this is wrong. That's why. Because there's a larger body affecting all of us. Now, we're not going to lose our placement. We're not going to gravitationally change because we're electrically. Okay, you guys are frozen up. Am I talking or not?
It's
We hear you. I hear you. You're fine.
Okay.
Let me add something to that. If I may, let me add something to that. Tara, it sounds to me like your friend is thinking. Okay, so you said that. What his theory is that why won't we see the second sun if we're orbiting around, but we don't.
Yes,
orbit
exactly.
We orbit behind in a spiral. We're always behind our star. We're not. Think of our solar system not flat, but more sideways, right?
Okay.
We're always tracking behind the sun. We're not on a flat dinner plate.
So we don't go around the sun. We just get closer and further and closer and further.
Yes,
hey, Rebecca.
We corkscrew behind our star. So we're always playing catch up.
Rebecca, do you have the spiral orbit model handy?
Yeah,
So
I
that's
think
what I
that's
thought
where
I saw
you're.
recently, and that makes more sense to me.
Exactly.
There we go.
See, here, yes, this is a perfect example. Thank you. So we're not going this way. Watch, this is what's really happening. So
this was what's wrong with Einstein, and this is what Samuel Hofman wrote a paper on in 1978.
So we're always behind our star.
Question.
We're always behind our star. We're not rotating around it.
So this is the old model, right?
This one right here is the new. This is what's really happening. Right?
Correct model.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
is what's
so
really happening.
But
we're going around.
now
it,
you
but
have
it's
to
still
add.
moving outward.
Now you have to add a second star.
Behind that.
Sam, I
And
don't
then a
know if you
spiral
remember
rotation.
in the comments
This
of
is one
a few
star.
shows back.
This is mono.
This makes
You have
much
to
more
add a
sense to
second
me.
solar system that does a spirograph where you have two alternating solar systems rotating together, and every 3,654 to 4,000 years they cross paths and they change places behind a larger body that pulls the two stars, and that is what is Nibiru, which is a massive gas giant that we don't even talk about.
So this is what I've always
that's
had in my
something we
head.
discuss at higher level.
I'd asked you about an article I came across that it was from NASA that talks about binary stars, binary solar systems. So they admit they exist,
Right.
and in fact talk about how frequently they exist. But and there's different rotation patterns.
Yeah,
I don't have them learned.
Right. And if you take into account the overall, 1,000 years, it feels, this is what we're talking about, that rotation pattern that goes through this, recorded throughout all cultures in stone. There's that rotation pattern. They've been trying to figure out what the hell it meant. And it's the equation of both the binary. It creates this whole connection of what our solar system is. So we're a compound. We're not elements. We're not gravitational, but we are a double connected set of element and element linked into a compound, which is why Earth makes gold.
Okay.
We are a chemistry equation, and we are the factory planet Earth. And then the other larger, older societies on the larger solar system sent us here to mine the other side of their solar system. We don't own Earth. We're guest workers.
So this is the way I imagine
we were placed here. God did not make us.
Tell me if I'm wrong. This is the way I imagine it in my head, and I don't know if this might help people watching that are new and trying to wrap their minds around it. But I know you guys say that there's always stuff in the sky, but in my mind, it seems like with this pattern that we cross paths, right? Every 3,654 years, I believe you said specifically.
Correct.
Like they're so like the other sun is over here and our sun's here and are further away and the planets over here are doing their rotation and ours is doing its rotation, almost like they come together for this so many times, like almost like they're next to each other for however many years, and then they go back apart. And everything's doing its rotation over here around its sun, and everything's doing its rotation here around its sun, and it's just because they're close together, but also far away from their star, that the stars are both visible to both solar systems, and why we see such different stuff every day, because we're doing this. I'm sorry, I'm out of the... We're doing this. They're doing this. So their stuff's spinning. We're spinning. We're next to each other. But sometimes that means we see things up here, and sometimes we see things down here, and sometimes we see things over here. Am I wrong? Is that right?
No.
And even larger in that, our pathway is in a radio wave effect, sort of like a lasagna noodle after it's been cooked. It goes up and down and up and down. And in our universe, we used to be, as of 2009 or 2000, we were in the lower half of our universe. And now, as of the 2010 ascension and the transition, we are headed northward up through the galactic plane of our universe, our placement of our solar system. And that happens every 300,000 years, which is how long the last management change has been in charge, which is part of why we get out of the equation, is when we rise to the upper deck of the galactic plane and go through the galactic universe magnetosphere, which is the electrical field of the universe, which currently we're in the middle of the strong wave properties of that magnetosphere. So therefore, that's why we are trading places. We're being pressurized, and we pass each other because of it. And then we're going to rise up to the top. And then this is, of course, the new age of man. And there's so much more beyond that I could talk for the next hour and a half.
So I'm on the right track with how I'm seeing it in my mind.
Yeah, you're accurate. You're correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yay. Okay.
You got it.
But it's a whole jumbled up mess, Tara. Sometimes wrapping your mind around everything that's happening. They're rotating. They're rotating. We're orbiting, and it's the reason why
everything is moving.
But it's like
you can't hear exactly where what day.
and it's not catastrophic per se. It's not paradoxical where the planets get destroyed, because it's doing this since the dawn. We've always had 2 stars. We've always had 2 sets of planets. Now that other group of people that live on the other planets are far more advanced than we are, and we were created by them. So we were placed here long ago. Cycles and cycles.
Is that accurate?
Every planet does. The electrical magnetosphere of an.
It's like a field of protection.
All of us people have a magnetic. Yeah, people also have a magnetosphere. We're electrical beings as well. We have a North Pole and a South Pole. We have electrical abilities to block out radiation that comes in. The more enlightened you are, the more your brain works, the larger your magnetosphere becomes. The more enlightened you become, the smarter you become, the less you age, because you're blocking out the negative aging process of the sun. It's all connected.
You figure that one out.
And I've studied Buddhism. I've studied Buddhism since I was a child, and I'm a chemistry whiz kid, so and I'm Dutch, and that's where the rocket scientists come from, and my bloodline and my abilities, and I was sought for the by the Farsi group, remote viewing, and you can ask my friends, I'm darn good at it.
Okay, so question, Sam, can we discuss the age slowing process? I want to talk more about that.
Well, for instance, let's examine why is the planet of passing collecting a certain type of commodity that is grown on Earth and nowhere else in our region of space, that the Queen of England has a shitload of. And by the way, you should see what China's doing to their gold right now. They've fleeced their people. They are selling gold bars with lead inside of them, and I am not kidding you.
Wow.
I read that.
Yeah. It's sad what's going on by the governments. They're collecting all the gold because, anyway, gold, monatomic gold, or gold infused into the bloodstream will actually heal your cells. You can stop aging. The same thing, you can do the same thing if you assume, once you learn the pattern of our binary solar system, our compound, and what gold is, and what the atomic structure is, and you envision that in your own chant, you can actually limit the change of aging and actually sort of reduce aging and get younger if you're good at it. You can self-heal. And that is the connection affected on us as a race, where we were limited by the current government in charge of factory planet Earth. We were clipped. Our 24th chromosome is clipped. So therefore, we do not self-heal readily. And you have to learn how to turn that on in a phantasmal or spiritual connection that will complete your 24th chromosome and change your binary helix to a multiple helix group and evolve.
Yep.
And there are ways to do that through Om Chant. Go ahead.
Don't give all my secrets away.
I can barely hear you. What? Oh, okay. I promise.
Tara.
Hey, and I didn't even charge no money for that.
I know.
Dude, what am I thinking?
Tara, just out of curiosity, you will not.
Here, hi, Sam. Get younger.
I have to ask her.
What?
How old do you think I am, Tara? And you won't hurt my feelings.
Somewhere around 50.
Thank you, darling. I'm almost 71 years old. What Sam is telling you is correct.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to start taking lessons.
No, I've been doing this for 20 or more years in my studies. What Sam studied, I studied a lot of too. So what he's telling you.
Yes.
Yeah, when I got my connection in 2010 to the what we call the enlightenment, the ascension, It hit me like a ton of bricks. I mean, it was literally like somebody came up with a dump truck full of gravel and dumped it on me. And my hairline grew back, and I lost like 25 pounds, and I got younger, and I did really well. And then, of course, I got zonked by Fukushima, and then ended up with thyroid cancer, and then I also got zonked with COVID. So I've aged a bit in the last 15 years, although I do plan to get a little younger again. You're not going to beat me, no way.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm working on it, and I'm doing my own chanting and my yoga and all that, and who knows?
Absolutely, every day.
When in this picture of me in the middle here, and because of my bad internet, I'm 60 years old in that picture, and right now I'm 60.
Picture.
I'm 63 now. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish my mic and my camera worked at the same time, but half the show tonight I've been listening to the word so my internet is horrible, and I can't run both. Sorry. I wish I could fix it, but the gods have not foreseen that to happen yet. And every once in a while I start talking about sensitive stuff and they blurb me out. We know that to happen, and I'm not making that
It
up.
happens too often when you're talking about the most interesting stuff.
Right. And it's happened over and over again. I won't have any trouble until I get to, describing stuff. And it's like, whoa. So we're going to have to wait till Comic-Con and like I always say that, pardon the expression, and I'm not really meaning this, but if after post shit hits the fan, we'll all be standing in front of the fireplace and I'll tell you all the secrets over coffee, I promise.
I'll have my tablet ready.
Yeah, like where'd you charge that? And you better hope I have solar panels by then.
Yeah.
And they don't get fried by some, Carrington event or Carrington event. I always switch those two names.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask Sam. Do you think it's possible that either all the crazy activity is it our sun even, or are they looking at the wrong?
I do wonder which one they're showing us. I do, and because that information only goes up, and I know that they're not giving us the fact that they're both there. We've seen evidence of it.
Is it affecting ours?
Oh yeah, they're still thread attached and arguing with each other. Now we noticed on arrival from 2010 to 2012, there was all these major backblow CMEs, and you can look that up. The backblow CMEs of 2012, when the two suns went into co-orbit with each other, which I thought was odd. And there was this discharge between them. And then right after that, our sun and the coronal holes and the normal facial activity and the normal 11-year solar cycle of the sun completely changed. Just went blah and just died. And all the scientists were going, oh, what's wrong? And that, we heard people say, oh, our magnetosphere of our sun is dying. And the internet went nuts over that for the longest time. Oh, our magnetosphere in Earth is doing something wrong.
I remember that.
Okay, and that's all because they don't understand what is going on. The magnetosphere changed because our star's magnetosphere changed because it was enveloped by a larger magnetosphere of a larger big-ass magnet. And those two they're cohabitating, but every once in a while they attract. And then when they get to the end of the cycle where the planets and the rotation changes, then they repel. And that's what they're going to do. It's like the Scotty dog game where you have the little magnets and they walk up to each other and the other one turns and walks away. That kind of thing. It was an old kid game in the 60s. Anyway, so we watched the cycle. We have seen backblow CMEs that were bursting to the left for, the last year and a half or so. And then all of a sudden the solar activity increased and went to semi-normal. And now it's in heightened behavior that we've not seen in a very long time. And I think that is direct representation of the larger star moving to the right. And the activity will be between the two, somewhere below or above or to the left. The connection between or the reaction between the two stars will continue until they get far enough apart from each other and then go about their merry way. And then once they leave, the larger star may let go of our normal planets, which are protons, and because they're electrically positively charged, and once that second star leaves, we'll go back to normal, or maybe not. We don't know what happens each time the transition occurs. We know there's tectonic plate changes. There's inner core, the magnetic iron core of Earth changes from proximity of these other larger bodies, where we pull at each other, we give and take, we steal ions, we add this, we pull it. Every time they pass, they repel, but yet they pull at each other at the same time. There's this give and take. Because I believe they're oppositely charged. That's why we don't steal planets from them. They don't steal planets from us, and we don't crash into each other. We electrically repel. When that opposite body gets too close to our opposite body, they electrically discharge and push each other away.
Is that what finally sends them off into the distance for their
it actually
journey
just
back and back around?
It's like a waiter and a waitress. Each of them is carrying a tray. One has dirty dishes and one has food going out, and they're really both carrying a weight, and they bump shoulders. And because they've got restaurant employee uniforms with rayon, they just sort of slick past each other.
Makes sense.
You bump shoulders at two ships passing in the night, and they're not going to go paradoxal, because the whole compound is pretty stable. I mean, there might be minute amount of degradation, which we would call radioactive decay, which would also account for the object clusteroid group activity, including the self-illumination of the asteroid groups, plural. Could be a radioactive decay of the overall stable system, and which we would call a free radical electron group.
Wow.
Okay. It just depends on where you want to boil with your brain. And this is why I talk about astrochemistry and subatomic chemistry rather than astrophysics, because the chemistry in space also works here. What's out there is same as above, so below. Same thing, including the dimensions. There's a smaller dimension than us, and that's the particles in the small shade in our world, and we are the smaller dimension of a larger world above us, and we are a chemistry equation, and they call that shirt sleeve syndrome. We are a particle in the sleeve of a giant, which is where the scientific term, believe it or not. But anyway, so we're there are multiple dimensions, and it gets smaller, larger, and that's the chemistry equation building blocks of everything we are, including our universes and like cells in a larger body.
We're giants to some and ants to others.
Correct.
Ants to some dimensions and giants to other dimensions.
Right, and if you just go back and watch Carl Sagan's greatest speech, I mean, it'll show you how minute we really are. And they show Earth from way out in space, all at the end of our solar system, and then we're in this shaft of light, and it shows. And he says only because of the luck of this shaft of light, but they didn't even realize what they were looking at. The shaft of light is the direct electrical thread attachment to our star, which is why we have our placement in the solar system. We're not gravitational. We're electrically placed, electrically connected, and there is a ion superhighway between all of the planets and our star. And if you include that, you can also go to wormhole technology and time travel and all of that.
Wow.
They didn't warble me out. Yay.
No.
You have a couple of times, almost a little bit. I can tell whenever you start saying.
Well, maybe them donut eaters was listening this time.
No, even when you said it was lagging on your end, I never noticed any difference on this side.
It was when you stepped away for a bit more.
Oh, really? Okay, I missed it. Yeah.
I don't even remember what I was describing. I think I was talking about Nibiru and Saru and the people and the technology and the gold. And I think that's when they were warbling. So people on Nibiru and Saru, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Why don't you advertise with our channel, and then you can give us a writer and tell us what we can't say, and then we'll work from there.
Right.
And then we'll say it anyway.
CarolAnne, I can't hear you. No, you're not no audio.
Yeah.
And you do not appear to have your mute on.
No.
Now you're back.
Well, you might have to go out and come back. Yeah, clap.
Yeah, sometimes
Or talk.
leaving and coming back helps.
Yep. And deleting your browsing history occasionally too. Oh boy, I got a long list. That'll get rid of cookies. Flags to programs you link to, and then
every time I delete that, then you lose all your instant.
Well, yeah,
access.
but I put my links that I want in my favorites column.
Yeah,
and that way I can constantly delete. Are
you
back?
Go off of. How's
No.
that?
I think your microphone died. You check your plug-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe your headset died, like you said.
Yeah, batteries. Yeah. Hi, welcome to technology.
Yeah.
It's great and horrible at the same time.
Yeah, self-healing.
Yeah.
Kaylee, I can answer that. Self-healing is grounding, Om chant, meditation, chakra tower, eating healthy, and listening to Mother Earth. When she taps you, she'll tell you everything you need is already inside you. All that knowledge is inside you. That's why you're
Learned a lot
here.
of that this year. Yeah.
That's why you're here now, because all the information and all you have to do is once you achieve that first grounding where you turn on your brain, then start listening to what it tells you. Because everything becomes easier.
Asking for it. A lot of people don't realize you have to be open and ask for it.
Problem solving all of a sudden becomes simpler. Things that used to stifle you in the past become easier. It's that. I have found that over the years, when they told me my IQ, I went, no biggie. I didn't realize the difference between average Joe Facebook and me. I had no way to base that opinion. I thought, okay, everybody knows this shit, plain and simple. And little did I know that I was Sheldon Cooper. I didn't know. To me, it was easy. It was like I didn't have to work at it. It was just normal.
Yeah.
This is normal. And so, everybody's got to know this crap. I mean, if I can do it, anyone can. And then I heard now.
That's it.
No.
I think you skipped out again. You grabbed your headset and then it changed. Okay, she said 1 second, I'll be back. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. And then only when I started on the internet really fully in 2010-ish. And I started talking to people. What I assumed was base information was beyond everyone around me, and I couldn't believe it. And then for the longest time, everybody told me to, Sam, you've got to dumb it down because you're going on about this, and this, and you were, we don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And I'll let Rebecca talk at that point because when she first started,
that's what I was telling Sam earlier. I was like, when I found his videos on YouTube, I mean, I was just curious about Nibiru. I was looking for information on it. Didn't even know where to start. But thank goodness I found his videos early on, but as he's talking now, it was just going over my head, one thing after another. I'm not kidding you, but I could tell whatever he was saying, it meant something to him. I could just tell. I was like, man, this seems like really real to him, at least, but that's my first impression. It was that, I was like, I was just impressed. I liked listening to him talk, and I found him in 2014, and even 3 years went by and I went back and found him again. He stood out that much. I didn't know his name, but I found him a second time on YouTube. I searched Nibiru and there he was again, and here we are now, but it's crazy.
But I agree. It was so intimidating. A lot of what he spoke kind of went completely over my head as well. And a lot of the time I kind of not avoided, but I would just kind of sit and listen and read the comments as well because everything felt so complicated. But I agree with what you say, Sam. This is something that anybody can learn. It's not as complicated. It's learnable, very learnable.
It's not that. It's
not rocket science. It's not beyond anybody. The only difference is, are you interested enough to actually learn it? That's the only difference. But anybody can learn this stuff. Anybody. But it does sound very intimidating at first because there is a lot. It is a lot of information. It is, but if you are interested in this topic, if you're here and you're interested and genuinely find this, if this actually piques your interest, you will learn it because it's
the coolest thing that ever was, in my opinion, in the science world that anything I've ever seen. I don't know how you don't see it.
Absolutely.
I think I understand partially. I'm not saying I agree with it, why they've kept it from us. But then again, I don't know if we'd always known it, then it wouldn't be scary.
Right. Well, the Greeks knew about it.
Who decided years and years ago to keep it from us?
I see. We talk about that often. That if we were to have been told the truth way back then, society right now would be in a completely different.
And I'm going to go all the way back to Rome.
It was to keep us down. It was to keep us down.
Right. Control money.
Yeah.
Money.
That's right.
Yeah.
Servitude, fear. It goes all the way back to Rome. And the Spanish Inquisition and many cycles prior to the Spanish Inquisition in Rome and control and the masses. And they allowed a pantheon of gods to mix in with Rome, but then Rome had the overall change. And then the transition of Constantine. Constantine basically moved the Christ into position. It was somewhere in the 300s to 500 AD. There's debate between that on the era of Constantine or prior. But part of that had to do with Constantine's wife was actually a Christian, and there was at that time such a downfall towards Christian, and they were murdering Christians left and right. And I shouldn't say that on because then it won't be family friendly. But the office of the creation of the Christ rather than the Nazarene or the Savior. And that's all debatable back all the way through religion. But religion, unfortunately, has been doctored to a level of control. And Rome has become that which it sought to stamp out. And if I go any farther down this subject, then we're going to run into more trouble. And it has to do with the Da Vinci Code. It has to do with my personal bloodline. It has to do with the Templar Knights. It has to do with all the king's horses and all the king's men and all the governments around around the world. Because there are bloodlines and there's multiple factions on Earth. And then there's multiple factions on Nibiru and Saru. And then there's multiple factions on the Empire Orb. And there's multiple factions dealing with the cubes and the Federation. So everybody's here. And then we can even talk about the rogue factions, which are the smaller guys that are here sneaking in and sneaking out, stealing what they want and doing what they want pretty much. They're not controlled. So there's so much going on. And we very short-lived humans aren't around long enough to see the whole bigger picture. And part of what I'm here to do is introduce the second half of the bigger picture as to why we have all these unanswered questions with easy fill, definitely fits, long time proven, cross-referencing, fact.
Do you think more and more people, the light switch is going to come on in this year? You were saying that we're supposed to become more enlightened.
I'm told that I do have an effect on the future. And that, I was from somebody from the future. So I don't have any way to fathom that information other than one day at a time. And I have to move forward and I have to hope for the best. Because if this message is from the future, then that means I already did it.
But I see it taking hold.
Well,
I've noticed that.
For me, it was like a light switch went off.
I've noticed a lot more people sharing my videos. I've seen a lot more people sharing Rebecca's videos. I see more people sharing these podcasts. I was
told people would light up to it.
I see new. So I do feel this. I feel that there's a lot of us that have come across this information with questions, and then when we hear it, it resonates with us. And
hello, Hector Lopez.
Because
Randall.
We all have that same story, Tara. Like you say, you had questions, and then you came across Sam or Rebecca. I'm not sure. I think you said Rebecca. And everything just clicked, and you're like, okay, this sounds right. This feels right. And everybody that I've known, just about everybody that I've known that's here and actually is doing this and takes it seriously, everybody has that same story. Everybody has that same exact story. They saw something for months, years. For me, it was 2 years of just taking.
I saw it. I didn't know I saw it.
Exactly. I
somewhere
exactly.
I knew I
It's
saw
like
it.
subconsciously, you see it, but because you have no point of reference to know what it is you're seeing, you're lost. I did it for 2 years. I took video, I took pictures, random pictures that I just, something compelled me to take video of the sky. I did it for 2 years without knowing what I was taking. And now I go back to those 2 years, and every time I'm like, oh my God, like perfectly, I was catching
Finding
this.
what you
Man,
had,
it's
what you
perfect.
were
Without
seeing, and
really-
didn't know it.
without even knowing. It's like subconsciously we know that. And I think Sam's role is to just remind us, because Sam says that information is within us. And I agree 100%, because we're proof of that. We were seeing it subconsciously before we realized or understood what it was. And to me, that is so compelling.
And that is the role. I am here to remind you of what is already programmed genetically inside you. Everyone that is coming to this new age has worked for it on a number of lifetimes, and some of us are farther ahead than others, but my role is to remind you of the information of this coming age and the people that are. And see, I argued with the Pleiadian over this, that I was going to set people off. I'm what's known as an early indigo. I kick people off into this information so that they can start down their pathway of discovery. And most of this information is already inside everyone who does listen. And Rebecca will say, it's sort of like my voice opens that little bell that says, you listen to this guy. He seems to know what he's talking about. And I mean, we developed all this information together. So this is a unified message from people around the world. So this isn't necessarily just my voice, but it is a collective of something I've known for 45 years.
And trust yourself, whatever it was that brought you here, Tara. And
Yeah.
I don't mean just for Tara. I mean for everybody here, who's new and still learning. Trust whatever brought you here. Just trust it and keep following that, because that is what brought me to learning this as well as I
taken root in the present. Yeah, this is the step forward. We went through the sixth seal with this eclipse. I am absolutely certain of it, because I did the research behind it and I looked into biblical terms, and I spent like 3 weeks looking this crap up. And I have 4 college credits in religion already. I've been studying religion all my life, and I am highly religious.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I will be right back. I just need to go get something real quick.
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
So the point with it is, for all the listeners out there, I mean, we are studied. We do know what we're talking about. We have put all the pieces together. You are, and they are, and all of us are doing this for a very, very strong reason. We're not guessing. We're accurate. We're factual. We're concerned. We're doing this for you. Christoper's here for the same reason. He found that bell. CarolAnne found the bell. CarolAnne's known the bell for many years. She's very good at what she does. She's required very little correcting over the years. And you have my respect, lady. And now I can't hear you again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hey. That was an S-bomb.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
What? Not CarolAnne.
Yeah, you have a wire disconnect between your headphones and your mic or something. There's something shorting out.
But I can't stress this enough, guys. There's a certain level of learning. A big part of it is learning, but there
Learning
is
curve, yeah.
an element of something that's just beyond what you can see, feel, and touch.
You kind of have to let go a little bit. You have to just let it talk to you. And then there is a minor leap of faith where you go, nah, this guy's full of shit. No, maybe he's not. And once you go across that, especially when you learn the light and you start looking, I can hear good for me. Okay, good. Okay. I've forgotten a lot of my American Sign Language, but anyway, the people that are supposed to hear this will, and currently I don't know why, but we are being limited in many ways, and so this is why I always try to tease everybody else into passing this on to the people around you. Pass on, as Yoda says, pass on what you've learned.
Hey, I stepped out of my comfort zone and for the first time posted in my personal page a few days ago. I don't foresee myself doing it a lot yet, but I just
now you'll run into all kinds of crazy reactions to
That's a big step, but I do feel that we must warn you that this comes with a certain level of
cost.
What's the word?
There's a cost to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I don't care. If people want to
but
laugh at me or mock me, they can, and they can just move on by. I'll block them.
Well, it breaks up relationships.
Yeah.
People think you're a nut job.
You have to develop. You have to develop some thick skin and realize that, the way I look at it now is I don't judge people when they're mean. I think it's more about them than it is about us.
It is.
It
is.
But people are gonna be mean. People are gonna be rude, and people are gonna misunderstand.
Well, they're gonna laugh at you and act
Yeah,
like
the
you're
number
an
one thing you'll
idiot.
run into. Well, what can I do about it? Or I'm too scared to even comment, so I'll blame you. And about 8 or 10. This is why I was laughing at CarolAnne about who is Samuel Hofman earlier. She was discussing about that, and there are sites devoted to downing me, and part of the
came
startup.
across one. I was like, oh my God, I almost joined it on accident. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
no.
and that's what they count on. And they ask, and they say on the thing, we're terribly sorry that you've experienced that Samuel Hofman experience, and what do you know about him? And then they prejudge you, and if you're ready to down me, they'll let you in. And that's a troll. That's one of there's been like 5 different sites that are devoted to downing me personally.
I've seen some screenshots of how they treat people, and it's just awful. It's awful. I've seen screenshots of how they treat people and how they talk to people, and it's bad. I'm like, it's bad. Like, I don't understand how you guys even have any kind of following, because they are so mean and so rude and so condescending to everybody.
What's the point of that? Even if I didn't agree with you, I wouldn't sit there and make an activity out of making fun of you and picking on you or picking on other people. That's just
there's an old saying: hurt people hurt people.
It's low intellect is what it is.
Yeah, the old saying is hurt people hurt people. People who are negative, and they just want to keep passing it on because that's how they live, and they get a kick out of it. Oh, look, we can razz somebody. It's like like in acting, like when you're a teenager and you behave like a fool in the movie theater, and you kick the guy seat in front of you, and talk on your phone and F them, and screw them. Is I can do what I want, and hurt people hurt people.
It's sad.
You're right, and if anything, you almost have to feel bad for them.
Yeah, I do. I do pity them.
It's kind of what I do. It's like I'm like, man, what happened in your life that
I don't tolerate them, and Jesus is teaching me that.
But it does come with that. It does come with that, and the fact that you did that, Tara, that you were open enough to do that publicly,
that's
congratulations, right. Because that's a big step.
I felt like I was getting to the point where I would be hypocritical if I didn't. That was why I did. And I want to help spread the word more than just posting in all of your respective groups. And I figure I just kind of outlined it very generally. If somebody wants to ask me about it, and actually I posted the link to today's show, and you probably post something maybe once a week, once every couple of weeks, enough to put it out there. And if somebody wants to ask me, great. If they say, what in the heck are you talking about? Okay, just you don't have to know anymore. If anything, I'm posting beautiful pictures of the sky. That's what I said. I said, I don't care what you think. You have to agree on that.
Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. If you know what's going on, you'll be able to react accordingly.
I saw that post where you were just kind of open to the question. Like, you have to ask yourself, at very least, we all can agree that this guy's weird. That this guy has been nuts. I mean, I think No, regardless of where you stand on this topic, I think we all can agree on that one. That the skies are just.
I haven't come across many people that don't agree on that.
Yeah.
They may not agree the reason, but they do see it on some level.
Yeah.
I don't see how you could not see it.
Exactly.
Oh boy, that sounds very familiar to me. Gee, I wonder where I've heard that before.
You're gonna ask that. You're gonna ask yourself that question so many times, Terry.
50 times a day. Oh God, I can't believe that people don't see these things zipping right in front of our faces. The size of, the size of planets and entire chunks of asteroids going by regularly, and that we have the facial markings. We have years of close-up pictures from around the world, and what amazes me is a huge portion of people who do see it don't publicly talk about it anywhere other than on our website, and then zip crickets all the way across the board after that. Why? Let's talk about the cubes. Let's talk about, where the big question is, like, are we alone? Hell no, they're parked over, they're above us right now as we speak. And why has that not gone viral? When we've been talking about where even when they came out of hiding in 2019 in April, why did that not go viral?
Well, Sam, I've said this
it.
before, Sam. We live in a society where if you don't behave like a robot, like everybody else, you're outed. For some of us, we're comfortable doing that because we've always been outsiders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people whose jobs are on the line. There's a lot of people.
I do accept that. Yeah.
Just me that Jesus froze up for?
I think we all did.
I think Jesus is frozen still, from what I can tell.
Yeah, but that is the world that we live in.
There we go.
He's back. Okay.
Okay.
He froze up. Yeah.
Yeah, he did freeze up. I sure did. I saw that.
Now the cubes are intergalactic parking garages, where they, it's a big base station, repair station, parking garage, gas station, you name it, and they park all those ships on it. They pump them through a wormhole.
Galactic pit stop.
Yeah, well, they've been parked over the top of us. The first cube got here in 2015 over Texas. Second cube got here, we believe, in 2017. I'm always trying to include the fact that we may not have seen everything. Excuse me, do that again, slow down. They don't have to believe you. Lift it up higher. I can't read that. You have to believe you. That's true. Very
Confidence and knowledge.
Right,
That's why I didn't start talking about it right away. And
I'm
still
not here
learning.
to prove. I'm here to inform, because we have already proven it. Long ago, we proved all of this by having repeated sightings of it around the world, and me drawing these things in advance. And we have many people that know that I do these in advance. And there is no way that you can attribute that any differently, period. Because I sure ain't making this crap up. And I am drawing it ahead of time. So people have to realize that there's a larger connection going on here. And which is probably part of why the government came out after me in the first place, why I was recruited. Because I am good at this. And I've been doing it 14 years, accurately, I might add. And I am not bragging. I am sharing with you the information that has been time proven. And if I would have been making mistakes, people would have eaten me up like piranhas long ago. And we're on our 14th year. And I'm amazed Facebook has allowed me to stay here. Nobody else has. Knock on wood. So here we are. And it's up to everybody else to get the word out, because I'm trying. But I'm blocked.
I was supposed to have Thunder. And Thunder is asking about the cubes. She says, are they only used for transportation?
Yeah, they're big metal parking garages. It's like it's a big, huge, gas station in one end and repair facility over here on that corner, and they park 150 Star Destroyers on it, and or 1,000. These things are massive, And we saw one coming in intergalactic deep space on Google Space all the way back, and which is the Texas Cube. And I have a picture of it I've saved since 2009. And
love it.
And I use it. It's, you know, we use it all the time, and I post it regularly. And Christopher's seen it by eye many times.
Yeah, I've seen it at least 3 times this week.
Well, he told me I captured it. I didn't know I captured it. He showed me in a picture I posted, which I thought was pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, last week and a half ago, I watched the Long Box Cube, and like 5 Star Destroyer parked in different, you know, twisted angles, one going up, one going down, one going sideways, you know, one facing away, that kind of thing. And then beside it into the upper right of it, and it was going directly over the top of my head, where there sat the space tube, which I believe is like a huge tube cargo shipping container. You know, because the space tube showed up somewhere around, I'm thinking 2022. And then we started getting sightings of it, along with many other smaller craft. But I mean, this is only stuff that we only document stuff we have repeated sightings over that we can identify, not the crap that we can't. I mean, countless small zippy zappies, or what do you guys call those, Tic Tacs, right? We've had countless Tic Tac reports, but we don't go into that because we can't facially identify them. If we don't have a good still life capture of them, we don't document them. We go, okay, UFO or UAP or whatever. So and then we don't pay any attention to the NASA crap. We don't pay any attention to what the gossip is on YouTube. We only run off of the sightings. And when we get a comparable sighting and other people agree and we discuss it in the memberships throughout the sister sites and everything, and we agree on what we're looking at, that's when it becomes a fact. Prior to that, it does not. And we get many examples before we even go across the basic threshold. And even Christopher has seen that in how long he's been here, and he's had to be put through the corrections. And we don't take it personally, you know. You learn, and that's how you learn. You have to be corrected. And then you learn how to do it, and then before you know it, within a matter of weeks, once you start taking your own captures, and then you get them identified or cross-reference them off the site drawings, then all of a sudden the patterns start reoccurring. And once you get the patterns of what the planet's individual base clouds, etc., and what the asteroids look like in your head, all of a sudden you start to see it like, there it is. There it is. There it is. Because it's a never-ending repetitive pattern, with the exception of they get bigger and smaller.
Right.
And they've been the same for, you know, a decade, except they got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and they spun around and moved here, moved here, moved here. But we've always known where they are, what they look like, the colors that they generally put off, a good portion of the effects they're doing. And now what they are doing, they've risen above us in the last 2 years and are going beyond Earth again. And now they're being facially illuminated in the western sky, for example, when the sun's coming up in the east. And if you look in the morning in the western sky and look up, you're going to see planets that are facially illuminated. And the farther away they get, the more we're going to see their natural colors. Because when they're close to Earth, they're all blue. But when they go away, or are farther away, you actually see the generic facial colors of each planet, with the exception of the cloud cover that they wear. And that also varies. Their cloud conditions, the base clouds and everything change when they get closer to Earth and then when they get farther away. So we will, on their exit, we're going to see massive, wonderful sightings of them for years to come.
I'm telling you, the pictures I got of the sunrise Saturday morning, everybody's seen my post. I couldn't stop taking pictures. Like, it was amazing. I think it was one of the best days I've seen here so far. There was
if you're
so
not
much
watching
going
the
on.
sun in the morning when the sunrise, if you look to the upper left, you're going to see Uri and Atu first thing in the morning in the north by northeast sky, and it'll be right all the way up to above you. And you'll see this little micro clouding in this big blue rounded thing, literally from the north sky to the northeast sky. And that'll be Uri
exactly what I saw. Yeah.
Right. And the little micro clouds and everything else. And you'll see the full sphere, and you'll see the complete cutoff between the horizontal light beyond sunrise and what's above you. Then if you look to the west when that's happening, you'll see darkness and shadow all the way to the west behind it, showing you that there's an object right there and it's blocking the sunrise, the light. You have to learn to judge the light. And if you get up before dawn and watch happen, if you watch sunrise happen, you'll see this every day, depending on the weather.
Depending on the weather. Of the fact that I can take pictures of the sun at the same time of day with the same camera over and over and over again, and it looks different darn near every time. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's not on an exact 24-hour clock either. It's transitory. Right? We think it runs 18, 19 hours in a cycle. I stopped trying to count it long ago because every time we understand it, it changes. And so I stopped even just worrying about it. I was recording the compass readings every day, and I had this big, full binder notebook of all the times where the sun was, where the magnetic north was, where it was this, and where, and I got to the point after about my 5th year when I'm not writing any more of this because nobody's listening.
Changes the closer they get versus the further they get,
right, and it's all changing. The times has changed, the reoccurrence has changed, and not only that, every time I was even talking to people about the shadowing, when the planets pass the Earth and the entire United States, continental North America goes dark for about 45 minutes, and they pass, and nobody was listening. I was like, you didn't see that shadowing on the radar, and then they took the radar away from us. Then they went to computer graphic models. And then we used to get, all these sites, you could get all kinds of radar models. And I can still get some of them back again, but they keep moving and changing. And they require you have to go learn and pay. You have to pay money for them, all of that. And I can get them, but they're a pain in the ass because they're always moving. Every time I use them, then they quit. Yeah, but if you just watch, there's shadowing, there's planetary things. We've seen the light pinches and everything. We know there's objects between us and the sun. They always match, and they always match the drawings. And like the Asatum videos and stuff, where Rebecca's got these the side illumination of Asatum's yellow moon, which is one of the greatest videos there is out there. And it shows you that it's right there, and it's exactly like the drawings, and there's no way you can fake that. And we watched it come back in from 2019, and I've been smiling ever since. Ever since the Saturn was coming back towards us, I went, "Oh my God!" Yeah, it's like, wow, elation, because it is one of the most dynamic occurring. That ion tail and everything, and how close the proximity the yellow moon is, and changes the sky colors. And the Saturn is red, and it changes the sky colors. And we watched all of this happen, and it's been a never-ending circus adventure. Yeah.
Sorry. All right.
The sun is far left. That illumination we're looking at is the lighting up of the side of Asatum's yellow moon.
Wow. That's crazy.
So that picture I was talking about is basically this video.
Yeah. This is further back. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
This is a little old. This video is a little older, of course, so Saturn's a little smaller. But that picture that I sent you, Rebecca, that's basically the same way that it's illuminating, just much bigger.
And you can see that big dark circle that's not even illuminated, and that is it shows you it's an object there. You can't create that. You can't make this up.
And this is why we're getting the it's two suns thing. We can't see these two suns. They're lined up one behind the other. So a lot of these things we're seeing is the yellow moon or asteroids or the yellow moon sometimes. It's and the cutoff. Yeah. It's just being illuminated completely.
And we also learn from membership submissions from around the world, because not one person sends us the picture. Usually and you can ask Rebecca this as well, there's usually 5 or 6 or 7 copies from around the world of the same event over and over again. And we see it on a daily basis. Everybody sends me predominantly the same occurrences. So that also gives me the opportunity to judge the size, the lighting. I get to look at it over and over again with different illuminations from different points of view around the world, minor angle changes, etc. And then we take into account what we know from the monthly sight drawing, what we know we've been watching for the last week or 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years. We know from all of this staggered information what's what by the size, location, illumination, etc. And because of it, it's become a developed science. And nobody else is doing it. And I don't know why. Although I am quite encouraged by that young gentleman's video that we watched earlier this evening.
Pretty weird.
I've come across one other guy that wasn't quite as spot on as this, or everything you've taught us, but close. That's the only 2 things I've seen that were anywhere near the same.
Yeah, it's very important to be accurate because we don't want to create any disinfo. I mean, oh God, there's so much out there. And Rebecca and I have both spent countless hours trying to correct everything from the sun simulator to flat Earth to you name it, to the celestial bodies celestial core. That was what it was. Or all this other crazy people that have been out there trying to sell you something. We worked on it for many, many years, and I am quite comfortable where we are. And I am comfortable with the science, and it all fits. We are not inaccurate. We are very accurate. And actually, tomorrow is coming for the site drawing for the 15th. I know there's a lot of people out there waiting for this month's site drawing for May. Yeah, and it will be interesting to see what comes out. I'm pretty sure I already know what it's going to look like in my head.
So do we know, are they now, I know that things are changing and we're starting to see things light up at night. Are they still, have they started pulling away yet? Or
well, they're moving. They came up from below, and then they were beside us doing this weird angle, close pass in front of us, and then pulled away, and we watched them smaller, get bigger, and then go away every day. And then over the years, some of the planets went right, left, because when we first started seeing them, when they were way small, and they were a blue dot flash in the sky, and that was all the way back in 2008, 9, 10. We watched them transition, and we know they're moving in this generic, and they got bigger and bigger, and then placement. See how we are viewing the out view of this solar system, and it has 2 arms of an octopus, and one group of planets is on one arm of the octopus, and then I've got I don't know if you've got a copy of it, Rebecca, but I've got a crop circle orbit model that I use regularly because it matches perfectly.
Yeah, I think I have it. Let's see.
The ETs do give us information. There are people on the planet besides myself who can read these things and who are being led by that information, because it's a preset thing. It's created by drones. And anyway, that has changed. Excuse me, dry throat. Grab my cough drop. The out view of how the planets are and their system is rotating has changed many ways in about 3 or 4 or 5 different cycles over this 14 years. And so now where they are is they've risen facially in front of us for a long time, and now they have risen above us in that, if you were going to say dinner plate model, but it's not, it's more of a spinning octopus that's on an axis. That axis is now predominantly above us, above planet Earth on our out view, and yet these planets are so large and so close to us that we're still seeing them in a moderately similar way, but yet different. There you go.
That one.
Yep, that's the one. And currently, where it says Nibiru, if you go up to the planet Nibiru on the top right corner here in the crop circle orbit model, this out view that we're looking at right now in the crop circle in 2020 is no longer accurate. We have to take that whole thing and move Saru to the upper left and Nibiru to the lower right and spin that towards us.
Okay.
Okay, and it's the same thing with the drawing because Saru is higher up, and you're on the crop circle. You're seeing it in 2D, but in the drawing, it's in 3D because Saru is higher up and Yuri is lower down, and Atu is lower down, and Nepesity is behind them, and Matim is also behind them as well, and the Satum is connected to the Nibiru side. Now, as Satum has come facially towards us, as well as Nibiru on the right. Sort of like you spin somebody in a chair a little bit. And Atu and Yuri and Saru have spun upward toward the left, above us in our out view. So I have to redraw this orbit model in front of us on the bottom page. We're looking out at it, but I have to draw it from above this time. So I can show the out view orbit placement model from where we are now compared to this drawing prior in January. If that makes any sense.
Oh, yeah.
So Thunder is asking why they leave crop circles. Like, what is the message for?
Because it's showing us that it's happening. It's here. They're prompting us with hints and models that we're pre-programmed with knowledgeable ability to identify and understand and get the once you place this orbit model in your own mind, it's a way of learning. It's like looking at a Toyota Corolla for the first time and knowing it's a Toyota Corolla. Yeah, it's a car, but you don't know it's a Toyota Corolla until you walk up and look at it and read the sign label that says it's a Toyota Corolla. Bad metaphor, I apologize, but it's when you see this information and it fits, and you're going, wow, this matches, I got this information from some guy off the dark web, blah, 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 3 years ago, and this damn orbit model matches exactly to this car. And then you do the planet count, and you look at the two Titan planets, and my God, there's Terra, there's Nibiru, and wow, there's the smaller thing with the yellow moon, and it's on that side, and that matches exactly what we've watched. When all of this stuff matches, you can't argue with it. You have to go, hey, this is an orbit model, and the damn aliens are giving it to us.
So that's a real crop circle you found a picture of online.
A real crop circle, and I added the text to it.
Wow.
That one.
Yeah, that's a crop circle from England.
Wow.
And I was watching.
I say wow way too much because I can't think of any other word but wow most of the time.
Oh, yeah.
I got a copy of this crop circle, and I used to save a lot of pictures of crop circles, and that was like probably 2 computers ago.
That's how they try to communicate with us. It's pictographs.
Right. Well, I can read them. I don't know how, but I can understand a lot of their modeling.
Understand it. Okay.
I do.
Gotcha.
I do understand it. And I mean, going back to numerous other crop circles as well. I used to use those regularly in all kinds of stuff in the early days. I don't post them as often now because the copies are buried in the middle of older files and it's easier to get to newer stuff. But this is the one I use predominantly just as the basic orbit model. And then there's a picture where we add the object cluster group coming in underneath and outside of Saru, Yuri, and Atu, which also fits and into the additional model, because then this crop circle showed up a second time with the additional words in some foreign language, as well as the identification of the on and incoming object cluster groups that weren't prior in the first crop circle, and that also matched what we were seeing. So they're timely, they're time markers. They're telling you a story. This is happening. This is happening. This is happening. And I've learned to read them.
To those who listen, it might have some significance. If you're not really trying to connect this stuff, it might be just random dribble, so.
It does seem like more and more people are catching on that something is off, something is wrong, and they're at least It seems like it's growing. I don't know. I mean, doesn't it to you, Jesus?
Absolutely.
It does.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
definitely see it growing. I do.
22
I
million
do
people
feel it's
in that article earlier. 22 million
know.
people.
Oh my God.
I don't
exactly.
care if it's bad. It's putting the idea into people's
It
heads and mouths.
It is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It really is. I'm
And that's
That's
what we.
awesome.
That's what we're.
concerned. Yeah.
Oh, you should see the number of YouTube videos out there just actually downing Rebecca and myself in one way or another. And
Yeah.
I don't know how many there have been, and I'm sure there's many out there we haven't even seen.
Right.
And,
How many do we not know about?
Every one of those, there's going to be some people that see it and then go back and research it. And
Yeah,
come over
or they're gonna be
to
like,
this side.
I would think so.
or they're gonna be like you and many of us, Tara, that we're like, okay, we have all these questions, and then you come across this, it's like, okay, wait, this kind of resonates with me, and just kind of feels like I want to explore it, and then here we are, So
Yeah.
maybe it's just planting that seed. That's really all it is,
It's true.
as the lovely piano concerto plays in the background, we plant our seeds among science and men.
And then whoever decides to water that seed, it's kind of on them. I love Sam's way of teaching this stuff, where he isn't holding your hand, but he does help you. But you do have to put in the effort yourself as well. And I think that's, I think that works beautifully for everybody, for people who are actually interested in this stuff. So yeah, I think people who are asking questions and then they come across this, it'll just kind of click, the light bulb moment, and they, it'll take them down quite the rabbit hole. But in the end, there is answers, and there is hope, and there is.
And you have to be careful of where you get your information too.
Absolutely.
And I apologize for saying this, but generically, most human Earth-based information is sadly inaccurate. And my information, and our information, comes from off-world and time cumulative proven evidence through empirical science, gathering the evidence and looking at it and studying the effect prior to any summation. And we're not running off of human gossip. We are not. We've avoided all of that for so long. I stopped listening to NASA so long ago when we caught him in lie after lie that I don't even bother anymore. I don't want to be distracted by them.
I don't either. Well, the thing is that the more you hang around on mainstream anything, you'll start questioning a lot of the things that you have learned. And I think that's the point of it, is that once you go back, I don't watch news. I don't watch a lot of that stuff that I used to watch anymore. I just can't stomach any of it anymore. But I do know is that once you kind of go back to that place, you start questioning a lot of things. I have these moments where, say, nothing's happening in my sky, right? And then that question is, because it'll always linger. Am I crazy? Am I just losing it? And then you see something, and then that question goes away. But I have these moments where nothing will happen, and then I kind of drift off into everyday life, and then I start questioning things, and the sky speaks to me, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm not crazy. I'm definitely not crazy. This is really happening. And
holy shit, there it is again.
I just get mad when there's a boring sky now. What am I going to do in 15, 20 years when these go away?
Yes, I think about that all the time. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to be bored as hell, but
Thank goodness we have our pictures. I mean, we got to maintain all our pictures so we can go back and look at them all.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell our grandchildren and great grandchildren about it, because we're witnessing something so special and spectacular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can talk about it long after they're gone. Like, it'll be a historical, kind of topic at that point.
I think Funda made the comment a little bit ago about, to you, Sam, to everybody, I think, at some point, won't the government have to admit this? Do you think there's going to be a point where they have to admit this? Or are they just going to keep making crap up?
I don't think they ever will. I don't think, there's going to be a huge portion of people as well that will never, ever believe this, no matter what you tell them.
Their eyes are just closed.
You're the devil. I mean, I have been called Antichrist probably 5 to 10 times, and every other name you can think of over the years. And I did learn how to have fun with it. I've gotten to the point now. I mean, in the early years, it used to bother me when I got trolled, and now I actually enjoy the debate and play. It's sort of like a cat playing with a mouse. And recently the peanut gallery has sort of left me alone, which has been interesting. Also slightly paranoid, like what are they up to? But anyway, I got to the point where I started missing them because I had it so often for so long that I've actually
to do without them hounding you or following you.
Yeah, it's kind of got a little
invading your space. Yeah.
Well, no, that was normal after a while, and then it's like, where are they? Did they leave me alone? No, I don't want them to be trolling me, but let's just hope that maybe they started seeing the wisdom in my words or the truth in what I've been sharing. Right. And I think a lot of it had to do with when we started with this show, and we had many other people that we've all linked together, and sort of we do it a group effort, and that way it sort of wipes out the single naysayer off in the corner. And
we've got a lot of witnesses now too.
Oh yeah, well, there's hundreds of thousands of people out there that do see the planets. They just don't publicly talk about it. A lot of them, because they too go through. Well, hey, am I nuts? Have I fallen into with this crazy cult leader, conspiracy, crazy nut job, Nibiru guy, Samuel Hofman? And I don't blame him for a second, because I asked myself that same question. Did I fall in with this crazy nut job Nibiru Samuel Hofman myself? And then I walk out the door and there they are again. And we've been doing it for 14 years, and I've known about it for 45, coming up on 45 years. And I'm still shaking my head going, yes, no, yes, maybe, no, yes, oh shit, oh, there it is again, yes. All the time. Jesus does it. We all do it. It always fights what we were taught, fights us from what we're seeing, because it is such a unique, unbelievably, horrendously large occurrence that is beyond fathoming, and yet here it is happening. And we, if we'd have been doing this for 2 years, it'd be one thing. If we'd been doing this for 5 years, it would be one thing. If we was doing it for a decade, it's another thing. And now we just went past 14 years, and it all still matches from year 1 to year 14. The planet facial pictures match.
I'm curious to know.
But
go ahead. Sorry.
No, please.
Yeah, well, no, Miss Rebecca's had that question up from Hector for a while. I'm like, oh, I hope he's wrong.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, about the spaceships.
But I mean, you say dreams about stuff like that, I'm going to think about it.
Well, we have
about that.
Yeah. We have flying spaceships by the hundreds here every day, every night.
But what about war?
No, they don't have to invade. They already own it. There are craft. See, what you don't realize is humans have an off switch, and they don't need doors. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you've experienced that, right, Sam?
You probably have things around you that I know of firsthand right now in your home that you don't even want to know about. There's way more to what I could tell you but I can't say here. But there's more to it than humans. Most humans are not ready to deal with, because if you knew it was happening, and even at Walmart parking lot, or as you're driving down Highway 93 and you drive through this shit and you see it, but then you go, nah, that wasn't real. It happens to us every day, all day, around us, in the stores, at the grocery store, at the laundromat, wherever you go. There are things walking around you, both living and dead, that you're not aware of.
It's incredible how little we perceive.
Our eye spectrum is limited. We see it, but we don't understand
You
what
don't
we're seeing.
register it. Do you think that's a protective mechanism too, partially?
And some people feel it, and that's where you get empaths. And I have the ability to touch an item. If you hand me your car keys, I get a personal look inside of you, even including things you don't want me to know about. And those creatures are attached to that same realm as well, in a dimension. If you discuss spirits, or if you're discussing extraterrestrial races that can cloak themselves and etc. And there's many different segments of that as well. There are so many beings and so many creatures around us that we're not even aware of, that it would fry your mind if you do. An example is the connection to Egyptian magic. It's insane. I don't even want to know what is connected to Egypt. I experienced some of it, and I went nope, and I backed away from that so fast.
Much.
There's interdimensional spirit beings that do shit, that can get called in from other dimensions, and I'm not kidding you. And they had control over that. They have knowledge of that. So, and I mean, this is where shit's popping out of wormholes. That too could be considered magic. That is, again, a scientific or sci-fi point of view versus what you could consider magic. I mean, there's creatures that can walk through doors in your living room. And what would you call that? Is that a demon coming from another dimension, or what? But no, there's different factions and different shit that can go on right now. A few years ago, I got face planted by something completely invisible that I could smell, and I could feel electricity from it, but I could not see it even when it grabbed me. And then there's a whole story behind that. There's in many shows. But anyway.
It's unsettling, but
yeah, and this is why I do not for 1 second perceive any level or any certain security that I'm alone. Even in my car, I am never in this room, on the phone, on the internet, whatever, alone, ever. Because I have experienced that on many occasions I am not. And that has to do with more than one faction, including the government. Which is why I stayed quiet for 30 years.
You didn't think there was any way you could break their rules without them knowing? Definitely.
The ramifications were too immense to even screw with. Because they can make you go away and no one will know.
Yeah.
Because I actually personally experienced about what happens when you do go away and no one notices.
Wow.
That is a very large divot out of my hide that I will never recover from. Because nobody around me, when I was taken, and I don't know how the hell it happened, if they used the Men in Black flash or what. I don't know how that whole shit thing happened. But nobody, including my roommates, knew why or where I went. Period. Not even my family. Excuse me?
Or questioned it?
No.
It was they didn't know?
I was just gone. And then 3.5 months later or longer, I came back.
That's scary. Wow.
Well, I was brought in handcuffs back to Montana by a Virginia state trooper and handed off to 2 men in black in Missoula when I got here. And then they dropped me off.
I just think it's funny when they came out with the Men in Black movies. I mean, does anybody else here remember the movie that came out, I think, 2020, the Don't Look Up movie?
I never saw it, but yeah, I remember the movie.
I can't get it out of my head because I'm like, really? Come on.
Oh, well, there is
whoever made that movie, whoever put that, whoever wrote that script, really messing with us, man. Like his idea of
in your face.
He was just, I think he was probably like us. We're like, is anybody ever going to see this? So this is his contribution to it, I guess. But
you think it's a good thing? You think that they were saying that to get people to look up?
Hollywood does have a double-edged sword, two sides of the coin. They are teaching us and also scaring the crap out of us and also confusing us. And that,
she ends up on a planet where she gets eaten, and that's the end of the movie. So sorry.
Wow. Hey, I am glad I didn't sit down for an hour and a half to find that out.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. It just came out.
I wasn't planning on watching it because, believe me, I already have enough scary demons in my head and in my life enough already. And I don't watch horror, and my daughters love horror. And
it's not horror; it's satire. It's satire, and it's total satire.
Oh, okay. Well, then it might be worth watching.
It gave me a level of anxiety. It gave me a level of anxiety that I can't even begin to explain, because we deal with that kind of crap all the time. Like every time I'm taking video of something, right? Something incredible, I always look around in hopes that somebody else is watching, and never. And years have gone by, and never nothing. But watching that movie was a little rough. It was a little rough, but I was glad that they made it, because it needed to be said. Hey, wake the hell up. I don't think it worked very well. I don't think, because people are still completely oblivious. But I do feel that it needed to be said. Like, hey, look up. Come on, what the hell?
Yeah, well, you hear that, Rebecca? That gives you an idea for a movie topic. Don't look up.
Yeah.
Unless you want to see the passing planets of the Nibiru binary solar system.
I know, but I didn't watch it because, if I understood it correctly, they were still pushing the idea for the conspiracy theories. It was all pointing back to the government.
And in the end, the hero ends up dying and getting eaten. So,
I know.
It's making fun of people.
I didn't care for the ending, because
you can't let the hero die.
There was going to be a point where humanity had their moment of, okay, we need to behave ourselves and kind of start thinking differently.
The hero and his horse have to ride off into the sunset. You know how all westerns, and they end that way. And
I don't want to spoil too much more,
and all of that.
That it I do think it was worth watching. It depends on how you take it. It can be taken several different ways. It's a satire and a comedy, and I don't know if they were making fun of us or trying to tell us something.
Well, we need to be made fun of. We need something that slaps us across the face and literally wakes people the hell up.
Yeah, I took it as in your face. That's how I took it.
Yes, something's got to happen, because
it's not far-fetched at all. That's exactly.
I can't see how people go. I mean, my God, when we were watching the lead asteroid go across the sky in 2022, I thought, how come nobody? I'm standing there with my hand out, going, how can nobody see that? This big ass round ball crossing the sky, leaving this freaking massive trail behind it. Charlie Binks, the object asteroid that hit in, I think that was in 2009, 10, 11, somewhere back in Russia, that blew up. But this thing's like 50 times bigger going across the sky. And of course, it's not going to hit Earth because it's orbiting past us and it's attached to Uri and Atu, so it doesn't hit us. It electrically discharges, which is part of the 180-day cycle close past thing. And it was so big, I couldn't believe that everybody didn't see it every day. And we had thousands of pictures of it. And we're down to a few hundred good ones. But after that, I went, wow, people are really blind. I don't know if they look up. I do not know. Anyway,
people
Rebecca,
are on autopilot. A lot of people are just on autopilot trying to get through this life. It's hard these days.
Go to the grocery store, get home, get the garbage taken out, feed the kids, send everybody to school, get back on time, make sure the laundry. Yeah, I know.
Fall down to bed exhausted at night and too tired to think about why.
Hey, how about a cup of let's see, they make a really cool blueberry tea that I'm fond of lately. Anyway, blackberry. Anyway, Rebecca.
Yes.
Play something. I'm going to the little scientist room.
Okay, I can do that. Yes. Something.
I think I'm going to sign off now.
Yeah.
I gotta get my little one to bed myself.
Oh, wait, guys. I know. Sam could go. You already know. He can go on and on.
I could listen on and on. I thank you again so much for having me. I hope you'll have me again at some point. I would love to.
Yeah, anytime, Tara. It was really nice to have you here. Really
nice, it really was.
CarolAnne, I'm sorry you lost your voice, but
she's still
nice meeting you too.
I didn't. I know she was quiet, but
well, she's got it muted now. Actually, it shows muted now.
Is she muted? Oh, here's Chris. Yeah. He's back just in time to say goodbye.
Well, I'm signing off. I think Jesus is too, but Sam, I would like. I'm trying to work on not being too lazy to write you a letter, and maybe I can talk to you on the phone sometime because I'm enjoying learning definitely, and everybody else. Thank you so much. I mean, sometimes I think I go overboard. I post millions of pictures. I'm like, I just want to post them all.
Hey, that's what we do here too. We all have our exuberant moods because we are so excited about this.
Hey, I feel lit up. I mean, real quick, you were talking, Jesus, about people having lows, and mood being affected. I feel more emotional than, I've not always been a super emotional person at times. But I feel more emotional, and I feel emotionally affected.
Well, the discovery of this truth can be that way. It can be emotional, and Gillian cried when she figured out what was going on, and other people, it does affect them.
It's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster. I feel when we had close passes of Atu, I felt great. The moon was a little different, but I think it's just. I think each planet kind of gives off a little different kind of energy, but
like certain vibes, vibrations, different vibrations, different frequency. Maybe I don't.
I hear, and I saw a video the other day that the sky sounds were going off over Oklahoma again. Did you hear that at all, Rebecca?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, they were. It was.
I haven't heard anything like that, but I've seen videos about it.
Yeah, there was reports that there were sky sounds in northern Oklahoma, and I saw that day before yesterday.
Is that from them passing us so close to Sam? Do you know?
Oh yeah, it has directly to do with the passing planets. I think it's like I view it as like a finger on a crystal glass. If you wet your finger, it makes that harmonic hum. The Schumann resonance could be the planet, the bell could be ringing. Because their magnetosphere, their electrical body, their circle is rubbing against our circle, or our tectonic plates are being pulled, and they're harmonically off-toning to the sky like you hit a tuning fork, etc. It could be a combination of both, or one or the other, or I do believe
the electrical charges, maybe.
Yeah, rubbing together and creating a harmonic, because it only started when the planets first got here. And you go, and when they got here, that's when all this shit started. And Rebecca's even got a video of it that we use regularly. I don't know if you can bring that up quickly.
We have not had any talk about that prior to all this craziness. So, yeah.
I don't know which one that was.
I just know I first recently saw videos of it.
Okay.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
I'm going to sign off too. I'll probably still be watching however much longer you're on.
Okay.
Fine. That's fine. We're talking about wrapping things up. So
yes.
Okay. Well, we are at 5 hours.
Yeah, 5, almost 6. What?
Good night.
Okay. Bye, Jesus.
Good night, Jesus.
Bye, Tara. So.
Thank you for being on. I was talking about that Sky Sounds Australia video from 2010.
Yeah. You want me to pull it up?
I can do that. If you can. If I think you have that on file.
I do. Yeah. It's easy.
And that Alberta one in Canada in 2012. We heard it here in Missoula, Montana in 2011 and 12.
What the hell is that? Heard this myself.
I have. I hear it all the time.
I want to.
Oh.
At least hear it.
At least
I
once.
feel it. I feel it in my feet. I feel it in my hands. I feel it on top of my head.
Wow.
Weekly.
Is that
I
coming
feel
from
it
the
in my
clouds?
butt. And you're sitting in the chair and your butt starts wiggling like somebody, like a train. Is there a train going by?
Mm,
And it's a train in the sky.
right. I bet you
And these-
feel it too.
Yeah, I do. I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my feet. I feel it on the top of my hair. You know, like what the hell?
Wow.
And sometimes it makes you itch. That's a new one. I had not really heard like that before, but this is Australia.
That's creepy.
Anything, but I can certainly hear that.
Well, that's a planet for sure. That is a planet sound. Because if you go to YouTube and you look up the planet sounds, that falls in the range sound spectrum of an actual planet.
Look up Saturn or Jupiter or.
Yeah. Look up the sounds of Saturn or Jupiter or Mercury or Earth. Yeah, look those up because that was what that sounded like. And they're down on the bottom of the planet, so they're probably hearing it different than we are. Our harmonic is deeper. Now the ones in Alberta, like 2012, were really good. They were creepy. I mean, you were literally, and then they had it in Europe and they had it in Russia in like 2015 and 18, and I think they started again in 2021, and they've been running off and on ever since again. And then, like I said, there was reports last week in northern Oklahoma, and it was driving everybody in the town nuts, and everybody kept calling 911 asking what the hell it was.
And
It is, not regional but local. It could be moreover tectonic plates moving in the ground. There's no way to really prove that until you get a whole bunch of scientists together, and then of course the government will step in and stop you.
Right.
Wow.
But it's been reported around the world since the planets got here.
Strange sounds are being heard around the world. In Sweden, this sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
And the trumpet sounds shall be heard in the sky, which is part of Revelations.
Thanks.
We heard that up here too. That really is like, oh my God, is that a train? But it would echo back and forth through the mountains so strongly it couldn't be a localized train only. This is like Michigan. I think that's like 3 or 4 years old. This is like 2 or 3 years old, maybe 1. And that's on the East Coast, I believe. I remember all these videos because I watched so many of them. And when I talk about doing my homework, I just say that's the short version because I want to make sure I damn sure know what the hell I'm talking about. And if I don't, I'm going to go and research some more. That is so freaking eerie. It's unbelievable.
All right.
And question: if you were Bigfoot, or you were a skinwalker or a cryptid, and you were living in the earth in your cave or wherever your tunnel, and you heard that yourself, what would it tell you?
I'm coming.
It's time to get up and go out. Well, have you noticed that there's so many more sightings of Bigfoot and skinwalkers and cryptids and all sorts of, unusual werewolf men and all sorts of, elongated legged people and all sorts of shit being sighted around the world now. It's just way more than ever used to be. Now, some people are going to say, well, okay, that's true. Everybody's got a camera now. but I mean, they have really increased. So if I was, Bigfoot living in the mountains and in my cave, and I heard that, I was like, oh, it must be time something big is coming, they probably can see the planets better because they look around and they know what's right and what's wrong because they're not distracted by the Kardashians or the Price is Right or the political crazy TV show going on TV right now.
I agree with Randy.
Yeah.
Hide.
Duck
and cover.
Yeah, hide.
Yeah.
Collect more berries and more wheat. Yeah, I agree. So if the village cow disappears, I'm joking. Blame the cryptids. Bigfoot stole our cow. Dang it, he knows it's the apocalypse because he stole our cow. I'm bad joke, but anyway.
It's okay.
Well, you got to have your milk, man. And,
right?
Yeah, when the farmers are grazing, and the Bigfoot can trudge down, get a pint when he wants, and then, but if he knows the shit's gonna hit the fan, he'll just take the cow with him. Oh, better. I'm saving that man's cows. That's what I'm doing. Says Bigfoot. I've really gone off the deep end now.
Oh boy.
I have placed myself in the mind of Bigfoot.
Yeah. Randy says 50,000 people this year have seen Bigfoot, or in the past 2 years.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, the sightings are way up. I have a friend from Missoula here that's a huge. I don't know how famous he's become. I know he was a huge Bigfoot hunter, chaser, and he was rather a flamboyant friend of mine. But I never paid attention to what he was doing. I've been in the forest before, and I believe I've smelled one time. But I look up. I don't visit the forest as often as I used to. But my kids don't like camping, which is weird. How did I go wrong? But anyway. Off topic.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I believe Well,
I didn't like camping either.
We know ET is here. Period. We know it, and everybody should else know that too. And the sooner you believe it, then the more that information is going to pass down to you because you've accepted it. And I got to see the planets come in, and I recognized them because I was expecting them. And if you don't expect them, this is kind of a shock. And what basically happened was I looked up, saw that thing, and went, "Oh shit, they're here." So I was way ahead of the curve on everybody, and as of 2009 and 10, and then I wanted to see more, and so I started collecting pictures from around the world because everything we were getting off of YouTube was old, and I wanted current information, and thus was born Montana Skywatcher, and the rest is 14 years later. Here we are. I knew they were here. And we were talking about this earlier or the other day about how they were pointing out Ellen and, oh, look, life and eliminating, what was it, a comet or something like that? I can't even hardly remember.
I know.
Like 3 lifetimes ago. I'd have to look that up again. And they were pointing out, oh, look, here it is. And they didn't usually do that. They didn't point it out as multi-heavy media campaign. Usually NASA announces something once or twice and then it's gone. But they did this campaign to keep pointing it out to everybody. Oh, here it's coming. Oh, here it's coming. Oh, here it's coming. So what they were doing was they were waving their right hand above their head going, look at this, look at this, look at this. Meanwhile, something in the left hand and behind the pocket was coming up from below, which is when Nibiru and the planet star, you could see the star and the planets. You could actually see the asteroid groups as well. So you were seeing this multicolored bright star thing coming up from south of Earth, off Antarctica, and that's why said he went to Australia, was because they knew it was coming up underneath us. And so it's a huge distraction campaign, and I watched both of them and did both of the homework at the same time. And back then I still had Google Space and all of this. We could do cool shit, and we had satellites that we could link into direct feed, within 20 minutes, feeds that are 20 minutes old. None of that shit's available to me now. But I had a bunch of Polytechnic people that were good at what they were doing. They were giving me good links, and they're sort of gone. Maybe they're tired of me. I don't know. I'm joking. We used to have better links, and then of course the system got harder, and then I got blocked on Skype and this and that and the other thing, emails and you name it over all these years. And I've just been trying to run. So we turned to this show, and this way we can communicate rather than just talking over the phone and one person at a time.
Right. I mean, we've really sped up the speed of learning ability by doing this. By hearing you talk about it twice a week versus twice a year or 3-4 times a year.
I would do literally. They were running the shows anywhere from a month and a half to every 3 months on Radio Wasteland, and prior to that, I was doing weekly shows, with Fight for Your Freedom Radio, but that was sort of barely looked at by a small margin of a specific voter group, sort of, conservative people, and they weren't having any of it. And then prior to that, I got to do my own shows where I was putting together videos and did that for a while, but then a lot of that got dumped by my co-partner. We lost like 2.5 years worth of work. There's only a few copies of it. Yeah, there's only a few copies of the show left, and that is on my Samuel Hofman, or it might be Sam Hofman YouTube. You'll have to look for that. Yeah. And that's old stuff.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yeah.
I just fixed it. Yay!
Yay!
Yeah. They had you muted. It must be your turn.
Yeah, I think so. So sorry to disturb. So sorry.
Oh, yeah. Disturb at all.
It just sort of shocked me when he answered me, and I knew I couldn't.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa.
You're back.
Yeah, I didn't know not to. Yeah. All of this goes back where all of us together have gathered this information. And, the amazing part about it, and I ponder back through it regularly, is the vast amount of the information that we've collected in 14 years. And you can say 14 years, but I mean 14 years. Oh my God, that's a long time.
Thousands of pictures, thousands,
hundreds of thousands.
Night, Randy.
Yes.
Good night.
Yes.
15 computers later, and I have so many damn pictures now, I don't know what to do with them all. And they're all stuck in my head. I can scroll down. I think of a picture, I can scroll down and pretty much find it right away. And which is weird. And every once in a while, it's amazing. I'll just grab it, pull down real fast on the scroll, and bang, there it is. And that's like, wow. Let's use the force, Luke. It's like, it's amazing. Because I do it so often, and I do it, I'm posting to as many people as I can per day. Although a lot of people are claiming they are not getting my notices, and I apologize, but I think I'm being banned, shadow banned. Trying not to be a conspiracy theorist, which we are now being chalked up again as, and hopefully those folks will find us and get past to find out that we are not conspiracy theorists. We are truth theorists. We're telling you the truth of what there was a conspiracy to hide. And we're bringing that out into the open of the truth of the binary solar system. 2 suns, 2 sets of planets, 2 sets of races. We're on one side, they're on another. This needs to be known. Time to grow up, teenagers. Mom and dad are here. We have to clean up the house really quick.
Right.
So, we have to, get our P's, I mean, it's not their job, it's ours. To fix us.
Right.
Well, I think we're doing a good job. I really do.
I don't know any other way to do it than just being as open and public as you can, which is uncomfortable. It is truly, there goes that crazy guy again. It is uncomfortable to stand here and tell off-world information, which is contrary to what everyone would normally believe. I mean, to me, it's downright insane, and yet it happened. And I have no other way to do this except one story at a time.
Right.
And hope that the information goes far enough viral where actually people do study. And, like there are certain people that should go back and watch my Radio Wasteland shows. You should go and watch Symbols of an Alien Sky by David Talbot and the Thunderbolts Project. That is literally a mandatory must-see, because that will fill in background that I would spend 6 months trying to hand you. And I watched it. God, I've watched it easy 50 times. And I still learn from it every time I watch it. And they're so close and so accurate. And, Graham Hancock has great material, but he has no way to link. If he only stuck in the binary solar system in his theories, he would have so many answers. It would be unbelievable. Same thing comes with, the tablets. If you read the Colburn Bible without the knowledge of the binary solar system, it does not make any sense.
It does change.
If you read the Colburn Bible with the knowledge of the two stars and the binary two sets of planets and the two races,
totally
it makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Samuel.
Yes.
Sir, this morning
sir.
My sir.
Okay,
I posted something on my Facebook this morning. Well, 22 hours ago, it says, I want to read it to you. It's a very short blurb, but I think...
Please do. Please do.
For you. But for all of us, it says, let them judge you. Let them misunderstand you. Let them gossip about you. Their opinions are not your problem. You stay kind, committed to love, and free in your authenticity. No matter what they do or say, don't you dare doubt your worth or the beauty of your truth. You just keep on shining like you do. And I just got goosebumps all over.
Yay, thank you. Rebecca and I were talking about that prior to the show. We were talking about the level of work that her and I have done individually and together, which is another bingo.
Yes.
And we realized that this is really important. It's really special, and we don't really have to rely on the rest of the world out there to further our show. We just have to wait for our show. Our show is growing, and now we just have to wait for the little flower to go boink. And when it flowers, then off we go. And it's growing right now. The plant is
the seeds.
Yeah, it's growing, and the little green thing coming out. We're waiting for the bulb to actually bloom, and we're
one by one.
I'm thrilled about the fact that we even got conspiracy theorists, Nibiru followers anonymous. It's wonderful. Wow. 22 million people will, not all of them will see that, but the percentage
possibility. A majority of them are going to be led to it, not just. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's expected that it's going to happen. We just didn't know how. We had no knowledge of how it was going to happen, but we will know that it is happening.
Mm-hmm. I have great hope for it. Yeah.
Right. It still puts the idea out there. Even people will be like, I never thought about there being two suns. What if there was two suns?
Right.
I don't know.
There's so much more out there that we're not talking about.
Oh, the Greeks even knew that we had two suns. If you go back into, some of these carvings all over the planet, there's two suns. You go back and you look at Hopi, Great Hopi Rock. You look at all these hieroglyphs and all this spiral shit they're doing. They're showing you that there's a rotating solar system coming in.
Right.
All these spiral designs, and these guys are missing what the reality is because they're not adding the second star in the binary solar system, and they're drawing star charts.
Think of the ones that they destroyed, and we never got to see, but they were destroyed.
Well, it also has even the Egyptian, the megaliths, these big things that everybody stole from Egypt. I'm trying to think of them. There's a name for it. It's stupid that I couldn't pull that out of the hat. Sorry.
Okay.
The obelisks literally pointed. If you stood in the temple where they were placed, they actually pointed to the star systems. With the tip of the, and then you read up and it says da 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 da, and then it talks about this is where the god is from at this point, and then they were removed and taken to Rome and
they are now.
Yeah, and here and there in the other countries where they were all moved, and they're no longer accurate. However, there's a really good movie series by a guy, and it's many years old now, but Hidden Objects in Plain Sight, biblical capital construction hidden in plain sight that completely links to the Egyptian mythoses and all of this, and entire countries, and the United States especially, is very guilty of building these unbelievable constructions that could be directly linked to praising the gods above us and adding to the mythos and the exoneration or admission of servitude to the treaty and passing on of the tribute of the gods within our government. Mm-hmm. And we were talking earlier about the Chinese gold. One must question what they're doing, why there's a sudden rampant. Now, is it just greedy people, one group of assholes that are selling gold that is filled with lead, or is this the entire government maybe doing it, trying to take the gold and actually hand it to the people that they're above, or telling them they have to, which is a tribute to the gods? And I believe each country probably would have some sort of a treaty and have to provide, or not. Would they have the threat? They have the threat of invasion if we don't give it to them, which is why we see the Force and why we see all of these Star Destroyers and the cubes and the Empire Orb, and why some of the governments may know about it, some may not. And the presidents, they were all in I believe they were all in Sweden when the Norway spiral happened. I
remember reading something about that.
Yeah, and that was in 2009. All you have to do is look up G7 Summit 2009.
Okay.
And they'll tell you which government leaders were where during that summit. Right. And that is when the Empire Orb came through the Norway spiral above the area in which the Hadron Collider, and I'm not going to say more than that, above the area where the Hadron Collider is.
Yeah.
Which was how it was able to get there.
Right.
And that's why the Texas Cube arrived over Texas.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. Hint mobile.
I just wrote a note about that earlier, and I don't know what I did with that note.
There's smaller colliders throughout the world, I mean, are you saying that's
has one too.
likely places? Yeah, are those the likely locations that we'll see?
That has to do with technology that really can't be publicly discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Okay.
Not yet.
I would gather way more attention than I would like to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't go there, please.
Right.
Oh, they have some very, very intelligent young children talking about, and they're geniuses in their own right. But I actually watched a couple of videos on a couple of different people with theories wrapped around, and they're close. They're close, but
these be like the indigo children.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I'm the early. Well, there's many of them. They're around the world now, and many of different ages as well. But I'm supposed to ring the bell, and everybody's supposed to hear it.
We'll start ringing, Sam.
Well, yeah, we're the binary system. Nobody else has given you the binary system, the planet names and the planets and what they look like and where they are. And I'm not trying to be rude or arrogant about that, but that's what we've done.
Right.
And nobody else has given that, and we earned this. We worked hard to keep it. We documented the crap out of this for 14 years.
I just keep getting that message. This is utmost importance.
Well, it's been like an obsession driving force where for the first few years, for the first decade, I was, glued to every free moment besides dealing with my children and groceries and cleaning the house and laundry. I was glued to the computer, trying to stay up on top of the information to make sure that we were accurate, and because that was what was most important, was accuracy. And I've developed a habit ratio that I've slacked off on a few things. I don't look up everything I used to look up every day, and I'll let the sun go a couple of days at a time or a week at a time, and then I'll go back to it. But I used to have a daily routine that has been changing, but I had to let go a little bit after we started doing the shows. It was just too much.
But you have your girls too, so.
Oh yeah, they're teenagers now and require different.
Yes.
Different scenario.
It's a different life.
Yeah. They're not 10 and 12 anymore. They're 15 and 17.
It's unbelievable. I remember when they were just tiny.
Yeah, they were babies.
Yeah, they were.
And I loved it when I could talk them into doing "Merry Christmas, Montana Skywatcher."
I remember that. I do.
And now they don't want to do that at all. And it's like, well, can I take a family photo for the Christmas card? No, I don't want to sit for that.
Wow.
No,
I want to be private, Dad. I don't want to be famous. I don't want anyone to know who I am or what I look like. Oh, okay.
I just want to throw love at them. That's all we want.
Yeah, I tell them that all the time, and they do appreciate it when people send them cards and stuff.
Yeah.
And they have a geography lesson every time. Well, this came from here. Let's go to the map. And I show them where it was mailed from, and then I fill them in on who you people are a lot of the times. And then, they roll their eyes and go, "Oh, Dad," But, they grew up. Well, they grew up with this, so that to them, this is normal. They've always known that there's other planets right here, and they never saw it any other way.
Children will always remember your words. You think they're not paying attention?
Right.
They are.
Yep.
They are. Oh my gosh. I don't know, folks. It's 2 o'clock here. I'm thinking I should go.
Yeah, we're just after 6. We can quit.
Yeah.
I can go play Star Wars.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
You can. I'm so sorry this problem happened, but
it was okay. It was only, if you were uncomfortable not being able to speak,
momentary.
if you were listening and enjoy it.
I have my little signs. If I want to say something, I just hold up a sign. What the heck?
There you go.
Said it. Sorry.
That works as well too. I know. I like to read it, or try to.
I do have one question, one real quick one yet. The other day, you mentioned Carl Sagan's books, and I think it was something about Tiny Little Something, and I have most of his books, and I don't know which one that is.
No, I was talking about the video that Carl Sagan put out. At the end of his career, he put out Tiny Little Earth by Carl Sagan. It's a video. It's on YouTube.
I thought it was a book because I have.
No, it's a video. It's a phenomenal video.
I'll find it.
I think in that short video, I think it's some of his best work. And now, granted, I mean, he was a better scientist than that, but I think it was a very good humanitarian message that would really enlighten people to look a little deeper.
Right. And if anybody ever wants any of these books that we talk about, I have most of them on PDF file, and I would gladly share.
Right.
That you don't have to go out and buy them all. You'll save thousands of dollars. I have 20-some thousand books on PDF file.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
My library. I kept Julian occupied all these years.
Yes.
So.
Do you know the movie Soylent Green?
Yes, I do.
So you would be then therefore considered a book.
Yeah. Christopher's going, I'll have to think about this one.
No, I get it.
Now, CarolAnne, in the future, CarolAnne would be referred to as a book.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is the keeper of a library.
That's what I do.
And in the movie Soylent Green, that was up in some dark place that nobody ever went to or knew about because it was a rare, almost illegal, treasured area. And the last people who had even seen a book were almost beyond memory.
Wow.
No.
Soylent Green, Charlton Heston, worth watching.
I still remember seeing those people sitting in like a movie theater thing, waiting their turn, and they were happy about it. It's like,
oh, you mean in the that was some. I've actually tried to look up that music in the euthanasia chamber where the book goes to, and I love that music score. And
well,
I've never been able.
You
I've
can
never
go
been
back
able to
into
find
the
it.
movie and you can get apps that will identify it. So
Not on a computer. Phones do that, but
Oh,
computers don't.
there's a way to do everything.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah.
Ask Rebecca.
Well, you're smarter at that stuff than I am. I tell you, I always go, okay, I'll find it someday. I'm not going to try, spend a week trying to learn how.
I'm going to write it down and make a
I am so anti-learn anymore. It's horrible. I'm falling into the antiquated computer skill stubbornness zone.
I tell you what, that lady up there in that corner puts rings around me. It's what I used to do, and I'm out of it for so many years since I retired.
Yeah, I got irritated after Windows 9 and 10, and it's like, oh my God. And so after
it's all on YouTube.
11, yeah, I know.
Yeah. YouTube University.
Yeah, but I do recommend watching Soylent Green.
I always like that. So I'm going to try to find out that theater music for you. And
So,
at that, I'm
okay,
going to
cool.
say good night.
Okay, yeah, we
And-
should all wrap it up, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Wrap it up here today, guys.
Like, subscribe,
all of you.
rewatch the video
And
tomorrow on YouTube.
Yes.
Watch it.
I always do.
We got to up Rebecca's view count. So
Thank you. Yes.
We're trying.
We're getting there. Wait till the 22 million show up. Oh boy.
there you go.
that'd be-
There you go.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I might need a
Okay.
secretary.
I know. My secretary needs a secretary. That's funny.
I'll say.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
good night,
we'll
everybody.
be back
God bless you.
Saturday.
I'll
Saturday,
text
2
you
o'clock
guys about
Central.
Thursday.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Thursday.
That's fine. Sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
Everyone have a
Bye,
good
night.
guys. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.